Welcome to another exciting episode on Imagine Verse. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called What If Harry Potter Reborn in Hunger Games as the District 12 Sorcerer and married Katniss Everdeen and Johanna Mason. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1. The boy who lived again. The cold dust never quite washed away. No matter how vigorously Harry scrubbed his hands in the small metal basin, the fine black powder remained embedded in the creases of his palms, a permanent reminder of where he was. Where he wasn't supposed to be. District 12? Panem. A world away from Hogwarts. 5 years had passed since he'd awakened in this strange new reality. 5 years of adjusting to a life without Ron, without Hermione, without any of them. 5 years of hiding what he was while figuring out what magic even meant in this broken world. Harry dried his hands on a threadbare towel and glanced at his reflection in the cracked mirror. The lightning scar remained, faded but present, like a signature from his previous life. His green eyes seemed older than his 17 years, carrying memories of 2 lifetimes. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy black hair and sighed. "They'd never believe it," he muttered to himself. "The boy who lived, reborn into a world where children fight to the death for entertainment." The irony wasn't lost on him. His small cabin sat at the edge of District 12, close enough to the fence that he could slip into the woods unnoticed. The peacekeepers left him alone, partly because he kept to himself, and partly because he occasionally supplied them with his special remedies for various ailments. It wasn't Felix Felicis, but a mild calming draught worked wonders for their hangovers. Harry gathered his foraging bag. Reaping day. The knot in his stomach tightened as he thought of all the children whose names were entered multiple times in exchange for tessery. In his previous life, he'd faced Voldemort by choice. Here, children faced death by cruel lottery. The woods welcomed him with familiar silence. Harry moved quietly, years of hunting alongside Katniss having taught him to walk without disturbing the forest floor. He checked his snares first, 2 rabbits, before moving deeper to gather herbs for his potions. Without a wand, his magic had adapted, become more elemental, more connected to the natural world. He could still perform spells, but they required more focus, more intent. A rustle of leaves alerted him to another presence. He didn't need to turn around. "You're late," said Katniss, emerging from behind a large oak tree, her game bag already full. "Overslept," Harry replied with a half-smile. "Bad dreams." Katniss nodded, understanding in her gray eyes. They all had nightmares in District 12. She studied him for a moment. "You're worried about today." It wasn't a question. In the 3 years since they'd met in these woods, Katniss had developed an uncanny ability to read him. Sometimes Harry wondered if she suspected what he was, if she noticed the strange coincidences that happened around him, the game that seemed to wander into his snares, the plants that thrived in his garden even during drought, the way injuries healed faster with his homemade remedies. "Prim's first reaping," he said, knowing Katniss's fear for her sister outweighed any concern for herself. "One slip," Katniss replied, her voice tight. "Her name's only in there once. They won't pick her." Harry wanted to reassure her, wanted to tell her he'd cast a protective charm over Prim last night, standing outside their house in the seam while they slept. But such admissions were dangerous. Instead, he handed her a small vial from his pocket. "For Prim," he said. "To help with the nerves." Katniss took the vial, their fingers brushing briefly. "Your remedies always work too well," she said with a hint of suspicion. "What's in them?" Harry shrugged. "Family secret." It was his standard response. In truth, his family, his first family, had passed down no potion recipes. Everything he knew came from 6 years at Hogwarts, from Snape's demanding classes and Hermione's perfectionism. The thought of them still ached like a phantom limb. They parted at the edge of the woods, Katniss heading to the Hob to trade while Harry returned to his cabin. The town would be gathering soon for the reaping. "See you in the square," Katniss said, her face already closing off, preparing for what was to come. Harry nodded, watching her go. He'd never told her how familiar her strength was, how much she reminded him of others he'd known, Hermione's intelligence, Ginny's fierceness, even touches of Luna's perception. Katniss was entirely herself, but she carried echoes that made his heart ache with recognition. Back in his cabin, Harry changed into the cleanest clothes he owned, a white shirt and gray trousers. He still had no explanation for how he'd arrived in Panem with his memories intact, or why he'd been reborn here of all places. Sometimes he wondered if it was punishment for something, or perhaps another prophecy at work. Other times he thought it might be chance, random, meaningless chance. After all, hadn't Dumbledore told him that death was just the next great adventure? Some adventure this turned out to be. As he walked toward the square, Harry felt the weight of his hidden wand against his forearm. He'd fashioned a holster that kept it concealed beneath his sleeve, not that he needed it for most magic anymore, but its presence comforted him. It was holly and phoenix feather, exactly as he remembered it. He'd awakened in this world clutching it, as if the wand itself had insisted on making the journey with him. The square was already filling with people when he arrived. Children lined up by age group, faces pale with dread. Parents huddled at the edges, some praying, others just staring blankly. Harry took his place with the 17-year-olds, scanning the crowd until he spotted Katniss in the 16-year-old section. She stood rigid, eyes fixed on Prim's small blonde head several rows ahead. Effie Trinket tottered onto the stage in a bright pink wig, her capital accent grating as she chirped, "Happy Hunger Games! And may the odds be ever in your favor!" Harry tuned out the propaganda video that followed, the same one they showed every year. Instead, he focused on maintaining the protective charm he'd cast on Prim. It wasn't foolproof. Magic in this world followed different rules, but it should gently redirect Effie's hand away from Prim's name if she came close to drawing it. "Ladies first," Effie announced, crossing to the glass bowl filled with girls' names. Harry tensed, focusing his magic. Beside him, other boys shifted nervously. Effie's hand dipped into the bowl, swirling dramatically before selecting a slip of paper. Harry held his breath. "Primrose Everdeen!" His heart stopped. The charm had failed. Across the square, he heard Katniss's sharp intake of breath, saw her frozen in horror as Prim began walking toward the stage, tucking in her shirt at the back like a little duck. Then Katniss was moving, pushing through the crowd. "Prim! Prim!" Her voice cracked as she shoved her sister behind her. "I volunteer! I volunteer as tribute!" The square fell silent. District 12 hadn't had a volunteer in decades. Effie recovered first, delight evident in her voice. "Well, I believe we have a volunteer." Harry watched helplessly as Katniss mounted the steps, her face a mask of determined calm. Prim screamed and fought against Gale, who'd carried her away. On stage, Katniss stood straight-backed, refusing to show fear. "And what's your name, dear?" Effie asked. "Katniss Everdeen." "I'd bet my buttons that was your sister, wasn't it? Let's give a big round of applause to our very first volunteer." No one applauded. Instead, one by one, the people of District 12 pressed 3 fingers to their lips and held them out to Katniss, an old gesture of respect, of goodbye to someone you love. Harry felt a surge of both pride and terror for her. Then Effie was moving to the boys' bowl, and a new dread filled him. There were 42 slips with his name. He'd taken Tesserae every year to supplement his meager income from selling remedies. Effie's hand plunged into the bowl, swirled, and pulled out a name. She cleared her throat dramatically. "Harry Potter!" For a moment he didn't move. Not from shock, but from calculation. Could he use magic to escape? Disapparate? But no, his magic didn't work that way here, and where would he go? Besides, Katniss was going into the arena. If he ran, she'd face it alone. The boys around him stepped back, creating a path. Harry moved forward, his mind racing. Maybe this was why he'd been sent here, to protect Katniss, to help her survive the games. As he climbed the steps, he caught her eye. Something passed between them, recognition, resolution. Our tributes from District 12, Effie trilled. Katniss Everdeen and Harry Potter. Mayor Undersea read the Treaty of Treason, but Harry barely heard him. He was already planning, already assessing what magic he could safely use in the arena without revealing himself completely to the capital. Subtle spells. Protection. Healing. Misdirection. Nothing flashy or obvious. They were led into the Justice Building for goodbyes. Harry stood alone in a plush room, not expecting visitors. He'd made acquaintances in District 12, but no true friends besides Katniss. To his surprise, the door opened to admit Prim and her mother. Prim threw herself into his arms, sobbing. You have to help her. Please, Harry. You have to bring Katniss home. Mrs. Everdeen stood back, her face hollow with grief, but her eyes fixed on Harry with something like knowledge. Your remedies, she said quietly. They're not just herbs, are they? Harry stiffened, then carefully set Prim back. I don't know what you mean. Things happen around you. Things that shouldn't be possible. She stepped closer. I won't ask questions. Just, whatever you do, whatever you can do, please save my daughter. Harry met her gaze. In that moment, he saw that Mrs. Everdeen knew, not everything, perhaps, but enough. She'd recognized something in him that others had missed. I promise, he said simply. After they left, Madge Undersea slipped in, pressing something into his hand, a golden pin with a mockingjay in flight. I already gave Katniss one, she explained. This one was my aunt's. They're a matched pair. Keep it hidden until the arena. It might help you both remember what you're fighting for. Before he could thank her, she was gone. Harry examined the pin. It wasn't magical, but something about the mockingjay resonated with him, a creature that had evolved beyond the capital's expectations, that represented an unintended consequence of their control. His final visitor was Gale Hawthorne. The tall young man entered silently, conflict evident in his gray eyes. You'll be with her in there, Gale said without preamble. Protect her. It wasn't a request. I will, Harry replied. She's good with a bow. Get her one if you can. Gale hesitated. She doesn't trust easily. But she trusts you. Don't betray that. The implication was clear. Gale had noticed their friendship, perhaps even felt threatened by it. But now that friendship might keep Katniss alive. I won't let anything happen to her, Harry promised. Gale nodded curtly and turned to leave, but paused at the door. Those remedies of yours, he said without turning around. Make some for the arena. Then he was gone. Another one who suspected. Harry was either getting careless or the people of District 12 were more observant than he'd given them credit for. The goodbyes ended, and peacekeepers escorted Harry to the train station. Cameras swarmed as he and Katniss boarded the sleek silver train that would carry them to the capital. As the train pulled away from District 12, Harry caught a last glimpse of the woods where he'd spent so many hours, hunting with Katniss, gathering ingredients for potions, practicing magic away from prying eyes. Inside, the luxury was overwhelming. Crystal chandeliers, plush carpets, tables laden with more food than Harry had seen since his days at Hogwarts feasts. Effie showed them to their rooms, chattering about schedules and opportunities. You have 1 hour before dinner, she announced. Shower, change, and be ready to meet Haymitch properly. Alone in his compartment, Harry immediately began preparing. He transfigured a small wooden box from a drawer panel and carefully placed his few magical supplies inside, dried herbs with magical properties that grew in the woods around District 12, a vial of phoenix tears he'd been saving for years, and a small knife with runes etched into the handle. He couldn't bring his wand into the arena. The capital would confiscate anything suspicious, but these items might pass as tokens or medicinal supplies. The shower was an adventure in itself, with dozens of buttons controlling water temperature, pressure, and scented soaps. Harry emerged feeling cleaner than he had in years, dressed in soft capital clothes that had been provided. At dinner, Haymitch Abernathy was already drunk. The sole living victor from District 12 squinted at them through bloodshot eyes. Congratulations, he slurred. You've been reaped for slaughter. Katniss stiffened beside Harry. You're supposed to help us, she said coldly. Haymitch laughed. Help you? Sweetheart, the best help I can give is this: accept your death with dignity. He reached for another drink, but Harry was faster. With a subtle flick of his fingers under the table, Harry sent the bottle crashing to the floor. Haymitch blinked in surprise. We need you sober, Harry said quietly. If not for our sake, then for theirs. He nodded toward the window, where the landscape of District 12 had faded into darkness. For everyone watching who needs to believe it's possible to come home. Something shifted in Haymitch's bleary eyes, recognition, perhaps, of the steel beneath Harry's calm exterior. He studied them both more carefully. Fine, he muttered. You want advice? Stay alive. He snorted at his own joke, then sighed when either of them laughed. We'll talk strategy tomorrow. For now, eat. You'll need your strength. Katniss picked at her food, but Harry ate methodically, knowing he needed the calories. He'd gone hungry too often in both his lives. After dinner, they watched the recap of the reapings across Panem. Harry assessed their competition with a tactician's eye, noting the massive boy from District 2, the fox-faced girl from 5, the hulking volunteer from 11, and most disturbingly, a small 12-year-old girl from 11 who reminded him painfully of Prim. Rue, they called her. When the broadcast ended, Haymitch stood unsteadily. Get some sleep. Beauty teams get you at dawn. He shuffled out, leaving them alone with Effie, who soon excused herself as well. In the silence that followed, Harry turned to Katniss. Her gray eyes met his, troubled but determined. We should talk, he said quietly. She nodded and followed him to the rear compartment of the train, where a large window offered a view of the tracks disappearing behind them. They sat side by side, watching the moonlit landscape rush past. You should have let me volunteer for Prim alone, she finally said. One of us could have survived. Now District 12 will lose both of us. Harry shook his head. Not necessarily. Katniss looked at him sharply. There's only one victor, Harry. Rules can be broken, he replied, thinking of all the rules he'd broken at Hogwarts. Or bent, at least. Not these rules. Her voice was bitter. 24 go in. 1 comes out. That's how it's always been. Harry turned to face her fully. Katniss, do you trust me? She hesitated, studying him. I trust you more than most people, she admitted. Then trust that I can help you survive this. And that I'll try my hardest to make sure we both do. Something in his tone made her pause. You've always been different, she said slowly. The way animals react to you. Your remedies. The time that branch should have fallen on me in the woods but somehow didn't. Harry remained silent, either confirming nor denying. Are you? She began, then stopped, as if afraid to voice her suspicion. I'm your ally, he said simply. In the arena and out of it. That's all you need to know right now. She accepted this with a nod, practical as always. We can't let on that we're friends, she said. Not until we're in the arena. It'll make us targets. Agreed. We play distant until then. He extended his hand. Partners? After a moment, she clasped it. Partners. That night, lying in a bed more comfortable than any he'd slept in since Hogwarts, Harry stared at the ceiling and thought of Katniss. She'd been his first real connection in this new world, the first person who'd made him feel less alone. Now they were heading into an arena where only one was meant to survive. History repeating itself, facing death for the entertainment of others. Except this time, there was no prophecy guiding his path, no Dumbledore with a master plan. Just Harry, his magic, and a promise to protect a girl who reminded him of everything he'd lost. Sleep came fitfully, dreams mixing memories of his past life with fears for the one ahead. Voldemort's face melting into President Snow's. The Forbidden Forest becoming the arena. Cedric Diggory's lifeless eyes. Kill the spare. He woke gasping, dawn light filtering through the window. Outside, the landscape had changed dramatically. lush forests and mountains giving way to open plains. They were getting closer to the capital. Harry's prep team arrived shortly after breakfast, 3 bizarre-looking capital citizens who'd sked over his unruly hair, scars, and calloused hands. They scrubbed, plucked, and polished him until he felt raw, chattering all the while about parties and fashion and trivial capital concerns. "Such unusual eyes!" exclaimed Flavius, a man with orange corkscrew curls. "We should highlight them. And that scar!" Octavia, a plump woman with pea-green skin, touched his forehead. "So distinctive. Your stylist will want to feature it, I'm sure." Harry endured their ministrations silently. When they finished, his stylist entered, a young man named Cinna with surprisingly subtle gold eyeliner as his only concession to capital flamboyance. "Hello, Harry," he said, circling slowly. "My partner Portia is with Katniss now. We've been planning your presentation carefully. I assume we'll be coal miners," Harry replied. District 12 tributes were almost always dressed as miners or covered in coal dust, uninspired costumes for an overlooked district. Cinna smiled faintly. "Not exactly. Tell me, how do you feel about fire?" Hours later, Harry stood beside Katniss in a black unitard, a cape of red, orange, and yellow fabric flowing behind him. Cinna approached with a lit torch. "This isn't real fire," he explained. "It's a synthetic flame Portia and I developed. You won't feel a thing." Katniss looked skeptical, but Harry recognized the familiar hum of something not quite natural. Whatever Cinna had created, it had properties beyond normal science, not magic exactly, but something adjacent to it. "Trust me," Cinna said, touching the torch to their capes. The flames caught, rippling up in a beautiful dance of color that framed their faces without burning them. Harry felt only a pleasant warmth, like sitting near a hearth on a cold night. "Remember," Cinna instructed as they mounted their chariot. "Heads high. They're going to love you." As their chariot rolled into the avenue behind the others, the crowd's roar became deafening. On the massive screens, Harry saw what they saw: 2 dark figures wreathed in mesmerizing flames, looking dangerous and beautiful and alive. Katniss's hand found his, squeezing tight. "Together?" she whispered. Harry nodded, and they raised their joined hands high. The crowd went wild, throwing flowers, screaming their names. For the first time since the reaping, Harry felt something like hope. They were being noticed. In the Hunger Games, attention meant sponsors. Sponsors meant gifts. Gifts could mean survival. From his elevated podium, President Snow watched them with cold, snake-like eyes. Harry met his gaze steadily, remembering another pair of reptilian eyes from another life. He'd defeated that evil. Perhaps he could help defeat this one too. The chariot completed its circuit and returned to the training center. As the flames were extinguished, Haymitch approached with something like respect in his expression. "Well done," he said gruffly. "You've made an impression." Cinna smiled. "It's just the beginning." The training center became their home for the next 3 days. Their apartment was on the 12th floor, a palatial space with views across the capital's gleaming skyline. That night, Harry waited until everyone was asleep before carefully warding his room against eavesdropping. He needed to practice. Wandless magic had become easier over the years, but it still required intense concentration. Harry spent 2 hours rehearsing spells he might need in the arena: disillusionment charms, minor healing spells, charms to purify water and detect danger. Nothing flashy enough to be obvious on camera, but enough to give them an edge. Training began the next morning. The gymnasium below the training center contained stations for various survival and combat skills. The game makers observed from elevated stands, occasionally making notes. "Don't show your strengths," Haymitch had advised over breakfast. "Learn something new. Save the impressive stuff for your private sessions." Harry and Katniss separated, maintaining their facade of distance. While she headed for the knot-tying station, Harry made for camouflage. The trainer showed him how to use mud, berry juice, and clay to disguise himself. Harry picked it up quickly, not because of any artistic talent, but because the principles reminded him of disillusionment charms. Throughout the day, he rotated through survival stations, fire starting, shelter building, edible plants. He watched the other tributes from the corner of his eye. The careers, tributes from Districts 1, 2, and 4, were already forming their traditional alliance, showing off with spears and swords. The girl from 5, whom he mentally nicknamed Foxface, moved silently from station to station, absorbing information. The little girl from 11, Rue, climbed like a squirrel and seemed to materialize at stations without anyone noticing her arrive. At lunch, Harry sat alone, continuing to maintain distance from Katniss while observing the social dynamics forming. The careers ate together, loud and confident. Most others sat alone, eyeing each other warily. On the second day of training, Harry approached the archery station while the careers were elsewhere. The trainer showed him the basics, but Harry deliberately missed the target several times. He knew how to use a bow, Katniss had taught him in the woods, but revealing that skill might draw unwanted attention. "You're holding your elbow too high," came a soft voice. Harry turned to find Rue watching him, her dark eyes intelligent and assessing. "Thanks," he said, adjusting his stance. His next arrow hit the outer ring of the target, better, but still not revealing his true ability. Rue smiled briefly before vanishing again, seemingly able to move without anyone noticing. Harry wondered if she had her own form of magic. On the third day came their private sessions with the game makers. Each tribute had 15 minutes to impress the judges and earn a score that would influence sponsors. "What are you going to do?" Katniss asked quietly as they waited. Harry shrugged. "Something memorable," he replied. "You shoot," she said simply. "It's all I'm good at." "That's not true," Harry countered. "But it's certainly what you're best at." One by one, tributes were called in. When Harry's turn came, he entered the gymnasium to find the game makers already half drunk and distracted after nearly 5 hours of evaluations. Several weren't even watching. Perfect. Harry gathered materials from the survival stations: rope, a knife, kindling, rocks. He began constructing what appeared to be a simple trap, but as he worked, he channeled magic through his hands, imbuing the creation with more than physical properties. When completed, he stepped back and waited. Nothing happened for several seconds. The game makers who were still paying attention looked bored. Then the trap activated. The kindling burst into flames without being lit. The rope snapped taut, and rocks flew in a perfect arc to land in a pattern on the floor, the Mockingjay symbol. The game makers stared in confusion. What they'd seen was technically possible through clever engineering, but seemed to defy probability. Exactly the effect Harry wanted, strange enough to be memorable, but not so obviously magical as to reveal his abilities. "Thank you for your consideration," he said with a small bow, then left before they could question him. That evening, they gathered to watch the scores announced on television. The careers predictably scored between 8 and 10. Others ranged from 3 to 7. Rue, surprisingly, earned a 7. "Katniss Everdeen," announced Caesar Flickerman, the game's longtime host. "With a score of 11. The room erupted. Effie squealed. Haymitch gave a low whistle of appreciation. Katniss looked stunned. "What did you do?" Cinna asked. She glanced at the ceiling, mindful of potential microphones. "I shot an arrow at them." "Not at them, but in their direction." Harry suppressed a smile. He could imagine the scene: Katniss, frustrated at being ignored, shooting into the game maker's feast. No wonder they'd given her the highest score. "And now, Harry Potter," Caesar continued, "with a score of 10. More celebration followed. A 10 was exceptional, especially for District 12. Combined with their fiery entrance, they'd established themselves as contenders. "Well done, both of you," Haymitch said, actually smiling. "You've given me something to work with for sponsors." The next day brought interview preparation. Haymitch worked with them on content while Effie drilled them on presentation. Katniss struggled with appearing likable, her natural reticence making it difficult for her to connect with an audience. Harry, who had faced hostile press in his first life, found it easier to craft a persona. Just be mysterious, Haymitch advised him. You've got that naturally. Hint that you have secrets, talents they haven't seen yet. Make them curious. That night, as Harry tried on his interview outfit, a suit that subtly incorporated flame patterns, Cinna made adjustments to the cuffs. You're not what you seem, are you? The stylist asked quietly, his back to any potential cameras. Harry met his eyes. None of us are, in the end. Cinna nodded as if this confirmed something. Portia and I have a few more surprises for the arena, he said. Trust the gifts we send. The interviews took place before a live audience in a studio adjacent to the training center. The girl from District 1, glittering in a see-through gold gown, played up her sex appeal. The massive boy from 2, Kato, projected deadly confidence. Others tried for various angles: cunning, ferocity, humor, charm. Little Rue, dressed in a gossamer gown with wings, told Caesar that she was hard to catch, and if they couldn't catch her, they couldn't kill her. The audience awed at her bravery. Then it was Katniss's turn. In a dress of gemstones that caught the light like flames when she moved, she twirled for the audience at Caesar's request, causing gasps of delight as the dress appeared to ignite around her. She spoke of her sister, of her promise to win. The audience was captivated. When Harry took the stage, the applause was already enthusiastic. His suit subtly shimmered with ember-like patterns when he moved. Harry Potter, Caesar greeted him warmly. District 12's mysterious young man. That entrance ceremony, absolutely stunning. Tell me, were you frightened being set on fire? Harry smiled slightly. Fire doesn't frighten me, Caesar. It illuminates what matters. Profound. And speaking of illuminating, that training score. A 10. Can you give us a hint what impressed the game makers so much? Let's just say I showed them something unexpected, Harry replied. Something that made them see possibilities they hadn't considered. Caesar leaned forward. Intriguing. Now, Harry, you volunteered alongside Katniss Everdeen. Is there a connection there we should know about? This was delicate territory. Harry considered his words carefully. Katniss and I understand each other, he said. We're both survivors. And in the arena, that understanding might prove significant. The audience murmured with interest, already speculating about a potential alliance. One last question, Caesar said. What would you say is your greatest strength heading into these games? Harry thought of his magic, of all he'd learned in 2 lifetimes of facing death. I've faced the impossible before, he said quietly, and found ways to overcome it that others might not expect. The buzzer sounded, and Harry returned to his seat as the audience applauded enthusiastically. He'd given them just enough to be intrigued without revealing anything concrete. Back in their apartment, Haymitch nodded with grudging approval. Good job, both of you. You've set the stage. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow. He didn't need to finish the sentence. Tomorrow, the games would begin. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He stood at the window of his room, looking out over the glittering capital. Somewhere in those gleaming buildings, wealthy citizens were placing bets on which children would die first. A soft knock at his door made him turn. Katniss entered silently, her face pale in the moonlight reflecting through the window. I couldn't sleep, she said unnecessarily. Harry nodded. Me neither. She came to stand beside him at the window. For a while, they just looked out at the city together. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. I'm scared, Harry. Not of dying. Of what they'll make me become before I die. The admission cost her. Katniss Everdeen didn't confess fear easily. They can only take your humanity if you give it up, Harry replied. Trust me on that. I've seen it before. She looked at him curiously. Sometimes you talk like you've lived another life. He almost smiled. If only she knew. Whatever happens in that arena, he said, remember who the real enemy is. It's not the other tributes. It's the people who put us there. Katniss glanced nervously at the ceiling, mindful of listening devices. Harry shook his head slightly. He'd cast a muffliato charm when she entered. They couldn't be heard. "When we get to the cornucopia," she said, "don't go for the weapons. Run for the woods. I'll find you. I'll find you," he corrected gently. "I'll be able to track you." She accepted this with a nod. "Allies from the start, then? No pretending any more?" "From the start," he confirmed. When she left, Harry returned to the window. Dawn was approaching, his last dawn before the arena. He thought of everyone he'd lost in his first life, of the lessons they'd taught him. Dumbledore's wisdom, Sirius's courage, Hermione's cleverness, Ron's loyalty. He would need all of it to survive what was coming, and to ensure Katniss survived as well. Morning arrived too quickly. Cinna came to escort Harry to the roof, where a hovercraft waited. A tracker was injected into his arm, a small device that would monitor his vital signs and location in the arena. Harry felt it settle beneath his skin, fighting the instinct to magically remove it. The hovercraft journey took about an hour. When they landed, Harry was led underground to a preparation room, the launch room, though in districts it was called the stockyard, the place where animals went before slaughter. Cinna helped him dress in the arena outfit, simple trousers, shirt, sturdy boots, and a hooded black jacket that reflected body heat. "It suggests nights might be cold," Cinna commented, adjusting the fit. "The material is thin, so expect some heat during the day." Harry nodded, mentally cataloging the information. "Any other insights from the outfit?" "The boots are good for running, flexible enough for climbing. The terrain will be varied." Cinna paused, then pressed something into Harry's hand. "Your district token." It passed inspection. The Mockingjay pin Madge had given him. Harry fastened it inside his jacket, hidden but present. A female voice announced 1 minute until launch. Harry's heart rate increased. "Remember," Cinna said, gripping his shoulders, "I'm not allowed to bet, but if I could, my money would be on you." His eyes flicked meaningfully to Katniss's matching pin. "On both of you." Harry stepped onto the metal plate that would lift him into the arena. As it began to rise, the last thing he saw was Cinna touching 3 fingers to his lips and extending them in farewell. Light momentarily blinded him as the plate pushed him up into open air. When his vision cleared, Harry took in the arena in one sweeping glance. A grassy plain surrounded the golden cornucopia, which overflowed with weapons and supplies. Beyond the plain, pine forests rose to one side, a lake gleamed to another, and what looked like wheat fields stretched in a third direction. The fourth held craggy rocks and sparse vegetation. Harry located Katniss 5 tributes to his right. Their eyes met briefly, and he gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the pine forest. She blinked in acknowledgement. 60 seconds. The plates were rigged to explode if anyone stepped off before the gong. Harry used the time to locate key supplies near his plate, a backpack about 20 yards away, a knife a few feet beyond that. 30 seconds. He took deep, calming breaths, centering himself as he'd done before duels. 10 seconds. 5. The gong sounded, and chaos erupted. Harry sprinted forward, grabbing the backpack and knife in one fluid motion before changing direction toward the forest. He saw Katniss hesitate, eyeing a bough at the mouth of the cornucopia, then seemingly think better of it and race for the trees. A boy from District 9 reached for the same orange backpack Katniss was grabbing. As he did, a knife hit him in the back. He collapsed, blood spattering Katniss's face. The girl from District 2, Clove, was already reaching for another knife to throw at Katniss. Harry didn't think. With a subtle gesture, he sent a pulse of magic that knocked Clove slightly off balance. Her throw went wide, and Katniss escaped with the backpack, a knife embedded in it rather than her skull. At the cornucopia, the bloodbath was in full swing. The careers had claimed the best weapons and were already cutting down slower tributes. Harry reached the tree line just as Katniss disappeared into the forest 50 yards to his right. He followed, moving quietly through the underbrush. The cannon hadn't yet fired to signal deaths. They would wait until the initial bloodbath was over to count the fallen. Harry guessed at least 6 or 7 were already dead. He tracked Katniss for about an hour, staying parallel to her path rather than directly behind her. She was moving uphill, a good strategy to find water. When he judged they were far enough from the cornucopia, he began to close the distance. A twig snapped under his boot, and instantly Katniss had a knife in her hand, whirling to face the threat. "It's me," Harry said softly, emerging from behind a tree with his hands raised. She lowered the knife, relief evident on her face. "You made it out. Said I would, didn't I?" He approached, examining the knife lodged in her backpack. "Nice souvenir. Gift from the girl in District 2, Katniss replied, tugging the knife free and adding it to the one she already had. "What did you get?" Harry opened his pack. Inside was a thin sleeping bag, a pack of crackers, dried beef strips, a bottle of iodine, matches, and an empty water bottle. "Not bad. You." Katniss's pack contained similar items, plus a pair of socks and a water bottle that was, frustratingly, also empty. "We need water," she said, stating the obvious. Harry nodded. "Let's keep moving uphill. And I want to put more distance between us and the cornucopia before the careers start hunting." They walked in companionable silence, Katniss's hunting skills complementing Harry's heightened magical senses. By mid-afternoon, the cannons finally began to boom, 11 in total. 11 dead in the first few hours. Almost half already gone. Katniss murmured. "Which means the game makers will want to slow things down." Harry replied. "Let the audience get attached to those of us who are left." As evening approached, they still hadn't found water. Both were beginning to feel the effects of dehydration. Harry considered using aguamenti to create water, but it would be too obvious to the cameras. They made camp in a cluster of trees, Katniss showing Harry how to weave branches together to create a blind that would hide them from view. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped rapidly, just as Cinna had predicted. The capital anthem played, and the faces of the dead appeared in the sky. Neither Rue nor any of the careers were among them, as Harry had expected. The boy from District 9 who died for Katniss's backpack was there, along with both tributes from 6 and 7, the boy from 5, both from 8, both from 10, and the girl from 3. After the anthem, the forest went silent except for night insects. Katniss and Harry took turns keeping watch, huddled together in his sleeping bag for warmth. During his watch, Harry subtly cast a warming charm and a minor notice-me-not spell around their camp. "You should sleep," Katniss whispered when she caught him still awake during her watch. "In a minute," he replied. Then, choosing his words carefully for the hidden cameras, he added, "I've been thinking about what Haymitch told us." She raised an eyebrow, playing along. "Which advice?" "About finding water. He said it's not always where you expect." This was a complete fabrication. Haymitch had given no such advice, but it would provide cover for what Harry was about to do. He closed his eyes, extending his magical senses into the earth beneath them. There, about 20 yards downhill, a spring bubbling under the forest floor, not visible on the surface. "I think we've been going the wrong way," he said, opening his eyes. "Water's downhill from here. I can sense it." Katniss gave him a curious look but nodded. "We'll check at first light." Dawn broke misty and cool. They packed quickly and moved in the direction Harry had indicated. Sure enough, they soon found a tiny spring bubbling up through rocks, almost invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. "How did you know?" Katniss asked as they filled their water bottles and added iodine to purify it. Harry shrugged. "Call it intuition." They spent the day setting snares and gathering edible plants that Katniss identified. By mid-afternoon, they'd caught a rabbit, which they cooked in a small, nearly smokeless fire that Harry insisted he knew how to build. "My family had some unusual skills," he explained for the cameras when Katniss looked skeptical. In truth, he'd used a subtle charm to contain the smoke. That night, they were startled awake by a wall of fire sweeping toward their camp. Not a natural forest fire, this moved too purposefully, hurting them in a specific direction. "Run!" Harry shouted, grabbing their packs. They fled through the forest as fireballs began to launch from hidden cannons, exploding against trees and the ground around them. Katniss dodged with remarkable agility, but one fireball grazed her calf, burning through her pants and searing the flesh beneath. She stumbled, and Harry pulled her up, half carrying her as they continued to run. The attack stopped as abruptly as it had begun, leaving them gasping for breath in a small clearing. Katniss collapsed, clutching her injured leg. "Let me see," Harry said, examining the burn. It was severe, angry red with blisters already forming. Without prompt treatment, it would slow her considerably, making her vulnerable. He reached into his pack and pulled out a small tin. "I've been saving this," he lied for the cameras. "It's a remedy from home." Inside was a salve he'd prepared before the games, infused with essence of dittany and other healing herbs. He applied it gently to the burn. Katniss hissed in pain, then sighed in relief as the magical properties began to work. "What is that?" she asked, watching in amazement as the burn began to look days rather than minutes old. "Family secret," Harry replied with a wink. "Rest for a bit. It needs time to work." While she rested, Harry climbed a tree to get their bearings. The fire had driven them closer to the cornucopia and the lake, where the career pack had established their camp. Too close for comfort. He was about to descend when he spotted movement, the careers, moving through the forest with purpose, clearly hunting for tributes. And they were heading straight for them. Harry scrambled down. "We've got company coming," he warned. "How's the leg?" Katniss tested it, wincing slightly. "Better, but not good enough to outrun them." "Up then?" Harry said, pointing to the trees. "Can you climb?" She nodded, and they both ascended a tall pine with thick branches. Not a moment too soon, the career pack entered the clearing below, led by Cato from District 2. "They can't have gone far," he was saying. The girl was injured. "Up there." It was the girl from District 1, Glimmer, pointing directly at their tree. Harry and Katniss froze as the careers gathered beneath them, grinning triumphantly. "Well, well," Cato called up. "Look who it is. 12's lovers." "We're not," Katniss began, but Harry touched her arm, silencing her. "Let them think what they wanted." "Come on down," Clove taunted, flipping a knife in her hand. "We just want to talk." "I'm comfortable up here, thanks," Harry called back. "But feel free to join us." He knew the careers were too heavy to climb as high as they were. Cato tried anyway, making it about halfway up before the branches began to crack under his weight. He cursed and dropped back to the ground. "We'll wait you out," he snarled. "You have to come down sometime." The careers made camp at the base of the tree, effectively trapping them. As darkness fell, Harry and Katniss secured themselves to branches with their belts and settled in for an uncomfortable night. "What now?" Katniss whispered. Harry had been considering their options. He could use magic more openly to drive the careers away, but that would reveal too much too soon. Better to save that advantage for when they truly needed it. A small silver parachute drifted down, catching on a branch near Katniss. A gift from a sponsor. Inside the container was a small pot of what looked like ordinary ointment. "For your burn?" Harry suggested. Katniss sniffed it, then shook her head, a strange expression crossing her face. "No. I think it's for them." She pointed down at the careers. Harry looked closer at the ointment, then at the trees around them. Understanding dawned. They were in a grove of tracker-jacker nests, genetically modified wasps whose stings caused hallucinations and, in sufficient number, death. Directly above the sleeping careers hung a large nest. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Harry whispered. Katniss nodded grimly. "At dawn. When they're still groggy from sleep, but with enough light for me to see what I'm doing. I'll create a distraction," Harry promised. "Something to help you get away after." They settled into an uneasy sleep, taking turns watching. As the first light of dawn appeared, Katniss prepared to climb higher to reach the nest. Harry positioned himself to move quickly once the chaos began. "Be careful," he whispered. She gave him a tight smile. "Always am." Then she was climbing, moving silently from branch to branch until she reached the nest. Below, the careers were still sleeping except for the District 4 boy on watch, who was facing away from the tree. Katniss began sawing at the branch holding the nest with her knife. Harry tensed, ready. The branch cracked, and the nest plummeted, breaking open as it hit the ground in the middle of the career camp. Chaos erupted. Tracker jackers swarmed in a furious cloud, attacking anything that moved. The careers screamed and scattered, most running for the lake. The girls from Districts 1 and 4 weren't fast enough. They collapsed, their bodies quickly swelling from multiple stings. "Run!" Harry shouted to Katniss, who had been stung several times herself. She was already climbing down, moving clumsily as the venom began to affect her. Harry darted from the tree, half carrying Katniss as they fled in the opposite direction from the lake. Behind them, cannons boomed twice. The two girls were dead. They had made it about half a mile when Katniss began to hallucinate badly. Her eyes unfocused, and she swatted at things that weren't there. "Prim!" she called. "Prim, look out!" Harry caught her as she collapsed. He'd been stung too, but fewer times, and he'd immediately used magic to draw out some of the venom. Katniss needed treatment, and quickly. He carried her to a small hollow formed by fallen trees and laid her down. From his pocket, he pulled the small vial of phoenix tears he'd managed to smuggle in. Phoenix tears could heal any injury. He'd been saving them for a life-threatening wound, but Katniss's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Carefully, he applied a single drop to each sting, watching as the swelling immediately began to reduce. He kept one sting untreated for appearance's sake. It would look suspicious if she recovered too quickly. As Katniss slept, healing from the tracker jacker venom, Harry kept watch. He used the time to check their supplies and plan their next move. The careers would be weakened and reduced in numbers, but still dangerous. And there were other tributes to consider: the boy from 11, the fox-faced girl from 5, and little Rue, at minimum. Movement in the trees above caught his eye. Harry froze, then relaxed as he recognized the small face peering down at him. "Rue?" She put a finger to her lips, then pointed to Katniss with concern. "Tracker jackers," Harry explained softly. "She'll be okay." Rue hesitated, then dropped silently to the ground, landing as lightly as a bird. She approached cautiously, examining Katniss's stings. "I can help," she whispered, pulling leaves from her pocket. "Chew these and put them on the stings. They draw out the poison." Harry recognized the leaves, the same plant he'd used in some of his remedies in District 12. He accepted them gratefully. "Thank you." Rue watched as he chewed a leaf and applied it to Katniss's remaining untreated sting. "You're not like the others," she said after a moment. Harry met her eyes. "Neither are you." A silent understanding passed between them. Rue glanced nervously over her shoulder. "I should go." "Wait," Harry said. "We could help each other. An alliance." She considered this, her expression far older than her 12 years. 3 is stronger than 2, she finally agreed. "But I move better alone. I'll find you again." With that, she climbed back into the trees and vanished. Katniss woke the next morning, groggy but alive. Harry explained what had happened, including their encounter with Rue. "You trust her?" Katniss asked, sitting up carefully. "Yes," Harry replied without hesitation. "She reminds me of someone I used to know. Luna Lovegood, with her quiet perception and unexpected wisdom." They decided to move deeper into the forest, away from the career's hunting ground. As they walked, Harry noticed Katniss eyeing him curiously. "What?" he finally asked. "You recovered quickly from the tracker jacker stings," she said. "Too quickly." Harry kept his face neutral. "I didn't get as many as you. And Rue's leaves helped." She clearly didn't believe him entirely, but let it drop. "We need to get weapons," she said instead. "I'm good with this knife, but I need a bow." "The careers have all the weapons at the cornucopia," Harry reminded her. "And after our tracker jacker trick, they'll be extra vigilant. Then we need a plan to get past their vigilance." They were discussing possibilities when a wall of smoke rose in the distance. Another tribute's campfire, or perhaps another game-maker trap. Either way, it was too close for comfort. They changed direction, moving parallel to the smoke rather than away from it. As they walked, Harry felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, his magical senses warning him of danger. "Get down!" he hissed, pulling Katniss behind a fallen log just as an arrow whizzed past where her head had been. Glimmer was dead, which meant someone else had gotten hold of the bow, probably Cato or Marvel, the boy from District 1. Neither was likely to be as good a shot as Katniss, but they were still dangerous. "Stay here," Harry whispered. "I'll draw them off." Before she could protest, he darted away, deliberately making noise as he crashed through the underbrush. He heard shouts behind him as the couriers gave chase, at least 2 of them, judging by the footfalls. Harry ran until he was well away from Katniss, then circled back, using a disillusionment charm to make himself nearly invisible. The couriers, Cato and Marvel, crashed past him, still following the false trail he'd left. He returned to find Katniss exactly where he'd left her, knife ready. "That was stupid," she said, though there was admiration in her voice. "You could have been killed." "Worth the risk," he replied with a shrug. "Come on, let's move before they realize they'd been tricked." They traveled until dusk, making camp in a small cave near a stream. As they prepared a meager dinner of roots and the last of their dried beef, Harry noticed Katniss watching him again. "You're doing it again," he said. "Looking at me like I'm a puzzle you can't solve." "Because you are," she replied bluntly. "The remedies that work too well. The way you always know where to find water. How you can move without making a sound when you want to. The fact that the branch with the tracker-jacker nest broke exactly where you said it would." She leaned closer. "What are you, Harry Potter?" For a moment, he considered telling her everything, about Hogwarts, about his first life, about magic. But the cameras were watching. Some secrets couldn't be shared yet. "I'm someone who wants us both to survive," he said simply. "That's not possible," she reminded him. "There's only one victor." "Maybe," Harry replied. "But I'm not ready to accept that as inevitable." "Are you?" She held his gaze for a long moment, then slowly shook her head. "No. I'm not." The anthem played, and the faces of the dead appeared in the sky, the girls from Districts 1 and 4, victims of the tracker-jackers. 8 tributes remained. As they settled for the night, Harry taking first watch, a silver parachute floated down. Inside was a loaf of bread, still warm, and a note from Haymitch. "You've got them talking. Keep it up." Harry smiled. Their mentor was telling them that their alliance was working, sponsors were responding to their partnership. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was a path forward for both of them. Outside, an owl hooted in the darkness. Harry froze, listening. It hooted again, 3 times, then twice, then 3 times again. Not a natural pattern. "Katniss," he whispered, waking her. "Listen." The pattern repeated. Understanding dawned on her face. "That's not an owl. That's Rue." They stepped outside the cave, scanning the trees. A small shape dropped down, moonlight illuminating Rue's face. "They've got all the supplies piled up near the cornucopia," she said without preamble. "Everything. Guarded by the boy from 3. "How many are left in the career pack?" Harry asked. 4. "Both from 2, the boy from 1, and the boy from 3 who's rigged some kind of trap for them." Rue's eyes gleamed with intelligence. "I've been watching. They leave the camp to hunt during the day. That's when we could strike." Katniss looked at her with new respect. "You've been spying on them." Rue nodded. "I can move through the trees without being seen. And I thought maybe we could help each other." "We could," Harry agreed, sharing a glance with Katniss, who nodded. "We're stronger together. But we need a plan." They spent the night strategizing. By dawn, they had formed a plan that would utilize each of their strengths: Rue's ability to move silently through the trees, Katniss's aim, and Harry's special talents. If we destroy their supplies, Katniss reasoned, they'll be forced to hunt for food. They don't have our skills at that. It'll level the playing field. And with the boy from Three's traps, Harry added, we might not even need to get too close. Rue taught them a mockingjay signal, a four-note melody that the birds would carry, allowing them to communicate across distances. They practiced until the birds repeated it flawlessly. Tomorrow, Harry said as they finalized their plan, we move at dawn. The three of them sealed their alliance with shared food and water. As Rue dozed against the cave wall, Katniss moved closer to Harry. I've been thinking about what you said, she whispered. About both of us surviving. Harry waited, letting her gather her thoughts. The capital needs a victor, she continued. That's the point of the games. So what if we threaten to give them none? Harry's heart raced as he understood her implication. A defiance of the rules. She nodded. If it came down to just us, if we refused to kill each other, they'd have to make a choice. Harry finished. Kill both of us and have no victor, or allow both to win. It was dangerous thinking, the kind that could get them killed by accident, before they even had the chance to try. But it was also the first real possibility they'd had for mutual survival. Let's focus on tomorrow first, Harry said, squeezing her hand. One impossible task at a time. As dawn broke, they shared a final breakfast before setting their plan in motion. Rue would set 3 fires at designated locations to draw the careers away from their camp. Katniss would position herself with a view of the supply pile to determine the nature of the traps and take a shot if possible. Harry would create a diversion if needed. Remember, Harry told them, if anything goes wrong, get out. Don't wait for each other. We'll meet back at the stream by the cave. Rue hugged them both before disappearing into the trees. Harry and Katniss moved toward the cornucopia, staying within the cover of the forest. When they reached the edge of the clearing, they could see the career camp, a pyramid of supplies carefully arranged near the lake, the boy from District 3 standing guard. There, Katniss whispered, pointing to disturbed earth around the pyramid. They've dug up the mines from the pedestals and reburied them. Harry was impressed by the ingenuity. So we can't just walk up and take their supplies. No. But maybe we don't need to. Katniss scanned the area, her hunter's eyes missing nothing. If I could set off one mine, it might trigger a chain reaction. In the distance, smoke rose from Rue's first fire. The reaction from the career camp was immediate. Cato barked orders, and the pack armed themselves. You stay here, the boy from District 2 told the guard. If anyone tries for the supplies, you know what to do. The careers jogged off toward the smoke, leaving the boy from 3 alone with the supplies. Harry and Katniss waited until they were out of sight. Can you hit the mines from here? Harry asked. Katniss shook her head. No bow, remember? I need to get closer, maybe find something to drop on them. Harry considered the options. He could use magic to trigger the mines, but it would be obvious to the cameras. Then he spotted something, a burlap sack of apples hanging from the side of the pyramid. Those apples, he whispered, pointing. If they fell. Katniss followed his gaze and nodded. Perfect. But how do we get them to fall? Harry picked up a stone. I have good aim too. It was partially true. His seeker reflexes gave him excellent hand-eye coordination. But he also planned to use a subtle charm to guide the stone precisely where it needed to go. The second column of smoke rose in the distance. The boy from District 3 looked nervous, scanning the trees. Harry took aim, focusing his magic through his fingertips as he had done countless times since arriving in Panem. He threw the stone with perfect accuracy, slicing through the side of the burlap sack. Apples spilled out, tumbling down the pyramid toward the buried mines. The explosion was immediate and devastating. The first mine triggered a chain reaction, detonating all the others in rapid succession. The pyramid of supplies was obliterated, equipment and food flying in all directions. The force of the blast knocked Harry and Katniss backward, debris raining down around them. When the dust cleared, nothing remained of the career's supplies but smoking ruins. The boy from District 3 lay motionless, thrown several yards by the explosion. A cannon boomed, confirming his death. "Run!" Harry hissed, pulling Katniss to her feet. They fled back into the forest as the third column of smoke rose in the distance. They were halfway to their rendezvous point when they heard Rue's scream. Katniss froze. "Rue!" Without hesitation, they sprinted toward the sound. Harry's heart pounded as they crashed through underbrush, branches whipping at their faces. They burst into a small clearing just in time to see Marvel, the boy from District 1, pulling a spear from Rue's abdomen. Katniss reacted with deadly precision. The knife left her hand and buried itself in Marvel's throat before he could turn. He fell, clutching at the wound as blood poured between his fingers. The cannon sounded moments later. Rue lay on the ground, blood spreading across her shirt. Harry and Katniss rushed to her side. "Did you destroy the supplies?" she asked weakly. "Every bit of it," Katniss assured her, cradling the young girl's head. "They've got nothing left." Rue smiled faintly. "Good." Harry knew the wound was fatal without intervention. The spear had penetrated too deeply, damaged too much. But he still had his vial of Phoenix tears. One drop might save her. The cameras would see. The game makers would know. But looking at Rue's fading eyes, Harry couldn't bring himself to care. As Katniss began to sing softly to Rue, a lullaby from District 12, Harry carefully removed the vial from his pocket. He pretended to check Rue's wound, using the movement to obscure his actions from the cameras as he let a single drop of Phoenix tears fall into it. The effect was subtle but immediate. The bleeding slowed. Rue's breathing, which had been shallow and labored, steadied slightly. "Keep singing," Harry whispered to Katniss. "I need to check for other wounds." She nodded, continuing her song as tears streamed down her face. Harry used the opportunity to administer another drop of the tears, making it appear as though he was simply applying pressure to the wound. Rue's eyes, which had been glazing over, focused again. She looked at Harry with confusion, then understanding. Whatever she saw in his face told her to keep silent about the miraculous recovery she was beginning to feel. "Don't leave me," she whispered, maintaining the pretense for the cameras. "Never," Katniss promised, still believing Rue was dying. Harry gathered flowers from the clearing, placing them around Rue as if preparing her body. In reality, he was buying time for the Phoenix tears to work. "Katniss," he said softly, "the cannon hasn't sounded. I think she might have a chance." Hope flared in Katniss's eyes. "What can we do?" "My remedy," Harry said. "The one I used for your burn. It might help." He pulled out his tin of salve, applying it to Rue's wound. "We need to get her somewhere safe, keep her warm, give this time to work." Katniss looked doubtful. The wound had seemed mortal, but she helped Harry lift Rue as gently as possible. They carried her to a dense thicket, creating a shelter of branches and leaves. "I'll keep watch," Harry said. "You stay with her." He moved a short distance away, giving the appearance of standing guard while actually casting protective enchantments around their makeshift camp. When he returned, Katniss was staring at Rue in amazement. "She's sleeping," she whispered. "Actually sleeping, not." She trailed off, unable to say the word dying. "Harry, what was in that remedy?" "Something rare," he replied truthfully. "Something that can save even when hope seems lost." Night fell. The anthem played, showing the faces of Marvel and the boy from District 3. 5 tributes remained: Katniss, Harry, Rue, and the 2 from District 2, Cato and Clove. As Katniss slept, Harry kept vigil over both her and Rue. The younger girl's eyes fluttered open around midnight, clear and alert. "You saved me," she whispered, so softly that even nearby cameras wouldn't catch it. "How?" Harry put a finger to his lips. "Some secrets are better kept," he murmured. "Rest now. Heal." She studied him with those perceptive eyes. "You're not from here, are you?" "Not really." Before he could answer, a silver parachute floated down, their first joint gift from sponsors. Inside was a small loaf of bread shaped in a crescent moon, still warm from the oven. "From District 11, Rue identified it with a faint smile. My district. They've never been able to afford a gift before. Harry understood the significance. District 11 had sent their precious resources not to their own tribute, but to her allies who had saved her. It was unprecedented. It was also dangerous, a sign of districts working together, forming bonds across boundaries. Thank you, he said, looking upward, knowing the message would be received not just by Rue's sponsors but by her entire district. The next morning, Rue was strong enough to sit up, though they kept her hidden in the shelter, maintaining the illusion of severe injury for the cameras. Katniss remained amazed at her recovery, attributing it to Harry's remedies and Rue's own resilience. The careers will be desperate now, Harry said as they discussed their next move. No supplies, down to 2 members. They'll be hunting us actively. Good, Katniss replied with uncharacteristic fierceness. Let them come. I want to end this. A new announcement boomed across the arena. Attention, tributes! Attention! The regulations requiring a single victor have been suspended. From now on, 2 tributes may be crowned victors if both originate from the same district. This will be the only announcement. They stared at each other in shock. They did it for us, Katniss whispered. District 12. We can both win. But Harry's mind had gone to Rue. The rule change meant he and Katniss could survive together, but it excluded the small girl from District 11 who now lay healing in their shelter. No, he said firmly. All 3 of us. I won't leave Rue behind. Katniss's expression reflected his own determination. Neither will I. We find another way. Rue looked between them, eyes glistening with tears. You would risk everything for me? Yes, they answered in unison. What they were contemplating went beyond breaking the rules of the games. It defied the fundamental premise of the capital's control. One district's tribute might be allowed to win alongside another from the same district, but 3 victors from different districts? It was unthinkable. And yet, Harry had faced the unthinkable before. In his first life, he had walked willingly to his death, only to return. In this one, perhaps he could break the cycle of children killing children for entertainment. First, he said, we deal with the remaining careers. Then we worry about changing the rules again. They spent the day strengthening their position, setting snares and false trails while Rue continued to recover. By evening, she could walk short distances, though they kept this hidden from the cameras, having her appear weaker than she actually was. A second announcement came as night fell. Attention, tributes! There will be a feast at the cornucopia at dawn. Each of you needs something, desperately. And we plan to be generous hosts. What could we need? Katniss wondered. We have food, water, shelter. A way out, Harry suggested. For all 3 of us. They debated whether to attend the feast. It was clearly a ploy to bring the remaining tributes together for a confrontation, but it might also provide an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. I'll go, Harry finally said. You stay with Rue. No. Katniss shook her head firmly. We go together or not at all. Rue can hide nearby, well concealed. After much discussion, they agreed. All 3 would approach the cornucopia, with Rue hidden safely in the trees while Harry and Katniss retrieved whatever awaited them at the feast. They set out before dawn, moving silently through the forest. Rue climbed into the branches of a tall tree at the edge of the clearing, perfectly camouflaged among the leaves. Harry and Katniss concealed themselves in the underbrush, watching as the first light of day illuminated the cornucopia. A table rose from the ground, for backpacks placed upon it, large black packs marked with 2 and 11, and 2 medium-sized packs marked with 5 and 12. The girl from District 5, Foxface, darted out from within the cornucopia itself, grabbed her pack, and disappeared back into the forest before they could even react. Smart, Harry murmured admiringly. She was hiding there all along. Katniss readied her knife, the one she'd taken from Marvel after he'd attacked Rue. I'll run for our pack. Cover me. Before Harry could protest, she sprinted into the clearing. He cursed under his breath and followed, scanning for threats. Clove emerged from the trees opposite, a knife already flying toward Katniss. Harry deflected it with a subtle wave of his hand, making it appear as though it had simply missed. Katniss reached the table, grabbing both the District 12 and District 11 packs. As she turned to run, Clove tackled her to the ground. Harry raced toward them as the girls struggled, Clove pinning Katniss and raising a knife. "Where's your boyfriend, District 12? Clove taunted. "Still trying to keep little Rue alive? We heard no cannon, but it's just a matter of time. Just like it is for you." Harry was still several yards away when a massive shape emerged from the forest, Thresh, the boy from District 11, whom they hadn't seen since the games began. With one powerful motion, he pulled Clove off Katniss and lifted her by the throat. "You killed the little girl? Rue?" he demanded, his voice filled with fury. No, it wasn't me," Clove choked out. "You said her name. You were there." Thresh slammed her against the cornucopia. There was a sickening crack, and Clove went limp. The cannon fired. Thresh turned to Katniss, who scrambled backward. "What happened to Rue? You were allies?" "We still are," Harry said, arriving at Katniss's side. "She's alive. We saved her." Thresh's expression wavered between disbelief and hope. "Prove it." Katniss whistled Rue's four-note melody. From the trees at the edge of the clearing came an answering call, not from a mockingjay, but from Rue herself. Thresh lowered his weapon. "This time, for Rue, I let you live. But we're not even." He grabbed his own pack and the one marked for District 2, then ran back into the wheat field from which he'd emerged. Harry helped Katniss to her feet. "You okay?" She nodded shakily. "Let's get out of here before Cato shows up." They retrieved Rue from her hiding place and retreated deep into the forest. Only when they were safely away did they examine the contents of their pack, a specialized body armor that would deflect knife attacks, and a note. For the final confrontation. Haymitch was telling them that the endgame was approaching. In Rue's pack was a similar armor size for her small frame, along with a blowgun and darts, her district's traditional weapon. The message was clear: the game makers were preparing for a final battle between the remaining tributes. "They know," Rue whispered, fingering the armor. "They know I was supposed to die, but didn't." "Let them know," Harry said fiercely. "We're changing the rules of this game." That night, no faces appeared in the sky. Clove's death had been the only one that day. 4 tributes remained: Harry, Katniss, Rue, and Cato. And somewhere in the wheat fields, Thresh was also fighting for survival. As Katniss took first watch, Harry sat with Rue, speaking softly enough that even nearby cameras would struggle to pick up their words. "When this is over," he told her, "things will change. Not just for us, but for everyone." "How can you be sure?" she asked. Harry smiled faintly. "Because I've seen it before. One act of defiance can ignite a revolution." A distant rumble of thunder interrupted them. Within minutes, rain was pouring down, soaking the forest. They huddled in their shelter, watching as the downpour intensified into a torrential storm. "The game makers are forcing us together," Katniss observed grimly. Harry nodded. "The final act." They slept fitfully through the storm. When morning came, the rain had stopped, but the stream near their camp had swollen into a raging river, cutting off their access to the far side of the forest. A cannon boomed in the distance. "Thresh or Cato," Katniss said quietly. They broke camp and moved cautiously through the sodden forest. The game makers were herding them toward the cornucopia for the final confrontation, either by design or by process of elimination. The last day of the games had arrived. They reached the edge of the forest by mid-afternoon. The cornucopia gleamed in the center of the now muddy plain, an ominous beacon. "I don't see anyone," Rue whispered, scanning the area. Suddenly, Thresh burst from the wheat field, running full tilt toward the cornucopia. Behind him came a pack of monstrous creatures, wolf-like but with disturbingly human characteristics. "Mutts!" Katniss gasped. Thresh reached the cornucopia and began to climb, but one of the mutts leaped, catching his leg and pulling him down. What followed was too horrific to watch, the pack tearing into him as his screams echoed across the plain. The cannon sounded moments later. Up, Harry said urgently, pointing to the cornucopia. It's our only chance. They sprinted across the open ground as the mutts, finished with Thresh, turned their attention to fresh prey. Katniss boosted Rue up first, then scrambled up herself with Harry close behind. The mutts snarled and leaped, claws scrabbling against the metal surface, but couldn't quite reach them. Where's Cato? Katniss panted, scanning the plain. Her question was answered by a grunt behind them. Cato emerged from inside the horn of the cornucopia, blood-splattered and wild-eyed. He held a short sword in one hand, his other arm protected by some kind of body armor. So it's come to this, he said, his voice eerily calm. The star-crossed lovers from 12 and their little pet from 11. His eyes fixed on Rue. You should have died when Marvel speared you. I saw the wound. No one survives that. Apparently I did, Rue replied with unexpected boldness. Cato laughed, a brittle sound. The Capitol wants a good show. That's why they've let this farce continue. But there's only one victor. There's only ever been one. The rules changed. Katniss reminded him, her knife ready. Two can win now. 4 district partners. Cato sneered. Which leaves your little friend out in the cold. And I'm not interested in sharing victory anyway. He lunged suddenly, catching Harry off guard. The sword slashed across his arm, drawing blood. Katniss countered with her knife, but Cato's armor deflected it. Below, the mutts continued to circle, howling for blood. Harry backed up, drawing Cato away from Rue and Katniss. You can't win, he told the Career Tribute. Even if you kill us, what kind of victory would it be? You'd be a puppet on the Capitol string, just like all the victors before you. Better a living puppet than a dead rebel. Cato spat, attacking again. This time, Harry was ready. He dodged the sword and grabbed Cato's wrist, using the larger boy's momentum against him. They grappled at the edge of the cornucopia, the mutts leaping excitedly below. Katniss circled around, looking for an opening to strike. Rue had positioned herself near the peak of the horn, armed with her blowgun. Harry, move! Katniss shouted, her knife poised to throw. Harry ducked, but Cato anticipated the movement and pulled him into the path of Katniss's throw. The knife glanced off Harry's shoulder instead of burying in Cato's neck. Cato grinned triumphantly, then stiffened as a tiny dart struck his neck. Rue had fired her blowgun with perfect accuracy, hitting the one spot not protected by armor. The paralytic poison worked quickly. Cato's limbs seized, and he toppled backward off the cornucopia. The mutts descended on him immediately. His screams lasted far too long. The game makers were dragging out his suffering for the audience's entertainment. Hours passed, night fell, and still Cato clung to life as the mutts tore at him piece by piece. Make it stop, Rue whispered, covering her ears. Harry had endured enough. Magic or no magic, cameras or no cameras, he couldn't allow this torture to continue. He raised his hand, focusing his will. Avada Kedavra, he whispered, channeling his magic toward Cato. A flash of green light, almost imperceptible in the darkness, struck the mutilated tribute. The cannon boomed immediately. The mutts, their prey now lifeless, retreated into the forest as if called away. Katniss stared at Harry, her expression unreadable. She had seen something, the gesture, the whispered words, the flash of light, but couldn't quite process what it meant. It's over, Harry said quietly. We're the last ones left. They climbed down from the cornucopia, expecting to hear the trumpets announcing their victory. Instead, there was only silence. Ladies and gentlemen, Claudius Templesmith's voice finally boomed. There has been a slight rule clarification. The previous revision allowing for 2 victors from the same district has been revoked. We will have only one victor. Good luck, and may the odds be ever in your favor. The 3 of them stood in stunned silence as the meaning sank in. The Capitol had never intended to allow even 2 victors. It had been a ploy to create this final, dramatic confrontation. Katniss's hand tightened on her knife, then deliberately loosened. She threw it away. No. I won't do it. Neither will I, Harry said, discarding his weapon. Rue looked between them, then dropped her blowgun. If we can't all live, then none of us will. Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew the small vial with the remaining phoenix tears. This is what saved Rue, he explained, holding it up for the cameras to see clearly. One drop heals any wound. But it's also... He paused significantly. Extremely toxic if consumed directly. Katniss caught on immediately. If the Capitol wants their victor, they'll have to accept all three of us. Otherwise, we all drink. Rue finished, her young face resolute. It was the ultimate act of defiance, threatening to leave the Capitol without a victor, to render their games meaningless. Harry uncorked the vial, knowing it wouldn't actually harm them, but the game makers didn't know that. Wait! Claudius Templesmith's panicked voice echoed through the arena. Stop! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the victors of the 74th Hunger Games, Katniss Everdeen and Harry Potter of District 12, and Rue Meadows of District 11. The trumpets blared, and a hovercraft appeared overhead. As they were lifted into the air, Harry knew they had done something unprecedented. They had forced the Capitol to bend its own rules, to accept not one but three victors from two different districts. But he also knew their defiance would not go unpunished. President Snow would never allow such an act to stand unchallenged. The real games were just beginning. In the hovercraft, medical personnel separated them. Harry caught a last glimpse of Katniss and Rue before sedation took him under. His last conscious thought was of what lay ahead, not just for them, but for all of Panem. The spark had been lit. Now they would need to fan the flames. Chapter 2 Sparks and Spells. The white roses stank of artificial perfume, their scent so overwhelming that Harry could smell them even before President Snow entered the room. He sat motionless in an ornate chair, hands folded calmly in his lap despite the storm of anxiety inside him. The presidential mansion gleamed with marble and gold, a monument to capital excess that made even Malfoy Manor seem modest. 3 days had passed since they'd been lifted from the arena. 3 days of surgeries and treatments, of being remade for public consumption. They'd barely been allowed to see each other. Rue had been whisked away to a separate medical facility, while Katniss was kept sedated longer than necessary. An attempt to keep them apart, to control the narrative. Harry recognized the tactics from his previous life. The Ministry of Magic had been similarly adept at manipulation. The door opened, and President Snow glided in, his puffy lips stretched in what someone unfamiliar with predators might mistake for a smile. Mr. Potter, he said, voice soft as silk yet edged with steel. Our unprecedented victor. One of three, I should say. He settled into the chair opposite Harry, a small table between them bearing a silver tea service. Tea? No, thank you, Harry replied, meeting the president's snake-like eyes without flinching. He'd faced Voldemort's crimson stare. Snow's cold calculation didn't intimidate him. As you wish. Snow poured himself a cup, the scent of roses intensifying as he stirred in sugar. I thought we should have a private chat before the victory ceremonies. To ensure we understand each other. Harry waited, saying nothing. Let Snow reveal his hand first. What you and Ms. Everdeen did in the arena, threatening suicide, forcing the game makers to accept not only 2 victors but 3, from different districts no less, was very clever. Snow sipped his tea. Some might even call it inspiring. Others might call it dangerous. What would you call it, Mr. Potter? Necessary, Harry answered simply. Snow's eyes narrowed slightly. Necessary. An interesting choice of word. He set his teacup down with a delicate clink. You understand, of course, that the games serve a purpose. They remind the districts of the Capitol's mercy, that we take only 2 children each year rather than wiping out entire populations, as we did with District 13. Harry felt a prickle of interest at the mention of 13 but kept his expression neutral. When you 3 defied the rules, Snow continued, you undermined that purpose. You suggested that the tributes, not the capital, could dictate terms. That's a problematic precedent, wouldn't you agree? Is that why you're keeping us separated? To prevent us from causing more problems? A thin smile stretched Snow's lips. Perceptive. Yes, Ms. Meadows has been kept apart for her own medical needs, nothing more. She was quite grievously injured, after all. A miraculous recovery, according to the doctors. His gaze sharpened. Almost magical. Harry's pulse quickened, but he maintained his calm facade. The human body is resilient, especially in the young. Indeed. Snow leaned forward slightly. Tell me, Mr. Potter, where did you acquire that remarkable medicine you used in the arena? The drops that saved Ms. Meadows? Family recipe, Harry replied using his standard explanation. Passed down through generations. How curious that our analysis found no known compound matching its properties. Snow's voice remained pleasant, conversational. Our best scientists are quite baffled. Perhaps your scientists don't know everything, Harry suggested mildly. Snow chuckled, a dry sound devoid of humor. Perhaps not. But I know something, Mr. Potter. I know that you are not what you appear to be. He reached into his jacket and withdrew a small vial containing a familiar pearlescent liquid. Phoenix tears, I believe you called it? Harry felt a cold shock run through him but kept his face impassive. I don't know what you mean. No? Snow rolled the vial between his fingers. Our archivist found a single reference in an ancient text, tears from a mythical bird of flame, said to heal any wound. Pure fantasy, of course. Except. He fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. Except you somehow possessed this substance, and it performed exactly as the legend described. Harry remained silent, calculating his options. Snow clearly suspected something unusual about him but seemed to be fishing for confirmation rather than presenting concrete knowledge. There were other curiosities as well. Snow continued when Harry didn't respond. The way branches seemed to break at just the right moment. How you always found water. The strange green flash when Cato finally died. He pocketed the vial. One might almost believe in magic. The word hung in the air between them. Harry felt his wand against his forearm, concealed in its holster. He could stun Snow now, perhaps even escape the mansion. But then what? Katniss and Rue would pay the price. That sounds like capital talk to me, Harry said instead. In District 12, we believe in skill and survival, not magic. Snow studied him for a long moment, then abruptly changed tack. The victory tour begins in 2 weeks. You, Ms. Everdeen, and Ms. Meadows will visit all 12 districts, culminating in a celebration here at the capital. It's a delicate time. Districts can become emotional when faced with the victors who killed their tributes. What do you want from me? Harry asked directly. Stability, Snow replied. I want you to convince the districts that your actions were motivated by love and survival, not by rebellion. Not by defiance of the capital. He stood smoothly. Because if you fail to convince me of that, Mr. Potter, I'll ensure that those closest to you suffer. Starting with Ms. Everdeen's charming little sister. Harry rose as well, anger flaring at the threat to Prim. Is that all? For now. Snow moved to the door, then paused. One last thing. I know there's more to you than meets the eye, Mr. Potter. I don't yet understand what or how, but I will. Secrets don't remain buried forever. With that ominous declaration, he departed, leaving behind only the cloying scent of roses. Harry waited until the door closed before allowing himself a deep breath. Snow suspected but didn't know, not definitively. He could work with that for now. A soft knock at the door preceded Effie Trinket's entrance, her wig now a celebratory gold that matched her sequined outfit. There you are, she trilled. We're on a schedule. The stylists need you immediately, and then rehearsal for tonight's interview with Caesar. So much to do. Harry followed her through the mansion's corridors, his mind racing. He needed to see Katniss and Rue, to warn them about Snow's suspicions and threats. But more than that, he needed a plan for the victory tour, a way to satisfy Snow's demands while not betraying the hope they'd kindled in the districts. The prep team attacked him with their usual enthusiasm, scrubbing, polishing, and styling until he barely recognized himself in the mirror. Cinna arrived as they finished, carrying a garment bag. "Our victors need to present a united front," he explained, removing a finely tailored black suit accented with subtle flame patterns. "You, Katniss, and Rue will complement each other while maintaining your individual identities." As Harry dressed, Cinna moved closer, adjusting his collar. "There's talk in the capital," he murmured, his voice pitched below the excited chatter of the prep team. "About how you three changed the games. Some call it the spark." Harry met his eyes. "Sparks can be dangerous if they fall on dry kindling." "Indeed they can." Cinna stepped back, assessing his work. "Perfect. You look like a victor." "I don't feel like one," Harry admitted quietly. "Good," Cinna replied. "That means you're still human." When Harry finally entered the backstage area of the interview studio, he spotted Katniss immediately. She stood with Haymitch, resplendent in a gown that shimmered between deep orange and red, the colors of embers rather than flames. Her hair was styled in an elaborate updo, her face carefully made up to highlight her striking features. She turned as if sensing his presence, their eyes meeting across the room. For a moment neither moved. Then she was crossing to him, ignoring Haymitch's attempt to stop her. "Where have you been?" she demanded without preamble. "They wouldn't tell me anything about you or Rue." "Snow," Harry replied simply. "He wanted a private chat." Understanding dawned in her gray eyes. "Me too. Yesterday. He told me to convince everyone that what we did was for love, not rebellion." "Same speech," Harry confirmed. "With added threats." "Prim and my mother," Katniss said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "He threatened them." Harry nodded grimly. "We need to be careful, Katniss. Snow suspects things. About the arena. About what happened with Rue." Before she could respond, a commotion at the entrance drew their attention. Rue appeared, flanked by her own stylists. She wore a dress of deep gold with subtle wing designs, beautiful but age-appropriate, emphasizing her grace without sexualizing her youth. Her dark eyes lit up when she spotted them. "Katniss! Harry!" She rushed forward, abandoning capital decorum to throw her arms around them both. "They wouldn't let me see you!" Katniss hugged her fiercely. "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" "Better now," Rue replied, stepping back to look at them. "They kept asking me about the medicine you gave me, Harry. I didn't know what to say." "You don't need to say anything," Harry assured her. "Let me handle that." A Capitol attendant approached, clipboard in hand. 2 minutes until broadcast. "Places, please." They were positioned on a small platform that would rise up onto the stage, first Rue, then Katniss, and finally Harry. As the lights dimmed, Harry felt Katniss's hand find his in the darkness. "Together?" she whispered. "Together," he confirmed, squeezing her fingers before they had to separate for their entrances. The crowd's roar was deafening as they rose one by one onto the stage. Caesar Flickerman, his hair and eyebrows dyed a celebratory crimson, welcomed them with theatrical enthusiasm. The mandatory viewing meant every citizen in Panem was watching as the three unprecedented victors settled onto a plush velvet couch. "The star-crossed allies from Districts 11 and 12! Caesar exclaimed, turning to the audience. "Never before in the history of the games have we seen such a display of unity and, dare I say it, love." Harry felt Katniss tense beside him at the word. Snow's directive was already being implemented through Caesar's script. "Tell us," Caesar continued, leaning forward conspiratorially. "When did you first realize that you couldn't let each other die? That you would rather sacrifice yourselves than lose one another?" Katniss froze, unprepared for such a direct question. Harry stepped in smoothly. "For me, it was before the games even began," he said, the half-truth coming easily. "When I saw Katniss volunteer for her sister, I recognized something in her, a fierceness, a protectiveness, that reminded me of home." He infused the word with enough emotion to suggest deeper meaning without specifics. And Rue, from the moment I saw her in training, I knew she deserved better than what the arena offered. Caesar nodded encouragingly. And you, Katniss? When did you know? She recovered her composure, her fingers brushing against Harry's on the couch. When we found Rue after Marvel attacked her, she said softly. Watching Harry try to save her, seeing how much he cared. I knew then I couldn't lose either of them. The audience sighed appreciatively. Caesar turned to Rue. And you, my dear? What was it like forming this unprecedented alliance? Rue's answer was simple but powerful. It felt like finding family in the last place I expected. The interview continued, Caesar skillfully guiding them through prepared territory, their emotions during key moments, their reaction to the rule changes, their joy at surviving together. The subtext was clear. Their defiance had been born of love and desperation, not rebellion. When the 3-hour recap of the games began, Harry steeled himself for the edited version of events. The Capitol's narrative was immediately apparent, lingering shots of their emotional moments, careful editing of the more politically problematic scenes, romantic music underscoring his interactions with Katniss. Their final stand against the Capitol's rules was portrayed as an act of tragic love rather than defiance. Most tellingly, the mysterious elements of their victory were either omitted or explained away. Rue's miraculous recovery was attributed to experimental capital medicine in Harry's possession, delivered via sponsor gift. His seemingly impossible ability to find water and food was edited to emphasize Katniss's hunting skills instead. The green flash when Cato died was simply removed. By the time the recapping ended, the audience was in tears, completely captivated by the sanitized love story they'd been presented. One final question, Caesar said as the lights dimmed dramatically. What does the future hold for our 3 remarkable victors? Harry glanced at Katniss, who gave him a barely perceptible nod. They'd discussed nothing, been given no chance to coordinate, but somehow they understood each other. We take it one day at a time, Harry replied carefully. Healing. Remembering those who didn't make it out of the arena. Trying to be worthy of this second chance we've been given. Beautiful, Caesar declared, rising to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, the victors of the 74th Hunger Games. The crowd erupted as they stood, holding hands in a unified line. As the anthem played, Harry caught President Snow's eye from his box above the stage. The president's expression was evaluating, calculating, unconvinced. The victory tour would be more crucial than ever. 2 weeks later, they boarded the tribute train once more, this time as victors rather than tributes. The first stop would be District 11, Rue's home. The traditional order had been altered, ostensibly to honor their 3-victor alliance, but Harry suspected it was to give the Capitol more control over the potentially volatile situation. Haymitch cornered them in the dining car before they arrived, his bloodshot eyes more alert than usual. He'd been drinking less since their victory, though not enough to be truly sober. Listen up, he said without preamble. 11's been restless since the games ended. Peacekeepers have doubled their presence there. Because of Rue? Katniss asked. Because of what you 3 represent. Haymitch glanced at the windows, then lowered his voice further. The Capitol's making an example of 11 to prevent ideas from spreading. You stick to the script today. No improvisation, no heartfelt speeches. Got it? Got it, Harry confirmed, though inwardly he was already calculating how to navigate between Snow's demands and his own conscience. Rue sat quietly by the window, watching the landscape change as they entered her district. Unlike the forests around 12 or the gleaming capital, 11 was dominated by vast agricultural fields stretching to the horizon. Workers dotted the landscape, their bright headscarves the only spots of color in the monotonous green and brown. The orchards are that way, she said, pointing east. That's where I worked, picking fruit from the highest branches. Harry joined her at the window. Are you ready to see your family? Rue's smile was bittersweet. Yes. But it's strange. Everything feels different now. It is different, Harry acknowledged. You're different. but they'll still recognize what matters. The train slowed as it approached the district center. Unlike the modest town square of 1211's Justice Building was an imposing structure surrounded by high walls and watchtowers. Armed peacekeepers lined the route from the station. Effie fussed over their appearance one final time before they disembarked. Rue wore a dress in harvest gold, while Katniss and Harry matched in deep green, the colors of 11th's primary crops. Another of Cinna's subtle touches, honoring the district while maintaining their united front. The ceremony began as expected, formal speeches written by the Capitol, delivered from a stage erected before the Justice Building. Rue's family watched from a special platform, her parents and 5 younger siblings, their faces a mixture of pride, joy, and unease at the spotlight. Harry noticed the stiffness in their posture, the cautious way they responded to the cameras. They'd been warned too. When it came time for their personal remarks, Harry stepped forward first, Cinna's carefully prepared speech in his hand. But as he looked out at the sea of faces, field workers with calloused hands, children thin with hunger, peacekeepers with hands on their weapons, the words felt hollow. District 11, he began, setting aside the paper. I can't stand here and recite empty phrases about honor and sacrifice. Not when I owe you a debt I can never repay. He turned toward Rue's family. Your daughter saved us, not just with her actions, but with her spirit. With her humanity in a place designed to strip humanity away. A murmur went through the crowd. Beside him, Katniss tensed, but he continued. The bread you sent us in the arena was the most precious gift I've ever received. It represented something beyond district boundaries, beyond the divisions we're taught to accept. He paused, aware of the danger in his words but unable to stop. In my previous life, I was taught that we are stronger together than apart. Rue showed us that. And we won't forget. He stepped back, heart pounding. Katniss moved forward, her expression fierce despite her composed exterior. I, too, want to thank Rue's family, she said. Your daughter was the best ally we could have asked for. Brave, resourceful, and kind. The Mockingjay pin I wore in the arena, she touched the golden pin on her dress, has become a symbol of our alliance. Of finding family where you least expect it. Rue stepped forward last, her young face solemn as she addressed her home district. Thank you for not giving up on me, she said simply. I'm going to try to make you proud. As she finished speaking, an old man in the crowd whistled a familiar 4-note melody, Rue's signal from the arena. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, every person in the square pressed 3 fingers to their lips and extended them toward the stage. The gesture of District 12. The salute of respect. Of goodbye. Of defiance. Harry saw the peacekeepers tensing, hands moving to weapons. Before the situation could escalate, he stepped forward, clapping enthusiastically. Thank you, District 11, for your warm welcome. We're honored to be here. The crowd, sensing the danger, joined in the applause. The moment of rebellion passed, submerged beneath the formal proceedings once more. But Harry had seen it, the spark in their eyes. Snow's fears were justified. The districts were kindling, ready to burn. The tour continued through districts 10, 9, and 8 with increasing tension. Word had clearly spread about their reception in 11. Peacekeepers were more visible with each stop, the crowds more heavily controlled. They adhered more strictly to their prepared speeches, but subtle acts of defiance followed them anyway. A flash of Rue's Mockingjay signal here, the 3-finger salute there, quickly suppressed but unmistakable. In District 4, a maritime region of blue waters and salty air, they encountered their first fellow victor. Finnick Odair, who had won his games at 14, greeted them at a reception in the Justice Building. With his bronze hair, sea-green eyes, and almost unreal beauty, he cut a striking figure among the Capitol officials. The famous trio, he said, approaching with a charming smile. Capitol darlings and district heroes. Quite a balancing act. Harry assessed him carefully. Beneath the flirtatious exterior, Finnick's eyes were sharp, calculating. We're just trying to survive the tour, he replied neutrally. Aren't we all? Finnick's gaze lingered on Harry with unusual intensity. You know, there's a saying in still waters run deep. You remind me of that, Harry Potter. Before Harry could respond, Finnick turned his attention to Katniss, kissing her hand with theatrical gallantry. The girl on fire. Though I hear you're more fond of water these days. His voice dropped to a murmur. Be careful. The capital doesn't like swimmers who venture too far from shore. He offered Rue a sugar cube from his pocket, which she accepted with a bemused smile. Sweet things for sweet people, he said, winking before drifting back into the crowd. What was that about? Katniss whispered once he'd gone. Harry frowned thoughtfully. I think he was warning us. And maybe offering help. Can we trust him? I'm not sure yet, Harry admitted. But I think there's more to Finnick Odair than the capital allows us to see. District 3 brought another encounter with victors, this time with an elderly pair named BT and Wyrus, who won consecutive games decades earlier. They approached during the formal dinner, BT's intelligent eyes taking in details while Wyrus seemed distracted, her sentences trailing off unfinished. Fascinating solution, BT commented, adjusting his glasses. The mines at the cornucopia. Most tributes would have tried to navigate between them, but you targeted the supply itself. It seemed more efficient, Harry replied cautiously. Efficiency. Yes. BT nodded appreciatively. Like a closed circuit. The path of least resistance sometimes produces the most dramatic results. Wyrus touched Rue's mocking J-pin, her eyes suddenly focusing. Symbols carry current, she murmured. From point to point too. Indeed they do, BT smoothly interjected. Well, congratulations again on your victory. Most unprecedented. As they moved away, Katniss frowned. Was that another warning? I think it was an acknowledgement, Harry replied. And perhaps an invitation. The pattern continued through Districts 2 and 1, where the receptions were noticeably cooler. These career districts viewed their victors with suspicion and resentment, not as symbols of hope but as the killers of their tributes. Harry felt the hatred emanating from Cloves and Marvel's families, saw the barely contained fury in Cato's father's eyes. For the first time, he was grateful for the heavy peacekeeper presence. Their final stop before the capital was District 7, a region of vast forests and lumber production. The air smelled of pine and sawdust as they delivered their speeches from a stage constructed of freshly cut timber. Harry noticed how the workers' hands were rough with calluses and scars, not unlike the coal miners of 12. At the formal dinner in the Justice Building, a young woman approached their table, a glass of clear liquor in her hand and a sardonic smile on her face. Well, if it isn't Paynham's favorite triple, she drawled, dropping into an empty seat without invitation. Enjoying your victory lap? Harry recognized her immediately, Johanna Mason, who had won her games a few years earlier by pretending to be weak before revealing herself as a ruthless killer. Her spiky brown hair and sharp features gave her a feral quality, like a creature perpetually ready to attack. It's been illuminating, he replied evenly. Johanna snorted. I bet it has. She turned to Rue. How's it feel, short stuff? Being the first kid from 11 to make it home in 20 years? Complicated, Rue answered honestly. Something in her response seemed to please Johanna. Her expression softened fractionally. Yeah, winning always is. She glanced at Katniss. And you, girl on fire? Living up to your reputation? Katniss met her challenging gaze. I'm trying to keep it under control. Good luck with that. Johanna leaned closer, her voice dropping. Fire has this annoying tendency to spread. Especially when the capital tries to smother it. She stood abruptly. See you at the next games. I'm mentoring this year. Should be a blast. With a mock salute, she sauntered away. She's intense, Katniss observed. Harry watched Johanna's retreating figure with interest. She's angry. And not afraid to show it. Unlike the other victors they'd met, who cloaked their rebellious hints in metaphor and subtlety, Johanna's rage burned openly. I like her, Rue decided unexpectedly. Their arrival at the capital brought renewed celebrity treatment, cheering crowds, elaborate parties, television appearances. The narrative of their three-way alliance had evolved into capital obsession. Magazines debated whether Katniss and Harry were romantic, or whether all three shared a family bond. Fans wore Mockingjay pins and dressed in costumes inspired by their arena outfits. "They've turned our survival into fashion," Katniss muttered during one particularly extravagant gala. "Better than turning it into rebellion," Harry replied quietly. "At least in Snow's eyes." The final event of the tour was a dinner at President Snow's mansion, where the elite of the capital gathered to celebrate their victors. Amid crystal chandeliers and ice sculptures, Harry moved through the crowd with practiced ease, playing the role expected of him while observing everything. Katniss struggled more with the artifice, her smile growing increasingly strained as the evening progressed. "Try this," a familiar voice suggested, appearing at her elbow with a small glass of clear liquid. Johanna Mason, unexpected but somehow not surprising. "It helps with the nausea these people induce." "You're not supposed to be here," Katniss said, accepting the drink cautiously. "This is for capital citizens and the current victors." Johanna smirked. "I go where I want." Benefits of being considered unstable. She nodded toward a nearby group of officials. "Besides, I'm popular entertainment. They love to watch the crazy victor make a scene." Harry approached, having spotted their interaction from across the room. "Johanna, I didn't know you were in the capital. Last-minute invitation," she replied with a significant look. "Apparently, I'm needed for consultations about the upcoming games." Her emphasis made it clear this was unusual. Before they could question her further, Haymitch appeared, his capital formal attire somewhat rumpled despite the early hour. "Making friends, I see," he remarked, eyeing Johanna warily. "Just catching up with my fellow victors," she replied innocently. "We have so much in common." She drained her glass. "Speaking of which, there's something I want to show you three. A capital specialty." Her eyes flicked to Haymitch. "You too, if you can stay sober enough to appreciate it." Haymitch's expression sharpened. "Lead the way." Johanna guided them through the mansion to a quiet gallery filled with artwork. At the far end, a small door led to a rooftop garden. The night air was cool, the garden deserted except for them. The sounds of the party were distant, muffled by thick glass doors. "Should be safe here," Johanna said, checking the perimeter. "No obvious surveillance." "What's this about?" Katniss demanded. Johanna's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by focused intensity. "The Quarter-Quell announcement. It's happening in 3 days. The Quarter-Quell, the special games held every 25 years, designed to be especially cruel and memorable. This would be the 75th Games." "What do you know?" Haymitch asked, suddenly alert. "Nothing concrete," Johanna admitted. "But there are rumors. Whispers among game makers. Something unprecedented." "Like having 3 victors was unprecedented?" Harry asked. "Exactly." Johanna paced the small garden. "Whatever they've planned, it's a response to what you 3 did. Snow's way of reasserting control." Harry exchanged glances with Katniss and Rue. "Why are you telling us this?" Johanna stopped pacing, fixing him with a penetrating stare. "Because something's happening in the districts. Something that started with your stunt in the arena. The 3-finger salute. The Mockingjay symbol. People are hoping again." "That's dangerous," Haymitch muttered. "Everything worth doing is dangerous," Johanna retorted. Then, her voice softening. "Look, I don't do the friendship thing. But what you pulled off in that arena! It was the first real crack in the capital's facade I've seen in my lifetime. And I want to help make sure it's not the last." "Why should we trust you?" Katniss asked bluntly. Johanna's laugh was harsh. "You shouldn't. Trust no one. But know this, the capital killed everyone I ever loved after my games because I wouldn't play by their rules. I have nothing left to lose." Her eyes burned with a familiar pain. "And nothing left to fear." Harry recognized the look. He'd seen it in his own reflection after Sirius died. After Dumbledore. After too many losses to count. "What do you suggest we do?" he asked quietly. "Be ready," she replied. "For anything. And stay in touch with me and the others." "Others?" Rue spoke for the first time. Johanna glanced at Haymitch, who gave a slight nod. "Finnick. BT. Wyrus. A few more. We notice things. We talk. And we've been waiting for a moment like this for a long time." Harry absorbed this information. A network of victors, already in place. Potential allies in whatever storm was coming. "We should get back," Haymitch said, checking his watch. "Before we're missed." As they turned to leave, Johanna caught Harry's arm. "One more thing," she murmured, her voice pitched for his ears alone. "There's something about you, Potter. Something different. I can't put my finger on it, but I've seen enough weird shit in my life to recognize it when I see it." Her eyes searched his. "Whatever it is, we might need it in the days ahead." Harry's pulse quickened. First Snow, now Johanna. His attempts to hide his magic were failing. "I don't know what you mean," he replied carefully. Her smile was knowing. "Sure you don't. Just remember, secrets are only useful when they're revealed at the right moment. Don't wait too long." The remainder of their capital stay passed in a blur of appearances and ceremonies. On their final night, they watched a mandatory broadcast of the Quarter Quell announcement. President Snow himself appeared, drawing a yellowed envelope from a box containing all the predetermined Quell instructions. "For the third Quarter Quell," he read, his snake eyes gleaming. "To remind the districts that even the strongest among them cannot overcome the capital's power, the male and female tributes will be reaped from the existing pool of victors." The room went silent as the implication sank in. Victors would be sent back into the arena. The capital's way of eliminating problematic survivors like them. Haymitch's glass shattered on the floor. "There it is," he said grimly. "Snow's answer to your defiance." Katniss's face had gone pale. "Rue and I are the only female victors from our districts. And Harry and I are the only males," Haymitch added. "No choices there. That means we're going back," Rue whispered, her young voice steady despite the horror of the situation. At 13, she would be the youngest tribute in the Quell. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. They could run, flee into the wilderness beyond the districts. But the capital would punish their families, their districts. And where would they go? District 13 was supposedly destroyed, and the rest of the world remained a mystery. "Not necessarily," he said slowly, an idea forming. "The announcement specified male and female tributes. It didn't say how many from each district." "What are you suggesting?" Haymitch asked. "A loophole." Harry turned to Katniss and Rue. "If there are only 4 of us eligible, but the rules require 1 male and 1 female from each district." Understanding dawned in Katniss's eyes. "They can't send us all. There aren't enough victors." "Exactly. We could argue that since the 3 of us won as a unit, we should be considered a single victory. That might exempt at least one of you." It was a thin hope, but better than none. They spent the night strategizing, exploring every possible interpretation of the Quell announcement. When the train departed for District 12 the next morning, taking Harry, Katniss, and Haymitch while Rue returned to 11, they had at least the outline of a plan. The next few months passed in focused preparation. If they couldn't avoid the arena, they would enter it ready. Katniss intensified her hunting and survival training. Harry practiced wandless magic in the privacy of the woods, developing techniques that would appear natural to cameras. Haymitch even began the painful process of sobering up, knowing his mentoring might mean the difference between life and death. They maintained contact with their allies through carefully coded messages delivered by capital officials who thought they were simply carrying victor correspondence. Finnick sent detailed information about survival and water environments. BT provided insights on technological aspects of arena design. Johanna shared brutal but effective combat techniques. Most surprising was the package that arrived from Rue, a book of medicinal plants native to District 11, with certain entries marked with a tiny mockingjay drawn in the margin. Harry recognized them immediately, plants with magical properties that could enhance his potions and charms. Spring arrived, the reaping drawing closer. One evening, as Harry and Katniss returned from hunting in the woods beyond District 12's fence, they paused at their usual meeting rock to rest. "If we both go in," Katniss said abruptly, "I want you to come out this time." Harry shook his head. "That's not happening." "It has to. Prim needs me, but she also needs someone to protect her if I'm gone." Her gray eyes met his. "You're the only one I trust to do that." "There's another option," Harry replied. "We find a way for all of us to survive again." Katniss scoffed. "They won't fall for the same trick twice." "Then we find a new trick." Harry hesitated, then made a decision. The time for secrets was running out. "Katniss, there's something I need to show you. Something I should have shown you a long time ago." Her expression grew wary. "What is it?" Instead of answering, Harry held out his hand, palm up. Focusing his magic, he conjured a small flame, not capital technology, but pure magical fire that danced and formed itself into a tiny phoenix. Katniss stared, her eyes widening. "How are you doing that?" "The same way I found water in the arena. The same way I healed Rue." The phoenix flame shifted, becoming a flickering mockingjay before extinguishing itself. "Magic!" A long silence followed. Harry waited, letting her process what she'd seen. "Magic," she repeated flatly. "Like capital technology? Some kind of trick?" "No. Real magic. From before." He took a deep breath. "Katniss, I'm not from this world. Not originally. I was reborn here, with my memories and abilities intact." She laughed, a short, disbelieving sound. "That's impossible." "So is surviving the Hunger Games with 3 victors." Harry met her gaze steadily. "You've suspected something all along. You've seen things you couldn't explain, the remedies that work too well, the way I can find things, how Rue survived a wound that should have been fatal." Katniss was silent, her hunter's eyes assessing him as if seeing him for the first time. "Say I believe you," she finally said. "Why tell me now?" "Because we're probably going back into the arena. Because secrets between allies get people killed. And because—" he hesitated. "Because you deserve the truth." "Show me again," she demanded. Harry complied, this time conjuring water in his cupped hands, then transforming it into a delicate ice crystal before vanishing it entirely. Katniss reached out hesitantly, her fingers brushing where the ice had been. "All this time," she murmured. "In the arena, when Rue was dying." "Phoenix tears?" Harry confirmed. "They can heal any wound. It's what saved her." "And the other tributes? Cato? That green light I saw?" Harry's expression darkened. "A mercy. A quick death instead of torture by the mutts." She absorbed this, then asked the question he'd been dreading. "Who were you? Before?" How to explain Hogwarts, Voldemort, the wizarding world to someone who had never known anything but Paynham's oppression? Yet he tried, speaking quietly as twilight deepened around them, telling her of another life where magic was real but hidden, where he'd been marked by prophecy, where he'd died and somehow been reborn here. To her credit, Katniss listened without interruption. When he finally fell silent, she reached out and gently touched a lightning scar on his forehead. "I always wondered about this," she said softly. "It never looked like any injury I'd seen before." "It's a curse scar," Harry explained. "From the killing curse that should have ended my life the first time." Katniss withdrew her hand, her expression troubled. "Why didn't you use more magic in the arena? You could have saved more people." "The same reason I've hidden it all these years," Harry replied. "If the Capitol knew what I could do, they'd never stop hunting me. They'd use me as a weapon, or destroy me as a threat. And they'd hurt anyone connected to me." He paused. "Besides, magic has limits. I couldn't have saved everyone, and revealing myself would have put you and Rue in even greater danger." They sat in silence as darkness fell completely. In the distance, the lights of District 12 glowed softly against the night sky. Can you teach me? Katniss finally asked. Harry smiled sadly. It doesn't work that way. You have to be born with magic. But I can teach you to recognize it, to work with it. She nodded, practical as always. That could help in the arena. Then, with uncharacteristic vulnerability. Does Rue know? I think she suspects, but I haven't told her explicitly. Not yet. You should. Before the reaping. Katniss stood, brushing pine needles from her pants. No more secrets, right? Harry rose as well. No more secrets. He agreed, relief washing through him. After 5 years of hiding, of careful isolation, sharing his true nature felt like setting down a heavy burden. As they walked back toward the district, Katniss asked, if you could use magic to do anything right now, what would it be? Harry considered the question. I'd create a portkey, a magical object that could transport us far away. Beyond the capital's reach. Where would we go? Anywhere. Everywhere. He glanced at her. Would you come? If I could make that happen? Katniss was quiet for a moment. Only if Prim could come too. And my mother. And Rue and her family. Of course. Then yes, she said simply. I would. They reached the fence, pausing to listen for the electrical hum that rarely sounded. Before they slipped through, Katniss turned to him. Thank you, she said, for trusting me. Harry nodded, understanding the weight of those words from someone who trusted so few. Always. The following week brought an unexpected visitor to District 12. Johanna Mason arrived ostensibly to discuss mentoring strategies with Haymitch, but her real purpose became clear when she cornered Harry near the victor's village. Walk with me, she said, less a request than a command. They followed a path leading away from the houses, toward the edge of the district where they were less likely to be overheard. The capital's making arrangements. Johanna began without preamble. Special security for the victor reapings. They're worried about incidents. Rebellions, you mean? Harry translated. She nodded grimly. 7 and 11 are particularly tense. 8 has had actual uprisings, though the capital's keeping it quiet. She glanced at him. Your District 12 has been surprisingly calm. We're good at looking docile when necessary. Johanna studied him with that same penetrating gaze she'd used at the capital. I've been thinking about our conversation at Snow's mansion. About secrets. Harry maintained a neutral expression. Have you? You know what I've noticed about victors. She kicked a stone from the path. We all have something that keeps us alive in the arena. Finnick had his trident and his looks. BT had his brain. I had my axe and my acting skills. She paused. You had something else. Something I can't quite identify. Luck, Harry suggested. And good allies. Bullshit. Johanna stopped walking, turning to face him directly. I watched those games a dozen times. Analyzed every moment. The way you found water when there was no logical way to know it was there. How you always seemed to know when danger was coming. The way branches broke at exactly the right moment. Her eyes narrowed. And Rue. That wound was fatal. I've seen enough death to know. Harry said nothing, waiting. I don't care what it is, Johanna continued, her voice dropping. Capital Tech you stole, some District 3 invention, or something else entirely. But whatever advantage you have, we need it. We? Harry asked cautiously. There's a plan forming. For the quell. For after. She glanced around, then leaned closer. The Mockingjay isn't just a pin anymore. It's becoming something else. Something larger. The rebellion Haymitch had hinted at. The spark Snow feared. And if I did have some advantage, Harry said carefully, what would I do with it? Johanna's smile was sharp as a blade. You'd use it to keep our Mockingjay alive. To keep both of you alive long enough to matter. Both? You and Katniss, idiot. She rolled her eyes. Rue too, ideally, though getting all three of you out again would take a miracle. Your symbols now. The victors who defied the capital and lived to tell about it. The districts need that. Harry considered his options. Revealing his magic to Johanna was risky. She was unpredictable, volatile. But she was also fiercely loyal to those she considered allies, and she hated the capital with a passion born of personal loss. What if? He began carefully. What I have isn't technology at all. Johanna's eyes sharpened with interest. Go on. Instead of explaining, Harry bent down, picked up a fallen leaf, and placed it on his palm. With a whispered word, the leaf transformed into a butterfly that fluttered briefly before returning to its original form. Johanna stared, her customary sarcasm momentarily abandoned. What the actual fuck was that? Magic, Harry replied simply. Bullshit, she said automatically, but her eyes told a different story. That's not possible. Neither is surviving 2 Hunger Games, but you're planning on it anyway. She reached out tentatively, touching the leaf as if to confirm it was real. How long have you been able to do this? All my life. Both of them. Both. Harry gave her the abbreviated version, a past life in another world, death, unexpected rebirth in Panem with his memories and abilities intact. As with Katniss, he expected disbelief, even mockery. Instead, Johanna listened with increasing interest. So you're what, immortal? She finally asked. No, Harry corrected. I don't think it works that way. I don't know why I came back once, but I don't expect it to happen again. And this magic, what can it do? What are its limits? It's not omnipotent. Harry explained. It follows rules. It requires focus, intent. In my original world, we used wands to channel it precisely, though I've learned to do more wandlessly here. He demonstrated by calling a small flame to his fingertips. I can't bring back the dead or create food from nothing, but I can heal, protect, conceal, transform. Johanna's mind was clearly racing with possibilities. And the capital doesn't know? Snow suspects something unusual, but he doesn't know what. He'd have weaponized me by now if he did. She nodded slowly. This changes things. Our plans for the quell. I need to know those plans. Harry interjected. If I'm going to help. Johanna hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. Not here. Not now. But soon. She extended her hand. I need to contact some people first. Make some arrangements. Harry shook her hand, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. Another resistance, another secret alliance forming against tyranny. Some patterns transcended worlds. One more thing, Johanna said as they walked back toward Victor's village. This magic of yours. How do you feel about using it against the capital? Not just defensively, but offensively? Harry thought of Voldemort, of Death Eaters, of the moral lines he'd crossed and those he'd refused to cross in his previous life. I've killed before, he said quietly. When necessary. To protect others. I don't take it lightly, but I'll do what needs to be done. Johanna's expression softened slightly, revealing a glimpse of the person beneath the caustic exterior. Good. Because before this is over, I think we're all going to be tested on that front. She departed the next day, leaving behind cryptic instructions to be ready for unexpected visitors. Before the reaping. Harry shared the encounter with Katniss and Haymitch, along with his decision to reveal his magic to Johanna. Risky. Haymitch commented, surprisingly clear-eyed despite the flask in his hand. Mason isn't known for her discretion. She is when it matters. Harry countered. And we need allies who know what we're capable of. I still think we should tell Rue everything. Katniss insisted. She deserves to know what she's walking into. Harry nodded. I'll call her tonight. The Victor phone lines are probably monitored, but we can use the code we developed. The call was brief, arranged as casual conversation, but Rue understood the message. A meeting was needed, in person, before the reaping. 3 days later, a capital hovercraft delivered her to District 12 for what was officially described as Victor mentorship. With Haymitch. The four of them gathered in Haymitch's house, windows closed, music playing to obscure their voices from any listening devices. Rue, now 13 but still small for her age, listened with wide eyes as Harry revealed his true nature. Unlike Katniss, she accepted the revelation without skepticism. "I knew there was something different about you," she said when he'd finished demonstrating his abilities. "In the arena, when you saved me, I could feel it. Like sunlight under my skin." Her easy acceptance was both touching and concerning. "You're not surprised?" Harry asked. Rue shrugged. "In 11, the old people tell stories. About people who could call rain during drought or make plants grow faster. Most think they're just stories, but some believe they're memories from before Panem. Before the dark days." She smiled slightly. "My grandmother was one of the believers." Harry exchanged glances with Katniss and Haymitch. He'd never considered that remnants of magical knowledge might have survived in Panem's oral traditions. "The question now," Haymitch said, steering them back to practicalities, "is how we use this advantage in the quell. Assuming we can't find a legal way out of it." They spent hours strategizing, examining every angle. The reaping was less than 2 weeks away. If they couldn't prevent their names from being drawn, a near certainty given the limited pool of victors, they needed to maximize their chances in the arena. "The other victors," Katniss said thoughtfully. "Johanna, Finnick, BT. If they're already planning something, then we need to coordinate," Harry finished. "Make sure our efforts complement theirs rather than interfering." Rue, who had been quiet for some time, spoke up. "What if we're thinking too small?" When they looked at her questioningly, she continued. "The Capitol expects us to try to survive the games. What if we did something they're not expecting at all?" "Like what?" Haymitch asked. "Like not playing by their rules from the very beginning." Her young face was solemn. "The reaping itself. It's when all of Panem is watching." Harry felt a chill of recognition. Rue was suggesting not just resistance within the games, but a direct, public challenge to the games themselves. "That would be suicide," Haymitch warned. "They'd eliminate you before you even reached the arena." "Maybe," Rue acknowledged. But they couldn't silence the message. They debated the merits and risks of various forms of protest, ultimately deciding that subtle resistance was safer than outright defiance, at least until they better understood what allies like Johanna were planning. When Rue returned to District 11 the next day, she carried with her a small wooden mockingjay Harry had transfigured and enchanted. To anyone else, it would appear to be a simple carved token. But when held in the right light, it would project a map of the victors' village in the capital, where they would all be staying before the quell. A week before the reaping, the unexpected visitors, Johanna had mentioned, arrived in the form of Finnick, Oder, and BT, officially in District 12 to discuss previous games strategies with Haymitch. The Capitol media ate up the story, portraying it as distinguished victors helping prepare the newest champions. In reality, their visit brought crucial information. The four men met deep in the woods beyond District 12's fence, far from surveillance. "There's a larger plan in motion," Finnick revealed, all trace of his Capitol playboy persona gone. "Has been for years. The Victors Network is just one part of it." "District 13. BT added, adjusting his glasses. "It exists. Underground. They've been rebuilding, waiting for the right moment." Harry, despite everything he'd seen in 2 lifetimes, felt shock ripple through him. 13 survived the dark days? Moved below ground. Finnick confirmed. Made a deal with the Capitol. They'd stay hidden if the Capitol left them alone. Mutual destruction pact. Both sides have nukes. And they're willing to help us now? Harry asked skeptically. They'd been waiting for a catalyst. BT explained. Your victory, the 3 victors who defied the Capitol, created exactly the conditions they needed. Popular symbols, growing unrest in the districts. The Quell announcement accelerated the timeline. Finnick added. They'd been in contact with certain victors for months. Planning an extraction. Extraction? Haymitch repeated. Finnick nodded. From the arena itself. Not everyone, just key tributes. Let me guess, Harry said. Katniss. The girl on fire. The Mockingjay. You too, BT interjected. And possibly Rue, though that complicates things logistically. Different districts mean different entry points to the arena. Harry absorbed this. And after the extraction? War, Finnick said simply. Open rebellion. 13 has military capacity, but they need the districts united behind a symbol. Behind your symbol. The implications were staggering. Not just survival, but revolution. Not just defiance, but the potential fall of the capital itself. There's more, BT said cautiously. Johanna mentioned you have special capabilities. Abilities that could prove crucial. Harry hesitated only briefly before demonstrating his magic, performing the same simple transformations he'd shown Katniss and Johanna. Finnick's eyes widened in wonder, while Beatty's narrowed in scientific fascination. Remarkable. The older Victor breathed. A form of energy manipulation outside our current understanding of physics. Can you replicate this? Finnick asked. Harry shook his head. You have to be born with it. And in this world, I seem to be the only one. He paused. At least, the only one I've found. This changes the calculation. BT mused. Your abilities could be invaluable during the extraction. And after, during the war effort. They spent hours discussing logistics, contingencies, signals. The plan was audacious but fragile, dependent on precise timing and coordination between victors in the arena and rescuers outside it. What about the other tributes? Harry asked. The ones not part of the extraction. Finnick and BT exchanged glances. Collateral damage. Finnick admitted reluctantly. We can't save everyone. That's not acceptable, Harry said firmly. I won't leave people behind to die if I can help them. The priority has to be getting Katniss out. BT argued. She's the symbol people have rallied behind. Without her, the revolution loses its focus. Then we adapt the plan. Harry insisted. Find a way to warn the others, at least. Give them a chance. The discussion continued until dusk, when they had to return before their absence was noticed. No firm resolution was reached on the fate of other tributes, but Harry was determined to find a way to save as many as possible. As the reaping day approached, a strange calm settled over Harry. He'd faced death before, walked willingly to it in the Forbidden Forest. The arena held less fear for him than what might follow, war, with all its moral complexities and inevitable losses. The night before the reaping, he sat on the porch of his house in Victor's village, watching stars emerge above District 12. Katniss joined him silently, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders against the spring chill. Couldn't sleep? He asked. She shook her head. Too much thinking. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the kind that only develops between people who have faced death together. I've been practicing, Katniss finally said. The skills you showed me. Recognizing magical currents, working with them rather than against them. Harry smiled. While she couldn't perform magic herself, he taught her to sense magical energies, to understand how they might be used to their advantage. And? He prompted. It's like hunting, she replied thoughtfully. Feeling the forest, knowing where animals will move before they do. Except it's deeper. More fundamental. That's exactly right, Harry said, pleased with her insight. Magic is part of the natural world, just operating on a level most people can't perceive. Another comfortable silence fell between them. In the distance, a mockingjay called, its evening song echoing across the quiet district. If we don't make it out, Katniss began. We will, Harry interrupted. But if we don't, she persisted. I want you to know that I'm glad you were reborn here. In this awful place, in this awful time. Her gray eyes met his in the gathering darkness. I'm glad I didn't face any of this alone. The simple declaration caught Harry off guard. Katniss wasn't given to emotional statements or expressions of affection. Coming from her, these words carried the weight of absolute sincerity. So am I. he replied softly. In my first life, I had Ron and Hermione, my best friends. I didn't think I'd ever find that kind of connection again. He paused. But I found you. And Rue. Different, but just as vital. Katniss shifted slightly closer, their shoulders touching. Tell me about them. Ron and Hermione. Harry did, sharing stories of their adventures at Hogwarts, of their unwavering loyalty even when facing seemingly impossible odds. Katniss listened attentively, asking occasional questions, building mental pictures of people from another world. They sound like they were worth fighting for, she said when he finished. They were. Harry agreed. Just like you and Rue and Prim. Just like the possibility of freedom for the districts. As if making a decision, Katniss turned to face him fully. Whatever happens tomorrow, in the arena after. I'm with you. All the way. All the way. Harry echoed, the promise settling between them like a physical thing. Impulsively, Katniss leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, not a passionate kiss, but something more meaningful. A seal on their pact. A recognition of a bond that transcended simple categories. When she pulled back, her expression was determined rather than embarrassed. Get some sleep, wizard boy. Tomorrow we begin again. She rose and walked back to her house, leaving Harry with the ghost of her kiss and the weight of all that lay ahead. The reaping dawned gray and drizzly, as if the weather itself recognized the solemnity of the occasion. Unlike regular reapings, this one was quick and perfunctory. With only 2 eligible female victors and 2 males from District 12, the outcome was predetermined. Effie Trinket, visibly distressed despite her capital composure, drew Katniss's name from one bowl and Harry's from the other. The required handshake was replaced with a tight embrace that made the attending peacekeepers shift uncomfortably. A message subtle but clear: the victors stood together. The journey to the capital passed in a blur of strategy sessions with Haymitch, who would serve as their mentor once more. Effie, unusually subdued, managed their schedule with less enthusiasm than usual, her eyes occasionally reddening when she thought no one was looking. She's grown attached to you, Haymitch observed. Most of your team has. It's causing quite the stir in the capital, stylists and escorts actually caring what happens to their tributes. The tribute parade featured all 24 returning victors, their chariots rolling through the capital streets to subdued applause. Many citizens seemed uncomfortable with the Quell's twist, seeing their favorite victors sent back to die. Cinna and Portia dressed Harry and Katniss in simple black outfits that transformed halfway through the rout, appearing to smolder with embers beneath the surface, fire banked but not extinguished. In the training center, Harry finally reunited with Rue, who arrived with her district partner, an older victor named Chaff who had lost a hand in his games decades earlier. Their reunion drew attention from the other victors, many watching with calculated interest. The famous trio, remarked Kashmir from District 1, her beautiful face cold. Together again. Not for long, her brother Gloss added with a predatory smile. Training proceeded differently than their first games. These were all experienced killers, all survivors who had already proven their deadliness. Some, like Brutus and Enoberia from District 2, trained aggressively, demonstrating their continued prowess. Others, like the morphling addicts from District 6, moved through stations listlessly. Harry, Katniss, and Rue maintained a visible alliance while cautiously connecting with potential allies. Finnick made a show of flirting with Katniss while subtly conveying important information. Johanna deliberately provoked arguments that allowed them to exchange whispered updates during the commotion. BT demonstrated wire techniques that doubled as coded messages about the arena's likely structure. On the 3rd day of training, during the private sessions with the game makers, Harry decided on a risky demonstration. When his turn came, he entered the gymnasium to find the game makers more attentive than the previous year, led by new head game maker Plutarch Heavenby. Without using weapons or training equipment, Harry stood in the center of the room and focused his magic. With precise movements of his hands, he created what appeared to be an elaborate trap using only the energy around him. The air shimmered slightly, dust particles aligning into visible patterns before dispersing. To the untrained eye, it would look like an unusual but explainable phenomenon, perhaps some District 3 technology or a unique survival skill. But to anyone looking for signs of something beyond ordinary human capability, the message was clear: Harry Potter was more than he appeared. Heavensby's expression remained neutral, but his eyes followed the display with particular intensity. When Harry finished, the head game maker simply nodded and dismissed him without comment. That evening, the training scores were announced. Most victors scored between 7 and 10, with Katniss and Harry both receiving identical 12s, the highest possible score, but also a clear target on their backs. "They want the others to hunt you first," Haymitch explained grimly. The interviews with Caesar Flickerman took on a somber tone, with many victors openly questioning the legitimacy of the quell. Kashmir spoke of her adoring Capital fans, now devastated to lose her. Finnick recited a poem to his true love, bringing the audience to tears. Johanna bluntly asked if something couldn't be done to change the rules, since the capital citizens clearly didn't want their beloved victors to die. When Katniss's turn came, she wore a wedding dress, the one capital citizens had voted on before the quell announcement derailed their fabricated romance narrative. As she twirled for Caesar, the white gown burned away, transforming into a dress of black feathers, a mockingjay. The audience gasped in recognition. "Cinna has made me into what I was always meant to be," Katniss told the stunned Caesar. "A symbol of something that survives despite the capital's best efforts to destroy it." The message couldn't have been clearer if she'd openly called for rebellion. Harry, dressed in a complimentary outfit of subtle black with red accents that seemed to glow from within, took a different approach. "Caesar," he said conversationally, "do you believe in second chances?" The host blinked at the unexpected question. "Of course. Everyone deserves a second chance." "I thought so too," Harry continued. "My first chance at life was the arena last year. My second chance was what came after, helping my district, building a future." He paused. "But it seems the capital doesn't believe in second chances after all." Murmurs ran through the audience. Caesar attempted to recover. "But surely this is a different kind of chance, to showcase your continued abilities, to remind Panem of your remarkable victory. Is that what we're calling it?" Harry asked mildly. "Because from where I stand, it looks more like punishment for daring to survive in a way the capital didn't anticipate." The buzzer sounded before Caesar could respond, perhaps deliberately triggered early. Rue's interview followed, her small form made striking in a dress of deep gold with subtle wing patterns. Despite her youth, she spoke with the gravity of someone much older. "Last year, I learned that family isn't just who you're born to," she told Caesar. "It's also who you're willing to die for. And who's willing to die for you." The interviews culminated with Chaff, who used his brief time to declare that the victors had already paid their dues to the capital, and that this quell dishonored the supposed sanctity of the victor's crown. As the tributes rose for the anthem, something unexpected happened. First Katniss, then Harry, then Rue reached out to join hands. The gesture spread rapidly, until all 24 victors stood in an unbroken chain of unity before the stunned capital audience. The broadcast cut off abruptly, but the damage was done. The victors had demonstrated that they stood together against the capital, even as they prepared to kill each other. Later that night, unable to sleep, Harry found himself on the roof garden of the training center. The city sparkled below, deceptively beautiful despite the horror it perpetuated. He wasn't surprised when the door opened behind him. "Couldn't sleep either?" Johanna asked, joining him at the railing. "Too much thinking," Harry replied, echoing Katniss's words from the night before the reaping. "About tomorrow? About after tomorrow? About what all this is leading to?" Johanna nodded, uncharacteristically serious. "War isn't pretty, magic boy. I hope you're prepared for that." "I've been in one before," Harry reminded her. "Different world, same fundamental horror." They stood in silence for a moment, the capital's celebratory sounds drifting up from the streets below. "I wanted to thank you," Johanna said suddenly, "for showing me what you can do. For trusting me with that." Harry glanced at her, surprised by the sincerity in her voice. "You're welcome." It gave me something I hadn't felt in a long time. Her eyes remained fixed on the distant horizon. Hope. Before Harry could respond, the door opened again, admitting Katniss and Finnick. "Secret meeting?" Katniss asked, eyeing Johanna with lingering suspicion. "Just enjoying our last night of capital luxury," Johanna replied, her usual sarcasm returning. "Before they try to kill us again." Finnick moved to Harry's other side. "Any last-minute revelations to share with the class, 12? "Nothing we haven't covered," Harry replied. Their plans were as solid as they could be, given the circumstances. The arena would be rigged to be evacuated at a specific time on the third day. Until then, they needed to stay alive and protect Katniss, the primary extraction target. The door opened once more. Rue slipped out, followed by BT and, surprisingly, Chaff. "Quite the gathering," BT observed mildly. "May as well make it a party," Johanna drawled. "Anyone bring alcohol?" As if in answer, Haymitch appeared with a bottle of clear liquor. "Last drink before the circus," he announced, taking a conservative sip before passing it around. They formed a loose circle under the night sky, these damaged victors from different districts, united by shared trauma and common purpose. When the bottle reached Harry, he took a small sip before passing it to Katniss. "To surviving what comes next," he offered. "To making it count," Finnick added. "To making them pay," Johanna concluded darkly. As midnight approached, they dispersed gradually, returning to their floors to attempt sleep before the morning launch. Katniss lingered, as did Rue, the three of them finding themselves alone on the roof once more. "Whatever happens tomorrow," Rue said quietly, "I'm glad we found each other." Katniss wrapped an arm around the younger girl's shoulders. "We'll find each other again. In the arena. After. Promise?" Rue asked, suddenly sounding her age. "Promise," Harry confirmed, thinking of the magical protections he'd already prepared, the spells he would use to keep them safe until extraction. "We beat the odds once. We'll do it again." They separated to their own floors, knowing the morning would come too soon. In his room, Harry prepared the few magical items he could conceal on his person: a strand of unicorn hair woven into his district token, a minuscule vial of phoenix tears hidden in a hollowed-out tooth. Small advantages, but potentially crucial ones. He slept fitfully, dreams shifting between memories of his first life and anxieties about the one ahead. When Cinna arrived before dawn, Harry was already awake, sitting at the window watching the capital slowly illuminate with morning light. "Ready?" Cinna asked simply. Harry nodded. "As I'll ever be." The stylist helped him dress in the arena outfit, a fitted blue jumpsuit with a plastic belt, indicating water would feature prominently in this year's arena. As Harry prepared to step onto the launch plate, Cinna embraced him briefly. "Remember who the real enemy is," he whispered. Then Harry was rising through the tube, emerging into blinding sunlight. As his eyes adjusted, he took in the arena, a vast circular pool of salt water with the cornucopia on an island at the center. Narrow spokes radiated outward to a beach, beyond which lay dense jungle. The tributes were arranged in a circle around the cornucopia, each on their own metal plate. Harry quickly located Katniss 4 plates to his right, and Rue almost directly across the circle. Finnick was positioned between Katniss and Mags, his district partner. Johanna stood 3 plates to Harry's left. Claudius Templesmith's voice boomed across the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, let the 75th Hunger Games begin!" 60 seconds. Harry used them to assess the cornucopia's offerings, weapons, supplies, the bow that Katniss would need. He also sensed something else, a strange magical current running through the arena, different from natural energy. The game makers had created something unnatural here, something potentially dangerous to even a wizard. The gong sounded, and Harry dove into the water without hesitation. Growing up in Little Whinging, swimming lessons had been one of the few activities the Dursleys had permitted, not wanting him to embarrass them by drowning at school outings. In Panem, he'd practiced in the lake beyond District 12's fence. He reached the cornucopia quickly, vaulting onto the central island just behind Finnick, who had already secured a trident. Katniss arrived moments later, immediately reaching for the bow and arrows. "Duck!" Harry shouted as Enobaria hurled a knife toward her. Katniss dropped instantly, the knife sailing over her head. Harry scooped up a sword and pack, tossing another pack to Finnick. "Mags!" Finnick called to his elderly district partner, who was struggling in the water. "Get Rue!" Harry scanned the arena frantically. Some tributes were still floundering in the water. Others had reached the cornucopia and were already engaged in the bloodbath. He spotted Rue swimming determinedly toward them, her small form making surprising progress through the waves. Brutus charged toward Katniss, spear raised. Harry intercepted him, parrying the thrust with his sword. "Go!" he shouted to Katniss. "Get to the beach. I'll find you." She hesitated, unwilling to leave him, but Finnick grabbed her arm. "We need to move now," he insisted, pulling her toward one of the spokes leading to the beach. Harry continued fending off Brutus, using his sword more as a distraction than a weapon. When he glimpsed an opening, he channeled magic through his free hand, creating a powerful gust of wind that knocked Brutus backward into the water. Rue had reached the island. Harry grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the same spoke Katniss and Finnick had taken. "Run!" he ordered. They sprinted across the narrow bridge, reaching the beach as chaos continued at the cornucopia behind them. Finnick had Mags on his back and was already entering the tree line, Katniss close behind with her bow at the ready. Harry and Rue caught up with them in the dense jungle undergrowth. "Everyone okay?" Harry asked, doing a quick visual assessment of the group. "For now," Finnick replied, setting Mags gently on her feet. "But we need to keep moving." "Find water." "Alliance confirmed then?" Katniss asked, eyeing Finnick and Mags warily despite the pre-game's planning. Finnick grinned, tapping his wrist where a gold bangle gleamed, the signal Haymitch had arranged to identify trusted allies. "Alliance confirmed, girl on fire." They moved deeper into the jungle, alert for threats. The heat was oppressive, the air thick with humidity. Strange birds called from the canopy, and unsettling rustles came from the underbrush. "Water's the priority," Harry said after an hour of hiking. "Then shelter." "I don't think fresh water's going to be easy to find," Rue observed, examining the lush vegetation. "These plants are adapted for saltwater environments." Katniss nodded in agreement. "The game makers want us to struggle, make us desperate enough to return to the cornucopia. Or depend on sponsors," Finnick added. Harry closed his eyes briefly, extending his magical senses. Unlike in their first arena, he detected no natural springs nearby. The game makers had created an environment entirely dependent on their controlled water sources. "We need to think differently," he said. "Look for signs of artificial water sources. The game makers always provide something." They continued until mid-afternoon, when the heat became unbearable. Mags, despite her age, showed remarkable resilience, but even she was flagging. They paused in a small clearing, using fronds to create shade. "I'll scout ahead," Finnick offered. "See if there's water further in." "I'll go with you," Katniss said, clearly unwilling to let him out of her sight. They departed, leaving Harry with Rue and Mags. The old woman smiled at him, her weathered face kind despite the brutal circumstances. "She likes you," Rue translated, apparently familiar with Mags's nearly unintelligible speech pattern. "Says you remind her of someone?" Harry wondered who he could possibly remind Mags of, a woman who had survived the games over 60 years ago, who had lived through most of Paynham's history. While they waited, Harry carefully constructed a small shelter, incorporating subtle protective enchantments into the structure. To outside observers, he appeared to be simply building a lean-to, but the magic he wove would help shield them from both natural threats and capital surveillance. "You're doing it again," Rue observed quietly. "The thing you showed us. But hiding it." Harry nodded slightly. "Some things are best kept subtle until they're needed." A cannon boomed in the distance, the first death of the day. They tensed, wondering if Katniss and Finnick were safe. Minutes later, more cannons followed in quick succession. The bloodbath's continuing, Harry guessed. Later than usual. Mags gestured and made a series of sounds that Rue again interpreted. She says these games are different. The regular rules don't apply. Victors know too much, fight differently. Harry was about to respond when Katniss and Finnick burst back into the clearing, both looking alarmed. We need to move, Katniss said urgently. Now. What happened? Harry asked, already gathering their meager supplies. Fog, Finnick replied grimly. Not natural. It did something to the male from 5. His skin blistered, he convulsed. Chemical weapon, Harry concluded. Which way is it coming from? Katniss pointed back the way they'd come, moving slowly but steadily. We need to go perpendicular to it, try to get out of its path. They moved quickly through the dense jungle, Finnick once again carrying Mags. The deadly fog pursued them relentlessly, always visible at the edge of their retreat, hurting them in a specific direction. They're driving us somewhere. Rue panted as they ran. Towards something. Or someone, Harry added grimly. The fog began to gain on them. Tendrils of the toxic mist brushed Finnick's shoulder as he carried Mags, causing immediate blistering. He stumbled, nearly dropping the elderly woman. I can't. He gasped, his legs beginning to spasm where the fog had touched them. Mags looked at him with sad determination. Before anyone could stop her, she kissed Finnick's cheek and slipped from his arms, hobbling directly into the approaching wall of fog. Mags, no! Finnick cried, trying to follow, but Harry and Katniss held him back. She's made her choice, Katniss said, her voice breaking as they watched the old woman disappear into the mist. A cannon sounded moments later. They continued fleeing, half carrying Finnick as the neurotoxin affected his coordination. When they finally reached the beach again, the fog mysteriously stopped at the tree line, as if constrained by an invisible barrier. Katniss collapsed on the sand, her own arms showing signs of chemical burns. Rue examined the lesions on all of them, her face tight with worry. Salt water, she suggested. It might draw out the toxin. They crawled to the edge of the salt water, immersing their affected limbs. To their surprise, the treatment worked. Black tendrils of poison leached out into the water, providing immediate relief. As they recovered, Harry surreptitiously added a healing charm to his section of water, accelerating the detoxification process. When he finished, he moved to help the others, disguising his magical assistance as ordinary first aid. Look, Rue said suddenly, pointing down the beach. 3 figures staggered out of the jungle 100 yards away, Johanna, BT, and Wyrus, all drenched in what appeared to be blood. Allies? Katniss questioned, her hand moving to her bow. Harry nodded. Allies. Finnick, recovered enough to stand, called out to them. Johanna's head snapped up, her face registering recognition and relief beneath the blood. Rain, she explained when they joined groups. Thick, hot blood. 4 hours. She gestured to BT, who was barely conscious. He got hit in the back at the cornucopia. Wyrus is in shock. They combined their meager supplies, taking inventory of weapons and resources. Between them, they had Katniss's bow, Finnick's trident, Johanna's axes, Harry's sword, and the wire BT had managed to grab before being injured. 7 dead by my count, Johanna reported. Both from 9, the woman from 10, the morphlings from 6, 5, and... She glanced at Finnick. Mags. Finnick nodded grimly, his normally handsome face haunted. She sacrificed herself. So we could continue. Continue what? Johanna asked pointedly, her eyes flicking meaningfully toward the sky where cameras would be watching. Surviving, Harry replied smoothly. That's all any of us can do now. As night fell, they established camp on the beach, taking turns keeping watch. The anthem played, confirming Johanna's death count. 17 tributes remained, including all of their key allies in the extraction plan. During his watch, Harry sat beside BT, who was sleeping fitfully after Katniss had treated his wound. The older Victor's glasses were cracked, his breathing labored. "How is he?" Wyrus asked, approaching silently. She seemed to have recovered somewhat from her shock. "Stable," Harry replied. "But he needs real medical attention." Wyrus nodded, her eyes darting around the arena. "Tick-tock," she murmured. "Tick-tock." Harry frowned, studying her more carefully. "What's that, Wyrus?" "Tick-tock," she repeated, making a circular motion with her finger. "Tick-tock." Understanding dawned. "The arena," Harry whispered. "It's a clock." Wyrus smiled, pleased to be understood. "Tick-tock." Harry examined the arena with new eyes. The circular design, the cornucopia at the center, the 12 spokes radiating outward like the face of a clock. Each sector would contain a different hazard, triggered at a specific time. "You're brilliant," he told Wyrus, who beamed at the compliment. When morning came, Harry shared Wyrus's insight with the others. Katniss and Finnick immediately grasped the implications, while Johanna seemed skeptical until Harry pointed out the pattern of attacks they'd witnessed. "If we can map the hazards," Beatty said weakly from his makeshift bed, "we can predict and avoid them." Stay one step ahead of the game makers. They decided to return to the cornucopia to get a better view of the arena's structure. Moving cautiously across the spokes, they reached the central island without incident. The initial bloodbath was long over, the remaining supplies picked over but not entirely depleted. While Beatty examined the cornucopia, muttering about angles and positions, Wyrus began to sing softly, a District 3 children's song about a mouse clock. Her voice carried eerily across the water. Could she be any louder? Johanna complained. "She's keeping watch in her own way," Harry defended. Wyrus's singing stopped abruptly. Harry turned to see Gloss slitting her throat, the cannon booming as she collapsed. In the same instant, Katniss's arrow found Gloss's temple, and another cannon sounded. Kashmir lunged for Katniss, but Johanna's axe embedded in her chest before she could reach her. A third cannon. Brutus and Enobaria appeared on the far side of the cornucopia, but rather than attacking, they retreated, diving into the water and swimming rapidly for the jungle. "They know about the clock," Finnick realized. "They're positioning for the next hazard." "We should move too," Harry urged, helping BT to his feet. Back to the beach, but in a different sector than before. As they gathered their supplies, the ground beneath them suddenly lurched. The entire cornucopia island began to spin rapidly, disorienting them and nearly throwing them into the water. Harry managed to grab BT with one hand and Rue with the other, anchoring them with a hasty sticking charm that would appear to be simply a good grip. When the spinning stopped, they were thoroughly disoriented, the previous landmarks obscured. "They're changing the game," Johanna spat. "Resetting the clock. Or hiding the pattern we discovered," BT suggested. "Making it harder to predict." They returned to the beach, establishing a new camp in what they hoped was a temporarily safe sector. The day progressed with tense vigilance, each of them watching for signs of the next deadly challenge. A silver parachute arrived mid-afternoon, bred from District 3, accompanied by a small pot of medicine for Beatty's wound. The gift seemed modest, but the timing was significant. 24 rolls. 24 hours until extraction. "We need to finalize the plan," Finnick said quietly as they shared the bread. BT, stronger after Katniss applied the medicine to his back, outlined his strategy. "The lightning tree. I noticed it on our first day, a massive tree in one sector that gets struck precisely at midnight. If I can run my wire from that tree to the water, electrifying it when the lightning strikes, you could take out anyone in the vicinity," Katniss finished. "Or create a diversion," Harry added meaningfully. "Draw attention while something else happens elsewhere." BT nodded, understanding the subtext. The electrified wire would serve as their signal to the extraction team, while also potentially eliminating hostile tributes. They spent the remainder of the day gathering information about the reconfigured clock, mapping hazards as they observed them from a safe distance. Monkey mutations in one sector. Flesh-eating insects in another. a tidal wave that swept through at predictable intervals. As evening approached, they moved toward the lightning tree, a journey that took them deep into the jungle. The massive tree stood alone on a hill, its bark strangely metallic, its branches reaching skyward like lightning rods. BT immediately began working with his wire, explaining his plan in technical detail that served as cover for their real intentions. Katniss and Johanna would run the wire from the tree to the beach, ensuring it reached the water. Finnick and BT would remain at the tree to manage the initial connection. Harry and Rue would guard the perimeter, watching for other tributes. As Katniss and Johanna prepared to depart with the coil of wire, Harry pulled Katniss aside briefly. "Remember what we discussed," he said quietly. "If anything goes wrong, head for the lightning tree. That's where the extraction will happen." She nodded, her gray eyes meeting his with fierce determination. "And Rue? I'll make sure she gets there." He hesitated, then added, "Be careful. Trust your instincts." "Always," she replied, squeezing his hand before joining Johanna. The two women disappeared into the darkening jungle, the wire unspooling behind them. Harry positioned himself and Rue where they could watch multiple approaches to the tree, his senses extended for any sign of danger. "Almost time," Rue murmured, her young face solemn in the twilight. "Do you think it will work?" "It has to," Harry replied. "Too many people have sacrificed too much for it to fail now." They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, the jungle unusually quiet around them. Then Harry felt it, a subtle disturbance in the magical energy of the arena, a shift that raised the hair on his arms. "Something's wrong," he said, rising to his feet. "The game makers are changing something." At that moment, a cannon boomed, followed quickly by a second. Harry's heart froze. 2 deaths. Katniss and Johanna had been together. "Stay with BT and Finnick," he ordered Rue. "I'm going to check." "No," she objected, grabbing his arm. "We stay together." That was the promise. Before he could argue, screams erupted from the direction Katniss and Johanna had taken. Not female screams, male. Then Finnick was racing past them, trident ready. "Stay here," he shouted. "Protect BT." Harry hesitated, torn between following Finnick and honoring his order. The extraction plan required BT to complete the wire connection, but if Katniss was in danger, BT made the decision for him, staggering to his feet with the wire in his hands. "It's time," he said grimly. "Whatever's happening down there, we need to complete the circuit now." "The lightning's not due for at least an hour," Harry objected. "They're accelerating the clock," Rue realized, pointing to the sky where storm clouds were gathering unnaturally fast. "Everything's happening ahead of schedule." Harry made a split-second decision. "BT, finish the connection. Rue, stay with him. I'm going to find the others." He took off down the hill, following the wire's path. He'd gone less than 100 yards when he found the wire cut, its ends frayed. Further ahead, he heard the clash of weapons, Finnick's voice shouting, another male responding. Harry moved stealthily through the underbrush, using a disillusionment charm to blend with the foliage. He came upon a clearing where Finnick and Brutus were engaged in vicious combat, trident against spear. There was no sign of Katniss or Johanna. Making a difficult choice, Harry bypassed the fighting men, continuing to follow the broken wire. If the extraction was happening soon, finding Katniss was the priority. The jungle grew darker as the artificial storm clouds blotted out the moonlight. Harry conjured a subtle magical light, barely visible except to his own eyes, to guide his path. He was nearing the edge of the sector when he heard it, Katniss's voice, raised in alarm. "Johanna! What are you doing?" Harry sprinted toward the sound, breaking through a wall of vegetation to find Johanna kneeling over Katniss, a bloody rock in her hand. Katniss lay stunned on the ground, blood streaming from a wound on her forehead. "What the hell are you doing?" Harry demanded, raising his sword. Johanna whirled, her expression fierce. "Saving her life, you idiot! They want the tracker out of her arm." Understanding dawned. The trackers injected before the games, The extraction team would need them removed to prevent the capital from following. The others? He asked urgently. Scattered. And Oberia was hunting us. I led her away from Katniss, but she could be back any minute. Johanna stood, wiping blood from her hands. Get her to the tree. Now. A cannon boomed in the distance. Who was that? Harry demanded. No way to know, Johanna replied grimly. But the plan's falling apart. Go! She disappeared into the jungle before Harry could respond, her axes ready for whatever came next. Harry knelt beside Katniss, who was beginning to regain consciousness. Can you walk? He asked, helping her sit up. Harry? She blinked, disoriented. Johanna attacked me. To remove your tracker, he explained quickly. We need to move. Get to the lightning tree before the extraction. He helped her to her feet, supporting her as they began making their way back toward the tree. The storm was intensifying overhead, unnatural lightning flashing between clouds. Rue, Katniss remembered suddenly. Is she safe? With Beatty at the tree, Harry assured her. That's where we're headed. They were halfway back when another cannon sounded. Harry's pace increased, dread building in his chest. Too many deaths, too many unknowns. When they finally reached the lightning tree, they found chaos. Beatty lay unconscious, blood seeping from a fresh wound on his arm where he'd apparently attempted to remove his own tracker. Finnick was nowhere to be seen. And Rue. Rue! Katniss cried, spotting the small figure crouched behind the tree, her arm bleeding from a deep gash. They came from nowhere, Rue gasped as they reached her. District 2. Beatty tried to fight them off, but they were too strong. Finnick arrived, drove them away, but then went after them when they fled. Harry quickly examined Beatty. The inventor was alive but deeply unconscious. The wire from his plan was wrapped around a branch of the tree, its other end pointing toward the force field that encircled the arena, a force field Harry had sensed but not directly observed until now. He wasn't trying to electrify the water, Harry realized. He was targeting the force field itself. Katniss caught on immediately. Overload it. Create a gap for the extraction. The storm directly overhead had reached unnatural intensity. Lightning flashed continuously, the thunder immediate and deafening. We need to finish what he started, Harry decided, grabbing the wire. Connect it to the force field before the lightning strikes. How? Katniss asked. We don't know where exactly the field is. Rue, recovering from her initial shock, pointed upward. There. Watch the lightning, it reveals the pattern. Sure enough, the flashes illuminated a subtle hexagonal pattern in the air above them, the force field structure, normally invisible. We need to throw the wire, Harry said, fashioning a makeshift harpoon with the wire wrapped around his sword. When the lightning hits the tree, it will follow the wire to the field. If we're still holding it, we'll be electrocuted, Katniss pointed out. I'll handle that part, Harry replied, knowing he could use magic to protect himself at the crucial moment. You two get Beatty ready to move the instant the field comes down. They worked quickly, positioning themselves for what would likely be their only chance. The lightning was building to its climax, the air charged with electrical potential. Get ready, Harry called, taking aim at the force field with his makeshift harpoon. Suddenly, an Oberia burst from the jungle, knife drawn. Stop them! She shouted to someone behind her, Brutus, emerging with his spear raised. Katniss's arrow found an Oberia's thigh, sending her stumbling to the ground. Brutus charged forward, directly toward Rue and the unconscious Beatty. Harry made an instantaneous decision. Abandoning the wire, he threw himself in front of Rue, his sword meeting Brutus's spear with a metallic clang. Katniss, the wire! He shouted as he parried Brutus's next thrust. Katniss grabbed the abandoned wire-wrap sword, taking aim at the force field. Above them, the lightning reached its peak intensity, about to strike. Harry and Brutus struggled, the larger man's strength nearly overwhelming Harry until he channeled magic through his arms, enhancing his speed and power. As they fought, he caught glimpses of Katniss preparing to throw the wire, of Rue dragging BT toward the relative safety of a massive root system. The lightning struck with blinding intensity. In that same instant, several things happened at once. Katniss released the sword, sending it arcing toward the force field with the wire trailing behind it. Brutus drove his spear forward, catching Harry in the shoulder. Finnick reappeared at the edge of the clearing, blood-streaked but alive. And somewhere in the distance, Johanna screamed a warning that was lost in the thunder. The wire connected with the force field at the exact moment the lightning's energy surged through the tree. The result was catastrophic. A massive explosion of light and sound as the force field overloaded, its hexagonal pattern illuminated in blinding white before beginning to disintegrate. Harry, despite the spear in his shoulder, seized the momentary advantage. With strength born of desperation and enhanced by magic, he drove his sword into Brutus's chest. The cannon boomed even as the arena began to collapse around them. "Now!" Harry shouted, pulling his sword free and staggering toward Katniss and Rue. "Stay together!" The force field was failing section by section, the artificial sky beyond it revealing the night beyond. Through the growing gaps, Harry could see hovercraft approaching, capital vessels, but also others with unfamiliar markings. Finnick reached them, supporting Harry as his wounded shoulder threatened to give way. "District 13, he confirmed, nodding toward one of the unmarked hovercraft. "But we need to hurry. The capital's responding faster than expected." The ground beneath them shuddered as the arena's systems began to fail. Trees toppled, and in the distance, the cornucopia island started to sink into the churning water. A claw descended from the nearest rebel hovercraft, large enough to accommodate multiple people. Harry helped Katniss lift BT onto it, then made sure Rue was securely positioned. "You next," he told Katniss. She shook her head stubbornly. "Together or not at all." There was no time to argue. The claw was already retracting, carrying BT and Rue upward. A second claw descended toward them. "Finnick!" Johanna's voice carried across the disintegrating arena. She appeared at the edge of the clearing, blood-soaked but moving determinedly toward them. Harry and Katniss reached for the second claw as Finnick turned back to help Johanna. They had just grasped the metal lifeline when a capital hovercraft appeared directly overhead, its weapons systems activating. "Finnick, hurry!" Harry shouted as their claw began to rise. The capital hovercraft fired, the blast striking the ground between Finnick and Johanna, sending both flying in opposite directions. Johanna disappeared into the burning undergrowth while Finnick was thrown toward the lightning tree, unconscious from the impact. Harry made an instant decision. Letting go of the claw with one hand, he reached toward Finnick, channeling every ounce of magic he possessed. "Accio, Finnick!" he shouted, no longer caring who heard or saw. Finnick's body lurched upward as if pulled by invisible ropes, flying toward Harry's outstretched hand. Harry caught him by the wrist just as the capital hovercraft fired again, the blast narrowly missing them as their claw continued its ascent. "Hold on!" Katniss cried, helping Harry secure his grip on both Finnick and the claw. They rose through the disintegrating dome of the arena, the rebel hovercraft pulling them aboard just as the capital vessel attempted another attack. The rebel craft's shields absorbed the impact, and then they were accelerating away, leaving the destroyed arena behind. Inside the hovercraft, medical personnel immediately surrounded them. BT was rushed to an advanced treatment area, while others attended to Harry's shoulder wound and Katniss's head injury. Finnick remained unconscious but stable. Rue, with only minor injuries, stayed by Katniss's side, refusing to be separated again. "Johanna!" Harry gasped as a medic extracted Brutus's spear from his shoulder. "We have to go back for her." "Too late," a familiar voice replied. Haymitch appeared, looking grimmer than Harry had ever seen him. "The capital has her. And Enobaria. And Annie Cresta from 4. Prisoners," Finnick murmured, regaining consciousness on his stretcher. "They'll use them against us." "Against me," Harry corrected, understanding immediately. "Snow suspected what I could do. Now he's seen it. Johanna knew my secret." A heavy silence fell over the group as the implications sank in. Johanna in capital custody meant potential torture, questioning about Harry's abilities, leverage to force his surrender. "Where are we going?" Katniss finally asked, her hand finding Harry's as they lay on adjacent stretchers. "District 13, Haymitch replied. "The revolution has begun." The moment the arena fell, uprisings erupted across multiple districts. "There's no going back now." Harry thought of Johanna, of the other captured victors. Of District 12, potentially facing capital retaliation for their tribute's role in destroying the arena. Of President Snow, now fully aware that magic existed in his world. "The war started then," he said quietly. "Yes," Haymitch confirmed. "And you three are at the center of it. The victors who defied the capital. The rebels who destroyed the arena." He looked specifically at Harry. "And you, with your unexplained abilities that everyone on both sides will want to understand and control." Katniss's grip on Harry's hand tightened. "They don't control us," she said firmly. "Not anymore." Rue, who had been silent during this exchange, spoke up with quiet determination. "We're still a team. Still a family. Whatever comes next, we face it together." Harry looked at these two remarkable women who had become his anchor in this second life. Katniss with her fierce protectiveness, Rue with her quiet wisdom beyond her years. Then at Finnick, who had fought alongside them despite personal cost. At Beatty, whose brilliant mind had engineered their escape. And he thought of Johanna, captured because she'd stayed to ensure Katniss escaped safely. "Together," he agreed, making a silent vow to rescue those left behind. "But this time, we're not just surviving. We're fighting back." The hovercraft sped through the night sky, carrying them toward District 13 and the war that would determine Paynham's future. Behind them, the arena burned, a beacon of rebellion visible for miles. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and the possibility of a freedom none of them had dared imagine before. For Harry Potter, reborn into a world as broken as the one he'd left, the fight for that future was just beginning. Chapter 3. Revolutions flamed. The nightmares always began the same way. Harry standing in the forest near District 12, watching as firebombs fell from the sky. The screams of people unable to escape. The scene erupting into an inferno. Prim calling his name as flames consumed her. Then the scene would shift to the capital, where Johanna's screams echoed through sterile white rooms as Snow questioned her about Harry's abilities. About magic. About secrets that could turn the tide of war. Harry jolted awake, heart hammering against his ribs. The austere gray walls of his District 13 compartment greeted him, a stark contrast to the burning district of his dreams. The digital clock read 5:28 a.m. 2 minutes before the mandatory wake-up call. 3 weeks had passed since their extraction from the arena. 3 weeks of debriefings, medical treatments, and increasingly tense strategy sessions. 3 weeks of learning that District 12 had been reduced to ashes within hours of their escape, with only about 800 survivors making it to the woods where Gale had led them to safety. 3 weeks of knowing Johanna Mason and the other captured victors were enduring unimaginable torture because of him. The compartment's intercom crackled to life precisely at 5:30. "Citizen Potter, report to command for 0600 briefing." Harry rose mechanically, following the rigid schedule that governed life in District 13. Shower for precisely 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Gray uniform with assigned rank insignia, they'd made him a lieutenant despite his protests that he had no military experience. Right forearm stamped with the day's tightly regimented schedule in purple ink. As he dressed, Harry's eyes fell on the small wooden box he'd managed to create from materials scavenged around the underground district. Inside lay his holly and phoenix feather wand, his most prized possession and the most powerful weapon in Paynham, if anyone bothered to recognize it as such. President Coin of District 13 certainly didn't. Despite demonstrations of his magical abilities, she remained skeptical, viewing his powers as either elaborate technological tricks or biological mutations she couldn't explain. Her interest lay solely in how his abilities could be weaponized, not in understanding their true nature. The corridors of District 13 were already filling with gray-uniformed citizens moving with purpose to their assigned duties. Harry nodded to those he recognized, survivors from 12 mostly, their eyes still haunted by what they'd witnessed. They nodded back respectfully, some whispering as he passed. The boy who lived. The wizard. The victor who defied the capital twice. So many titles, so many expectations. He entered the dining hall, scanning the utilitarian space until he spotted a familiar dark braid. Katniss sat alone at a corner table, pushing food around her plate without eating. Since their arrival, she'd grown progressively thinner, her gray eyes haunted by the same nightmares that plagued Harry. "Morning," he said, sliding onto the bench across from her. She glanced up, offering a ghost of a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Command again?" Harry nodded, studying her hollow cheeks. "You need to eat. So do you." She pushed her tray slightly toward him, a familiar gesture from their days hunting in the woods of 12. Sharing resources, watching out for each other. "Where's Rue?" he asked, taking a small bite of the bland protein porridge that constituted breakfast in 13. Medical. Daily checkup. Katniss's expression darkened. "They're still treating her like a specimen. Running tests. Taking samples." Harry frowned. All three of them had been subjected to extensive medical examinations upon arrival, but 13th's doctors seemed particularly fascinated by Rue's miraculous recovery from what should have been a fatal wound in her first games. They knew Phoenix Tears had healed her, Harry had explained as much, but they remained determined to understand how such healing worked on a cellular level. "I'll talk to Coin again," he promised. "Make it clear that Rue isn't a laboratory experiment." Katniss met his eyes. "Will it make any difference? Coin sees us all as assets, not people. Weapons to be deployed." She wasn't wrong. President Alma Coin had welcomed them to District 13 with calculated cordiality that barely masked her true interest. How the victors who had captured the district's imagination could be utilized in her meticulously planned rebellion. "We need each other right now," Harry reminded her. 13 needs our symbolic value, and we need their resources to rescue Johanna and the others. To defeat Snow. "And after?" Katniss challenged quietly. "What happens when Snow falls and Coin rises?" It was a question that had increasingly troubled Harry as well. Coin's leadership style, rigid, authoritarian, brooking no dissent, reminded him uncomfortably of ministry officials from his first life. People who sought power while claiming to serve the greater good. "One tyrant at a time," he replied with a grimness that made Katniss's eyebrows rise. They finished breakfast in silence before heading to command together. The central hub of 13th's military operations lay deep underground, protected by multiple security checkpoints and blast doors designed to withstand even nuclear attack. Inside, the usual assembly had already gathered around the large central table. President Coin, silver-haired and steel-eyed, stood at the head. Beside her was Plutarch Heavensby, former head game maker turned rebel mastermind, his capital accent still jarring among 13th's clipped efficiency. Haymitch slumped in a chair nearby, allowed into command despite 13th's prohibition on alcohol due to his strategic value. Beatty sat in his wheelchair, still recovering from his arena injuries but mentally sharp as ever, his fingers flying over a specialized tablet. Finnick Odair occupied a corner seat, looking considerably worse than when they'd last seen him. The normally handsome Victor was gaunt, his sea-green eyes haunted by the knowledge that his longtime love, Annie Cresta, was in capital custody. He nodded acknowledgement to Harry and Katniss but didn't speak. Rue arrived moments later, her medical band still visible around her wrist. Though she'd grown a little in the months since her games, she remained small for her 14 years, her dark eyes serious beyond their age. She slipped into the seat next to Katniss, who immediately put a protective arm around her shoulders. "Now that we're all present," Coin began without preamble, "let's proceed. BT, update on Capital Communications?" BT adjusted his glasses. "We've successfully intercepted their latest broadcast patterns. I believe we can override their signal within the next 48 hours, allowing us to air our own content throughout Panem." "Excellent." Coin turned her attention to a military commander. "Status of District 8? Heavy fighting continues around the textile factories. Capital hovercraft bombed the hospital sector yesterday, but rebel forces have secured the main supply warehouse. Commander Paylor reports they can hold for at least another week without reinforcement. Coin nodded, her expression revealing nothing. And the extraction planning? This caught Harry's full attention. The extraction referred to the mission to rescue the captured victors from capital custody, a mission that had been repeatedly delayed for what Coin termed strategic considerations. Plutarch stepped forward, activating the holographic display in the center of the table. A three-dimensional map of the capital appeared, with certain buildings highlighted in red. We've confirmed that the victors are being held beneath the tribute center, in specialized detention cells designed for high-value prisoners. He manipulated the display, zooming in on the underground levels. Security is unprecedented, peacekeepers, automated defense systems, and biometric scanners at every checkpoint. In other words, impossible to penetrate through conventional means. Haymitch summarized sourly. Not impossible, Plutarch corrected. Extremely difficult. Which is why we've developed an unconventional approach. He glanced meaningfully at Harry. One that relies on Lieutenant Potter's special capabilities. Harry straightened. After weeks of sidelining his suggestions about using magic to rescue the captives, they were finally acknowledging its potential value. You want me to teleport in? He asked, using the term he'd adopted rather than apparate, which meant nothing to them. Not exactly. Plutarch manipulated the display again. We believe direct teleportation into an unknown, potentially warded facility could be catastrophically dangerous. Harry nodded. He'd explained to them that apparition without clear visualization of the destination risked splinching, leaving parts of oneself behind, or materializing inside solid objects. Fatal outcomes, both. Instead, Plutarch continued, we propose a two-phase operation. Phase 1, a small team infiltrates the less secured outer perimeter using conventional methods, with your magical assistance for bypassing detection systems. Phase 2, once inside and with visual confirmation of the detention level, you teleport directly to the cells, extract the prisoners, and teleport out to the waiting extraction team. That could work, Harry acknowledged, his mind already racing through the magical requirements. Disillusionment charms for stealth. Confundus charms for any guards they couldn't avoid. Shield charms if they encountered resistance. I want to be on the team, Katniss said immediately. Absolutely not, Coin replied without hesitation. The Mockingjay is too valuable to risk on a high-casualty mission. The Mockingjay title had been Plutarch's creation, transforming Katniss from individual victor to symbolic leader of the rebellion. Complete with specialized armor, propaganda appearances, and carefully scripted speeches designed to inspire the districts. Katniss bristled. Johanna saved my life in the arena. I won't sit safely underground while others risk everything to rescue her. It's not up for debate, Miss Everdeen, Coin said coldly. Actually, Harry interjected, it should be. My magic works better protecting people I have an emotional connection with. Katniss and I have fought together, survived together. Our coordination is seamless. He met Coin's icy stare. If you want this mission to succeed, you need to trust my judgment on who comes with me. A tense silence fell over the room. Coin and Harry locked eyes in a silent battle of wills, either willing to yield. Perhaps, BT suggested cautiously. A compromise? Miss Everdeen could accompany the outer extraction team, providing cover with her archery skills, without entering the detention center itself. Coin considered this, her expression calculating. Lieutenant Potter would still need to enter alone. Not alone. Finnick spoke up for the first time, his voice hoarse but determined. I'm going in with him. Annie's in there. And I'll be the third. Came a new voice from the doorway. All heads turned to see Gale Hawthorne standing there, his broad shoulders filling the frame, his expression resolute. As one of the few who had successfully led civilians out of 12 during the bombing, he had quickly risen through 13th's military ranks. 3-person team, Gale continued, entering without waiting for permission. Standard tactical formation. Potter, O'Dare, and myself. Coin's lips thinned at this interruption, but she didn't immediately reject the proposal. Commander Hawthorne, this operation falls outside your current assignment. With respect, Madam President, I have more experience with Lieutenant Potter's abilities than anyone else in your military. We hunted together for years in 12. I know how he moves, how he thinks. Gale's gray eyes, so similar to Katniss's yet harder, shifted to Harry. And he knows the same about me. That wasn't entirely true, they'd been acquaintances rather than close allies, but Harry recognized the strategic value of Gale's argument. Coin valued efficiency and maximizing resources. Gale was offering both. I accept Commander Hawthorne's participation, Harry said firmly. Coin's nostrils flared slightly, the only indication of her annoyance at having her authority challenged. Very well. Commander Hawthorne, Lieutenant O'Dare, and Lieutenant Potter will form the internal extraction team. Miss Everdeen may accompany the external support unit, under Commander Boggs's direct supervision. Her cold eyes swept over them. But I want it clearly understood that the Mockingay's safety takes priority. If the situation deteriorates, she will be extracted immediately, regardless of mission status. And Rue stays here. Harry added, not missing how Coin consistently omitted the youngest Victor from her plans. Something flickered across Coin's features, annoyance, perhaps even a hint of fear. For all her dismissiveness of magic as a concept, Harry had noticed how she watched Rue carefully, as if the girl represented a variable she couldn't control. Miss Meadows has medical assessments scheduled throughout the week, Coin replied smoothly. Her participation wasn't under consideration. The meeting continued, delving into tactical details, equipment specifications, and extraction timelines. The mission was set for 3 days hence, enough time for BT to finalize the communication override that would serve as their distraction. As they filed out of command afterward, Rue fell into step beside Harry, her voice pitched low. She's lying about the medical tests. They're not finding anything useful anymore, but they keep trying. Yesterday, they took bone marrow. Harry's jaw tightened. That stops now. There's something else, Rue continued, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot. I've been exploring the ventilation systems. There's a restricted section in the medical wing, heavily guarded, no official records. I think they're developing weapons there. Chemical, maybe biological. I've seen hazmat suits going in and out. Harry absorbed this with growing unease. Coin presenting herself as the ethical alternative to Snow while potentially developing weapons of mass destruction felt uncomfortably familiar. History repeating itself, a revolution devouring its own morality in pursuit of victory. Keep watching, but be careful, he told Rue. Don't take any unnecessary risks. She gave him a look that reminded him forcefully of Hermione when he'd said something particularly obtuse. Says the person planning to teleport into the most heavily guarded facility in the capital. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. Fair point. They parted ways as Rue headed to what was listed on her schedule as education block, though Harry suspected she'd use the time for further reconnaissance. For all 13th's rigid control, they consistently underestimated the small, quiet girl from 11. Their mistake. Harry made his way to the specialized training area that had been allocated for his unique combat preparation, a euphemism for practicing magic away from prying eyes. Only a handful of people had clearance to observe, BT, whose scientific curiosity was matched by his discretion, Plutarch, who approached magic with the delighted wonder of a capital citizen discovering a new entertainment, and occasionally Katniss, who had developed an intuitive understanding of how Harry's abilities worked. Today, she was waiting for him, bow in hand. Since arriving in 13, she'd been issued a new weapon, not as fine as her father's bow from home, but a military-grade carbon composite with specialized arrows designed by BT himself. Thought you could use a sparring partner, she said as he entered. Harry nodded, appreciating the offer. Their combined training sessions were always more productive, his magic complementing her archery in ways that enhanced both. They began with simple drills, Harry casting shield charms while Katniss tried to penetrate them with increasingly creative arrow placements. Then reverse rolls, Katniss dodging or taking cover while Harry sent harmless stinging hexes her way, improving her already impressive reflexes. "Your shields are getting stronger," she observed during a water break. "More focused." Harry had noticed the same. His magic seemed to be adapting to this world's unique energy patterns, growing more efficient with each passing month. Spells that had once required his full concentration now came almost instinctively. "It's still not enough," he replied, frustration edging his voice. "Not for what we're planning." Katniss studied him thoughtfully. "You're worried about Johanna." It wasn't a question. In the weeks since the arena, Harry had noticed Katniss becoming increasingly perceptive, not just about his magical abilities, but about his emotions, his thoughts. Almost as if their connection had developed a telepathic dimension, though he knew it was simpler than that. They had survived too much together not to read each other instinctively. "I'm worried about all of them," Harry corrected, though not entirely truthfully. His concern for Johanna did run deeper, though he was reluctant to examine why. "Snow knows about my magic now. He'll have taken precautions." "What kind of precautions could possibly work against what you can do?" Katniss asked, genuinely curious. Harry considered how to explain. "In my first life, there were countermeasures against magic. Specific materials that could block certain spells. Wards that prevented apparition. Enchantments that detected magical signatures." He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "Snow doesn't have those exactly, but he's clever. He's had weeks to study whatever Johanna might have told him. To experiment." Katniss's expression darkened. "You think she told him about your abilities?" "I think she didn't have a choice," Harry replied quietly. "There are methods of extracting information that no one can resist indefinitely. In my world there were spells. Here they have drugs, torture." The unspoken hung between them, what Johanna must have endured because of her connection to Harry. "Then we get her out," Katniss said with the same fierce determination that had first drawn Harry to her. "We get all of them out. And then we make Snow pay." Harry nodded, appreciating her straightforward approach. Katniss never lost sight of the essential objective: protect those she cared about, eliminate threats directly. No political calculations, no compromise on core principles. They resumed training, pushing harder, moving faster. Harry began incorporating more complex spells, not just defensive magic, but offensive capabilities he'd been reluctant to demonstrate in front of Coin and her military commanders. Cutting hexes that could slice through steel. Blasting curses that could level small structures. Even a carefully controlled fiendfire that writhed and twisted before he extinguished it. Katniss watched this last demonstration with wide eyes. That's like the fire mutts from the first arena. But controllable." Harry explained, though control, with fiendfire, was always relative. "Extremely dangerous, though. Last resort only. Could you teach me to sense when you're about to use it? So I can coordinate better?" Harry considered this. While Katniss couldn't perform magic herself, she had shown remarkable sensitivity to magical energy fields. During their first games, she'd unconsciously responded to his magic several times. Since then, he taught her to recognize the distinct sensory signatures of different spells: the prickling charge before lightning magic, the wave-like pressure before shield charms. "Let's try," he agreed. They spent the next hour on magical sensitivity training. Harry would begin casting but stopped just short of release, allowing Katniss to identify the specific magical signature. By the session's end, she could accurately name most of his common combat spells before they manifested, an ability that would prove invaluable during coordinated operations. "You should be teaching this to Gale and Finnick too," she suggested as they finally wound down. "If they're going into the capital with you." Harry nodded, making a mental note to arrange additional sessions. "Speaking of which, thank you for not fighting harder about staying behind." Katniss shot him a look that was half amusement, half exasperation. "Who says I've accepted it? I'll be with the external team, as agreed. What happens after that? She shrugged. Katniss, Harry began, a warning in his tone. Relax, Potter. I'm not going to jeopardize the mission. She slung her bow across her back. But I'm also not going to sit in a hovercraft twiddling my thumbs if things go sideways. You'd do the same for me. He couldn't argue with that. In their strange, constantly evolving relationship, absolute loyalty was the one unchanging constant. If their positions were reversed, wild horses couldn't have kept Harry from coming to her aid. Their training session complete, they made their way toward the dining hall for the precisely scheduled midday meal. As they walked, they passed a group of District 13 citizens whose conversations abruptly halted at their approach. Eyes followed them, some admiring, others wary, a few outright hostile. They're still not used to us, Katniss murmured as they collected their identical meal trays. We disrupt their order, Harry replied, having given this considerable thought. 13 survived through absolute conformity, control, predictability. We represent chaos. Especially you, she added with a hint of a smile. The man who can bend reality doesn't fit neatly into their system. They found Rue already seated with Prim, the two girls deep in conversation that stopped when Harry and Katniss approached. Prim's face brightened at the sight of her sister, though Harry noticed the shadows under her eyes, another one struggling with nightmares of District 12 in flames. How was training? Rue asked as they sat. Productive, Harry answered. Katniss can now identify magical signatures with about 80% accuracy. Rue nodded approvingly. That could be useful during the extraction. And after. Something in her emphasis on those last two words caught Harry's attention. After? The younger girl glanced around subtly before leaning forward. I've been thinking about what comes after snow. About what kind of Panem we're fighting for. Harry felt a surge of affection for Rue, whose mind always seemed to operate several steps ahead. Unlike many in 13 who focus solely on defeating the capital, she consistently considered the longer game. And? He prompted. And I'm not convinced Coin's vision aligns with ours, she replied quietly. The weapons research, the rigid control, the way she treats anyone she can't use. She trailed off meaningfully. Prim nodded agreement. Even in medical, there's an obsession with efficiency over compassion. Patients are assets to be repaired, not people to be healed. Harry exchanged glances with Katniss, whose earlier question echoed in his mind. What happens when snow falls and Coin rises? One problem at a time, he said, though without much conviction. First, we rescue Johanna and the others. Then we deal with snow. After that, we ensure we haven't just traded one tyrant for another, Katniss finished grimly. Their conversation shifted to safer topics as more people filled the dining hall. Finnick joined them briefly, picking at his food without interest, his mind clearly already on the upcoming mission. Gale appeared later, sitting beside Katniss with the casual familiarity of their lifelong bond, though Harry noticed a new tension between them, the strain of diverging paths, of choices made in the arena that Gale hadn't been part of. After lunch, Harry was scheduled for what his arm stamp labeled reflection, mandatory psychological counseling that he'd thus far successfully evaded through various creative excuses. Today, however, he found himself cornered by Dr. Aurelius, 13th's head psychiatrist, a mild-mannered man whose gentle persistence belied a will of iron. Lieutenant Potter, Aurelius greeted him in the corridor. I believe you're on your way to my office? Harry suppressed a sigh. Actually, I have a tactical planning session with no one, according to the central schedule, Aurelius interrupted pleasantly. Unless you've developed the ability to be in two places at once? Another magical talent, perhaps? That startled a reluctant laugh from Harry. Just the regular human kind of avoidance, I'm afraid. Ah, well. That I'm equipped to handle. Aurelius gestured toward his office door. Shall we? Resigned, Harry followed him into a small room that stood out in 13 for its modest attempts at comfort. A plant on the desk, walls painted a shade less oppressive than standard gray, chairs that actually had cushions. "I've been looking forward to speaking with you," Aurelius said, settling behind his desk. "Though I confess I'm not entirely sure how to approach therapy with someone who's lived 2 lifetimes." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You believe that part of my story?" "I believe that you believe it," Aurelius replied diplomatically. "And in therapeutic terms, that's what matters." "Very tactful." "I try." Aurelius opened a notepad. "So, Harry, may I call you Harry, how are you adjusting to life in 13? The simple question, asked with genuine interest rather than clinical detachment, unexpectedly cracked something in Harry's carefully maintained composure. When was the last time anyone had asked how he was doing, rather than what he could do for them? Honestly? It's like being back at the ministry after Voldemort returned. He found himself saying, "Everyone wants to use me as a weapon, but no one actually wants to understand what I can do or who I am." Aurelius nodded, making a brief note. "And who are you, beyond the abilities?" The question caught Harry off guard. Who was he, in this second life? Not the boy who lived, not the chosen one, those identities had died with Voldemort. Not just a victor, not just a rebel. "I don't know anymore," he admitted quietly. "Sometimes I feel like I'm still becoming whoever I'm supposed to be here. An ongoing process of identity formation," Aurelius observed. "Complicated by having memories of a completed life behind you." Harry nodded, surprised by how accurately the doctor had captured his dilemma. "Tell me about your connections here," Aurelius continued. "Who matters to you in this life?" "Katniss," Harry answered without hesitation. "Rue. Their family, I suppose? The family I chose, or who chose me." "And Johanna Mason?" Aurelius asked perceptively. "I've noticed your particular focus on her rescue." Harry fell silent, considering. His relationship with Johanna was complex, built on mutual recognition of something damaged yet resilient in each other. She'd been the first person besides Katniss to whom he'd voluntarily revealed his magic. The first to embrace it as possibility rather than threat. "She understood something about me that most people don't," he finally said. "The part that knows what it's like to lose everything and still keep fighting." Aurelius nodded, letting the statement stand without probing further. "And how do you feel about the upcoming mission?" "Determined," Harry replied immediately. "Concerned. The capital will have prepared for us, especially for me." "You feel responsible for the captured victors." "I am responsible," Harry corrected. "Snow targeted them because of their connection to me. Because of what happened in the arena. A heavy burden to carry," Aurelius observed. Harry gave him a wry look. "Not my first." The remainder of the session passed more productively than Harry had anticipated. Aurelius proved to be a thoughtful listener, offering insights without judgment, asking questions that helped clarify Harry's own thinking rather than pushing an agenda. When their time ended, the doctor made a final note before looking up. "I'd like to continue these sessions, even after the extraction mission. I think they could be beneficial." Harry found himself nodding agreement, surprising himself. "I'd like that too." As he left the office, his arm stamp vibrated, indicating a schedule change. Looking down, he saw his afternoon had been reassigned to specialized equipment fitting in Beatty's laboratory. Curious, he redirected his steps toward the development wing. Beatty's workspace was a stark contrast to the utilitarian efficiency of the rest of 13, organized chaos of wires, components, tablets, and half-completed devices spread across multiple workbenches. The man himself sat in his wheelchair before a large display showing what appeared to be detailed schematics of the Capital Detention Center. "Ah, Harry, excellent timing," Beatty greeted him, gesturing to a workbench where several items were arranged. "I've been developing some equipment that might complement your abilities during the extraction." Harry approached with interest. Despite 13's general skepticism about magic, Beatty had embraced it as an exciting frontier of possibility, constantly seeking ways to integrate technology and magical energy. "This," Beatty explained, holding up what looked like a slim metal bracelet. is a frequency disruptor calibrated to the specific electromagnetic signature of capital surveillance systems. It should create a localized blind spot around you, though only for about 90 seconds before their security protocols adapt. Enough time to get through the first checkpoints, Harry noted, slipping the device onto his wrist. It was lighter than it looked, hardly noticeable. Precisely. BT moved to the next item, what appeared to be a standard 13 communicator, but with subtle modifications. This has been hardened against capital signal jammers. It should maintain contact with the extraction team even within shielded areas. I've also incorporated a spectral analyzer that might help identify any unusual energy fields you encounter. Harry understood the implication. The device might warn him of anti-magic countermeasures if Snow had managed to develop any. And this, BT continued, handling the final item with particular care, is something of an experiment. It looked like a simple glass vial containing what appeared to be quicksilver, a fluid metal that shifted and moved of its own accord. A memory extraction and storage device, BT explained. Based on your description of pensive technology from your previous life. It can't duplicate the magical properties you described, but it might serve as an emergency information backup. Harry stared at the vial, unexpectedly moved by BT's effort to recreate something from his wizarding past. How does it work? Focus on specific memories while in physical contact with the vial. The neurochemical sensors will create a partial digital imprint, not the actual memory itself, but a detailed record of its content. And the purpose? BT's expression grew solemn. If you're captured, if the worst should happen, critical intelligence wouldn't be lost with you. The practical brutality of the consideration was pure 13, yet Harry appreciated the foresight. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Indeed. BT adjusted his glasses. There's one more thing, not equipment, but information. He lowered his voice, glancing toward the surveillance camera in the corner of his lab before typing a command that created a burst of static on the screens. Temporary technical malfunction, he explained with the ghost of a smile. What information? Harry asked, intrigued by the subterfuge. About Coin's long-term plans. Specifically about you, Katniss, and Rue. BT's expression grew troubled. I've accessed restricted files from Command's secure server. After capital victory, Coin intends to separate you three permanently. Katniss to be deployed as a propaganda symbol in the districts. Rue to remain in 13 for ongoing medical research. And you. He hesitated. Me? Harry prompted. To be placed under what they call protective isolation in a specialized facility. For study of your unique genetic anomalies. A chill ran through Harry, though he couldn't say he was entirely surprised. She still thinks my magic is some form of mutation she can analyze or replicate. Or contain if she can't control it, BT confirmed grimly. The plans include designs for a holding chamber with electromagnetic dampening fields, chemical suppressants, and neural inhibitors. A prison, in other words, Harry translated flatly. BT nodded. I thought you should know before I risked my life to rescue the victors and strengthen her position. Harry finished. He felt a familiar anger rising, the same he'd experienced toward Fudge, toward the Ministry, toward anyone who sought to cage what they feared rather than understand it. Thank you for telling me, he said, his mind already racing with implications and contingencies. What will you do? BT asked quietly. Harry considered the question carefully. Complete the mission. Rescue Johanna and the others. Beyond that. He met BT's eyes steadily. I've faced would-be imprisoners before. They didn't fare well. A slight smile touched BT's lips. I suspected as much. He typed another command, restoring the surveillance systems. Your equipment is ready, Lieutenant Potter. I suggest testing the communications device with Commander Hawthorne and Lieutenant O'Dare before the mission. Harry recognized the return to formal language as an indicator that their private conversation had ended. Thank you, BT. For everything. He left the lab with his new equipment and the weight of new knowledge. Coin's plans confirmed his growing suspicions about her ultimate intentions. Not freedom for Panem, but a different form of control with herself at the center. The question now was how to navigate the immediate mission while preparing for the longer game. He needed to warn Katniss and Rue, but carefully. 13 had eyes and ears everywhere. The opportunity came that evening, during the brief reflection period before lights out, 30 minutes when citizens could socialize in designated common areas. Harry found Katniss and Rue already seated in a quiet corner, Katniss braiding Rue's hair in a style from District 11 that the younger girl had been teaching her. He joined them, positioning himself to block the nearest surveillance camera's direct view of their faces. Keeping his voice low and his expression casual, as if discussing something mundane, he briefed them on Beatty's revelations. "So Coin plans to split us up after the Capitol falls," Katniss summarized, her fingers never pausing in their work on Rue's hair. "Study Harry, exploit my image, and experiment on Rue. That's the essence, yes," Harry confirmed. Rue remained silent for a moment, her young face thoughtful. "We knew she wasn't to be trusted," she finally said. "This just confirms it. The question is what we do about it," Katniss murmured, tying off the braid. "First, we complete the extraction," Harry replied. "Johanna and the others don't deserve to suffer because of Capital and 13 power struggles." "Agreed," Rue said firmly. "But after?" Harry glanced around, ensuring they weren't being observed too closely. "After, we may need to consider alternatives to both Snow and Coin." Katniss's eyes narrowed slightly. "What kind of alternatives?" "I'm still working on that part," Harry admitted. "But history, both in this world and my previous one, suggests that revolutions often replace one tyrant with another unless there's a fundamental change in the system itself." "Democracy," Rue said softly. "Real democracy, not what Coin pretends to offer." Harry nodded, impressed but not surprised by her insight. For all her youth, Rue understood power dynamics with a clarity born of living under oppression her entire life. "We'll need allies," Katniss pointed out pragmatically. "People in multiple districts who share that vision. Some of the victors might," Harry suggested. "Finnick, definitely. Perhaps BT, though he's tied to 13 through his work. And Johanna. Assuming we get her out," Katniss finished. "We will," Harry said with a conviction he didn't entirely feel. "Day after tomorrow, we bring them home." The next 36 hours passed in a blur of preparation. Harry conducted abbreviated magical sensitivity training with Finnick and Gale, teaching them to recognize the distinct sensory signatures of his most useful combat spells. Finnick adapted quickly, his game's honed instincts translating well to this new domain. Gale proved more challenging, his innate skepticism about magic creating a barrier that took hours of demonstration to overcome. "I still don't understand how it works," Gale admitted during their final session. "Neither do I entirely," Harry replied honestly. "Even in my first life, where magic was studied and systematized for centuries, there were fundamental mysteries about its nature." Gale frowned, uncomfortable with such ambiguity. As a hunter and trapmaker, he preferred clear causality, predictable outcomes. "But you can control it," he pressed. "Reliably. Most of the time," Harry clarified. "Strong emotions can interfere. So can certain types of energy fields, though I'm less certain how Panem's technology might affect magical currents." "That's not reassuring before a high-risk mission," Gale pointed out dryly. Harry smiled slightly. "Welcome to magic. Enormous potential, significant unpredictability. Rather like your explosive work, I'd imagine." That earned a reluctant nod from Gale. As District 12's best trapsetter and 13th's most promising weapons developer, he understood the delicate balance between power and precision. "Just don't turn me into a frog if I step on your foot," Gale finally said, the joke awkward but representing a significant concession from his earlier skepticism. The evening before the mission, Harry sought solitude in one of the few places in 13 where privacy was possible, the supply closets near the hydroponics gardens, which lacked surveillance due to the humidity that damaged electronic equipment. Seated on an overturned bucket, Harry closed his eyes and focused on his occlumency techniques, clearing his mind of distractions and organizing his thoughts. Tomorrow's mission would require absolute concentration, split-second timing, and magical precision he hadn't attempted since his first life. The soft sound of the door opening interrupted his meditation. He opened his eyes to find Katniss slipping inside, closing the door quietly behind her. "Thought I might find you here," she said, settling on a crate opposite him. "Pre-mission ritual?" Harry nodded. "Clearing my mind. Focusing my magic. Is it working?" "It was," he replied with a wry smile. Katniss had the grace to look slightly abashed. "Sorry. I can go." "No, stay." Harry shifted to make more room in the small space. "I could use the company, actually." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the distant hum of 13th's ventilation systems the only sound. "Are you worried?" Katniss finally asked. Harry considered the question seriously. "Not about my part. I've done more difficult magic before." He paused. "I'm concerned about what we'll find. About the condition Johanna and the others will be in." Katniss nodded, understanding. "Snow will have hurt them." "Badly?" "Yes. But they're strong. Survivors." She met his eyes. "Like us." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for her straightforward confidence, her refusal to sugarcoat reality while still maintaining hope. "Like us," he agreed. Another silence fell, this one charged with unspoken thoughts. "When we get back," Katniss began hesitantly, "with Johanna and the others, things will change." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Change how?" "Between us. Between all of us." She seemed to be working through her thoughts as she spoke. In 12, before the games, everything was simpler. Survival was the only goal. Now there's politics, strategy, the future of Panem. She looked down at her hands. "And feelings. Complicated feelings." Harry understood what she was trying to articulate. Their relationship had evolved far beyond Victor allies or even friends. The intense experiences they'd shared had forged a bond that defied conventional categories. And now Johanna, with whom Harry shared a different but equally complex connection, would rejoin their circle, along with others who might not understand the dynamics between them. "Whatever changes," he said carefully, "the core remains the same. You, me, Rue. What we've built together." "And Johanna?" Katniss asked, a question in her gray eyes that went beyond the simple words. Harry hesitated, then opted for honesty. "I don't know exactly. I care about her. Differently than I care about you or Rue, but just as deeply in its own way." Katniss considered this, then nodded slowly. "I think I understand. It's like..." She searched for the right comparison. "Like how I feel about Gale versus how I feel about Prim. Different kinds of love, but both real." The word love hung in the air between them, neither acknowledging it directly nor dismissing it. "We'll figure it out," Harry finally said. "Together. Like we've figured out everything else." Katniss's mouth quirked in a small smile. "By improvising wildly and hoping for the best." "Exactly," Harry agreed, returning her smile. "It's worked so far." When they parted ways for the night, Harry felt more centered than he had in days. Whatever tomorrow brought, whatever the future held beyond that, he wasn't facing it alone. That knowledge provided a foundation of strength more solid than any magical preparation. Dawn arrived with the typical 13 efficiency, lights brightening precisely at 6 a.m., the day's schedule printed in purple ink on forearms throughout the underground district. For the extraction team, however, the arm stamps were conspicuously blank after breakfast, their activities classified beyond the standard scheduling system. They assembled in the hangar bay, where a stealth hovercraft waited to transport them to the capital. The team was small but specialized: Harry, Gale, and Finnick as the internal extraction unit, Katniss, Boggs, and 2 13 Special Forces soldiers as external support, a medical team including Prim, whose training with injured tributes made her uniquely qualified to treat traumatized victors, and the pilot team, led by a taciturn woman from District 6 who had flown capital hovercraft before defecting. President Coin addressed them briefly, her speech a model of restrained military precision, the importance of the mission, the symbolic value of rescuing victors, the technical challenges they would face. Harry noticed she never once mentioned the human cost of failure, the suffering of those they sought to rescue, or the personal risks the team was taking. Typical Coin, he thought. Assets and objectives, never people. BT provided a final technical briefing, updating them on capital security patterns and the latest intelligence on the detention facility. Then it was time to board. As they filed onto the hovercraft, Harry felt a small hand slip into his. Rue had appeared silently beside him, though she wasn't part of the mission team. "I should be going with you," she said softly. "We need you here," Harry replied, equally quiet. "Watching Coin. Continuing your reconnaissance." She nodded, accepting the logic while clearly not liking it. "Be careful. All of you." Her dark eyes held a wisdom that belied her 14 years. "And remember, the mission isn't just rescuing the victors. It's about what comes after. For all of Panem." Harry squeezed her hand. "We'll remember." A brief hug, and then he was boarding the hovercraft, the door sealing behind him with pneumatic precision. Through the window, he watched Rue's small figure grow even smaller as they lifted off, her hand raised in farewell until she disappeared from view. The journey to the capital would take approximately 3 hours, flying at stealth altitude through a carefully plotted course designed to avoid capital radar. Harry used the time for final preparations, checking his equipment and reviewing the facility schematics one last time. Katniss sat beside him, methodically examining each of her specialized arrows, explosive tips, smoke dispersal, electronic disruptors, and conventional broadheads for lethal engagement if necessary. "Nervous?" she asked without looking up from her work. "Focused," Harry corrected. "Different thing." She nodded, understanding the distinction. "BT's communicator working?" Harry checked the device on his wrist. "Signal strong." The real test will be inside the detention center. Across from them, Finnick sat in uncharacteristic stillness, his normally animated features set in grim determination. The trident across his knees gleamed dully in the hovercraft's interior lighting, a capital weapon turned against its makers. "We're going to get her out," Harry told him quietly. "Annie will be safe by nightfall." Finnick's sea-green eyes met his. "I know," he said simply, with a confidence that stemmed not from bravado but from the absolute certainty that any other outcome was unacceptable. Gale joined them, having completed his own weapons check. Unlike the others, who carried specialized equipment tied to their victor identities, he had opted for standard 13 tactical gear, lightweight body armor, multiple firearms, and the combat knife he kept strapped to his thigh. 20 minutes to drop point, he informed them. "Command wants a final comm check?" They activated their encrypted communication devices, confirming connections with both the hovercraft team and the operational support back in 13. BT's voice came through with surprising clarity given the distance. "Capital communications successfully jammed in your sector," he reported. "Their standard channels are receiving a looped all-clear signal. Our override broadcast begins in exactly 17 minutes, providing your distraction window." The override broadcast represented BT's masterpiece of electronic warfare, hijacking the capital's own transmission system to air footage of rebellion successes across Panem, combined with testimonials from victors condemning Snow's regime. It would command the attention of capital security forces for precious minutes while the extraction team made their approach. As the hovercraft descended toward the designated drop point, a seemingly abandoned warehouse in the capital's industrial sector, Harry performed a final check of his magical preparations. His wand was secured in its forearm holster, easily accessible but concealed from casual observation. A vial of dittany was hidden in a specially designed pocket of his tactical vest. Most importantly, he had prepared his mind through acclimacy, creating the calm center from which his most powerful magic flowed. 90 seconds to touchdown, the pilot announced. Harry met Katniss's eyes across the narrow aisle. No words were necessary. They had moved beyond the need for verbal reassurance. Her slight nod contained everything: confidence in his abilities, determination to complete the mission, the unshakable loyalty that defined their bond. "For Johanna," she said simply. "For all of them," Harry replied. The hovercraft touched down with barely a tremor, its advanced suspension absorbing the impact. The loading ramp descended silently, revealing the dusty interior of the warehouse, their staging area for the operation. "Extraction team deploying," Boggs reported into his communicator as they filed out. "Phase 1 commencing." While the support team established a secure perimeter around the warehouse, Harry, Gale, and Finnick prepared for their infiltration. The tribute center, which housed the detention facility beneath it, lay approximately half a mile away, close enough to reach on foot through the maintenance tunnels that honeycombed the capital's underground infrastructure. "Broadcast beginning in 3, 2, 1. Beatty's voice announced through their earpieces. Instantly, the distant sounds of confusion filtered even into their warehouse sanctuary: shouts, running footsteps, vehicle engines accelerating as Capitol's security forces responded to the unexpected breach of their communications network. On the small display BT had provided, they could see the broadcast itself: footage of District 8 rebels overwhelming a peacekeeper barracks, followed by Katniss's face delivering a scathing condemnation of Capitol oppression. "That's our cue," Gale said, checking his weapon. "Tunnels should be minimally guarded with security forces distracted topside." They moved out, slipping from the warehouse through a basement access point Plutarch had identified from his years working in Capitol administration. The tunnels beyond were dimly lit utilitarian passageways, concrete floors, pipes running along ceiling tracks, occasional maintenance alcoves. Harry led the way, his magical senses extended to detect potential threats before they materialized. Twice they paused as peacekeeper patrols passed nearby intersections, Harry casting silent muffly-auto charms to mask any sounds they might make. "First checkpoint ahead," Gale murmured, consulting the schematic on his tactical display. "Automated scanner plus 1 guard station." Harry nodded, activating Beatty's frequency disruptor as they approached. The small device on his wrist hummed faintly, creating the promised electromagnetic blind spot around them. 90 seconds, he reminded the others. "Move fast but silent." They crossed the checkpoint zone without incident, the security scanners remaining dormant as they passed. The lone guard, his attention fixed on a portable screen showing the rebel broadcast, never noticed the 3 shadows moving swiftly behind him. "Clear," Finnick confirmed once they were safely past. "Detention level access point is 200 meters ahead, 3rd junction on the right." They continued through the increasingly sterile corridors, the industrial utility of the maintenance tunnels giving way to the more clinical aesthetic of Capitol's security architecture: white walls, recessed lighting, camera arrays at regular intervals that Harry disabled with subtle confundus charms as they passed. The detention-level access point proved more challenging: a heavily reinforced door with both electronic and mechanical locking systems, guarded by 2 alert peacekeepers whose postures suggested higher training than the standard security forces. "We need a distraction," Gale whispered, eyeing the guards with professional assessment. "I can stun them both," Harry offered. "But the magical signature might trigger any detection system Snow has installed specifically for me." Finnick considered the problem, then reached into his pocket and withdrew a small silver parachute, identical to the sponsor gift sent into the arena, but miniaturized. "Capitol manufacture," he explained at their questioning looks. "Designed to attract attention through programmed behavior patterns." Without waiting for approval, he activated the device and sent it skittering down the corridor away from their position. The tiny parachute immediately began emitting a soft chime while its silver fabric pulsed with light, a Capitol trinket behaving exactly as Capitol security would expect. The guards reacted predictably, one moving to investigate while the other maintained position at the door but with his attention divided. Harry seized the opportunity, casting a silent Imperier's curse on the remaining guard, an unforgivable in his first life, but a necessary evil in this moment. Under Harry's mental control, The guards smoothly deactivated the door's security systems and entered his access code. The massive door slid open with a soft pneumatic hiss, revealing a sterile white corridor beyond. "Clear the guard," Gale instructed tersely as they moved through the doorway. Harry directed the Imperiust guard to a nearby supply closet, locking him inside before releasing the curse with a silent apology. Using unforgivables, even against enemies, left a sour taste, a reminder of lines he'd once sworn never to cross. The detention level proper was clinically bright, the air heavy with antiseptic and something else, the metallic tang of blood barely concealed beneath chemical cleansers. The corridor extended in both directions, lined with numbered doors that undoubtedly led to individual cells or interrogation chambers. "BT, we've reached detention level," Harry reported via their secure communicator. "Need cell locations for targets." Static answered him, the first indication that something was interfering with their communications. Harry exchanged concerned glances with Finnick and Gale. Capital jamming activated, Gale concluded grimly. They've detected the intrusion. No alarm yet, Finnick noted, listening intently. Local countermeasure only. We stick to the plan, Harry decided. Cell block should be to the east according to schematics. I'll need visual confirmation before attempting teleportation. They moved cautiously down the eastern corridor, senses heightened for any sign of increased security response. The detention level remained eerily quiet. No guards patrolled these pristine hallways, suggesting either a trap or a security system so automated that human oversight was deemed unnecessary. There, Gale pointed to a reinforced observation window set into the wall ahead. Viewing station for the cell block. They approached carefully, positioning themselves to peer through the one-way glass without being immediately visible from the other side. What they saw confirmed their worst fears and steeled their resolve. The cell block contained 8 transparent cubes, each approximately 10 feet square, arranged in a circular pattern around a central control station. Within each cube was a prisoner, some standing, some huddled in corners, one thrashing against restraints on a medical table. Harry immediately recognized Johanna in the nearest cell, her once spiky hair shaved to the scalp, her thin body covered in burns and lacerations that spoke of systematic torture. "Annie," Finnick breathed, his knuckles whitening around his trident as he spotted her curled in a fetal position in another cell, hands pressed over her ears as if trying to block out some terrible sound. "And Oberia too," Gale noted, indicating the District 2 victor who paced her cell like a caged predator. "And others I don't recognize. Remaining victors from lower districts," Harry guessed. "Plus capital dissidents, possibly." He studied the layout carefully, noting the positioning of guards, 2 at the central station, both armed with advanced shock weapons, and the visible security systems, including what appeared to be gas delivery nozzles in each cell ceiling. "I can teleport directly into Johanna's cell," Harry said, formulating their approach. "Then create a diversion while you two take out the guards. Once the central controls are secured, we can release all the prisoners simultaneously." "Risk of crossfire hitting the cells?" Gale asked, ever the tactician. "The cells appear to be constructed from the same material as arena force fields," Harry observed. "Likely bulletproof but permeable to slow-moving objects like people." Finnick nodded. "Standard capital containment technology. Allows entry of guards and medical personnel while preventing escape." "Then we're set," Harry confirmed, preparing himself for the complex magic ahead. "On my signal, be ready to move. I'll teleport in, then immediately disable the control center's power to create confusion." They positioned themselves optimally, Gale with a clear line of fire to the left guard, Finnick ready to engage the right with his trident once the door was breached. Harry closed his eyes briefly, visualizing Johanna's cell with perfect clarity, feeling the familiar compression of apparition building around him. Just before he disappeared, a thought struck him. The cells seemed designed specifically to contain magical energy, their arrangement reminiscent of ancient runic circles from his first life. If Snow had somehow learned enough about magic to create countermeasures. But it was too late to reconsider. The apparition took hold, compressing him through space toward his destination. Immediately, he knew something was wrong. The usual sensation of being squeezed through a tight rubber tube extended longer than it should, as if he were pushing through some resistant medium. When he materialized inside Johanna's cell, the backlash hit him like a physical blow, magical energy rebounding off the cell walls and slamming back into his body with paralyzing force. Harry dropped to one knee, momentarily stunned by the magical feedback. "Potter?" Johanna's voice, hoarse from screaming but unmistakably hers, penetrated his daze. "What the actual hell?" He forced himself to focus through the disorientation. Johanna stood before him, emaciated but upright, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Rescue," he managed, fighting through the magical interference that seemed to permeate the cell. "Finnick and Gale, outside." Understanding dawned in her eyes, followed immediately by alarm. "It's a trap," she hissed urgently. "Snow knew you'd come. The cells are designed to." An alarm blared, cutting off her warning. Red emergency lights bathed the cell block as gas began hissing from the nozzles in the ceiling, not in the cells, but in the outer area where Finnick and Gale waited. "No!" Harry lunged to his feet, fighting through the magical resistance to cast a reductor curse at the cell wall. The spell left his hand but dissipated against the transparent barrier, absorbed completely without leaving a mark. Outside, he could see Finnick and Gale retreat from the gas, only to encounter peacekeepers flooding in through a previously hidden entrance. Gale managed to fire several shots, dropping two white uniformed figures before a third hit him with some kind of electrical weapon that sent him convulsing to the floor. Finnick lasted longer, his trident a blur as he fought with the desperation of a man who could see his love just yards away but couldn't reach her. 4 peacekeepers fell to his ferocious assault before sheer numbers overwhelmed him. Harry threw every spell he knew against the cell barrier: Reducto, Bombarda, Defindo, even Fiendfire, but each dissipated harmlessly against the specially designed material. Whatever Snow had learned about magic from Johanna, he'd used it to create a perfect containment system. "Stop," Johanna said, grabbing his arm. "You'll drain yourself completely. These cells are designed to absorb magical energy and redirect it into the capital power grid. The more you fight, the more you power their systems." Harry stared at her, horror dawning as he realized the full extent of Snow's perversion of magic. How did he create this? How could he possibly know enough about magical theory to design something like this? Johanna's expression darkened. "They have truth serum here that makes you relive your worst memories while answering questions. I told them everything I knew about your abilities, which wasn't much, but apparently enough for their scientists to develop theories." She looked away, shame briefly crossing her features. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault," Harry said fiercely, his mind racing for alternatives. Before he could formulate a new plan, the door to their cell slid open. 4 peacekeepers entered, weapons trained on them both, followed by a figure whose presence froze Harry's blood. President Coriolanus Snow, impeccable in a white rose-adorned suit, regarded Harry with the satisfied smile of a collector who has finally acquired a particularly elusive specimen. "Mr. Potter," he greeted cordially, as if welcoming him to a dinner party rather than a detention facility. "How kind of you to deliver yourself to us so conveniently, and with such an impressive demonstration of your unique abilities." Harry tensed, ready to risk a direct magical attack despite the overwhelming odds, but Snow anticipated him. "I wouldn't," he advised, gesturing to a large monitor that now displayed the external support team, Katniss, Boggs, and the others being herded at gunpoint into the warehouse they'd used as their staging area. "Any aggressive action on your part will result in immediate executions, beginning with Miss Everdeen." Harry forced himself to remain still, though every instinct screamed to fight. "How did you know we were coming?" Snow's smile widened fractionally. "Did you think you were the only ones with access to District 13's communications? We've been monitoring their so-called secure channels for weeks. Your rescue mission was compromised before it began. Then why let us get this far?" Harry demanded, though he already suspected the answer. "Because I wanted you, Mr. Potter." Snow's snake-like eyes gleamed with triumph. The others are expendable, collateral in a greater game. But you represent something unique. Something that could ensure capital supremacy for generations. Johanna laughed harshly. He's not going to be your pet wizard, Snow. No? Snow raised an eyebrow. Perhaps not willingly. But we have methods of ensuring cooperation. He gestured to the monitor again, where the image had shifted to show Prim being separated from the others, a peacekeeper's gun pressed to her temple. Methods that have proven quite effective with other recalcitrant victors. Harry felt cold fury building within him, a dangerous, unstable power that threatened to explode regardless of consequences. Only the knowledge that such an outburst would doom Katniss, Prim, and the others kept it contained. "What do you want?" he asked flatly. "In the immediate term?" "Your complete surrender and cooperation." Snow gestured to the peacekeepers, who approached with what appeared to be specialized restraints, heavy manacles inscribed with unfamiliar symbols. These were designed based on Ms. Mason's descriptions of magic dampening technologies from your previous life. Crude adaptations, perhaps, but effective enough for transport. Harry's mind raced through options, each more desperate than the last. If the cells absorbed direct magical energy, perhaps indirect application would work differently. If he could just create a momentary distraction. As the peacekeepers moved to secure him, Harry locked eyes with Johanna, trying to communicate a warning without words. She caught his meaning immediately, subtly shifting her weight to prepare for whatever he might attempt. "You've miscalculated, Snow," Harry said, deliberately drawing the president's attention as he slowly raised his hands in apparent surrender. "Magic isn't just spells and energy. It's intention. Connection. Power that exists between people, not just within them." Snow looked faintly amused. Philosophical to the end. How disappointing. As the first peacekeeper reached for his arm, Harry made his move, not a direct spell, but a wandless summoning of the one object in the room not designed to contain magical energy, Snow's gold pocket watch chain, visible against his white waistcoat. The chain snapped taut, yanking Snow forward unexpectedly. In the moment of confusion, Johanna launched herself at the nearest peacekeeper, her emaciated state belying the lethal combat skills that had won her games. Harry simultaneously dropped to the floor, sweeping the legs of the second peacekeeper while wandlessly directing the fallen man's weapon toward the cell's control panel. The resulting electrical discharge shorted the panel, causing the cell door to slam shut with Snow and only 2 peacekeepers still inside. Outside, alarms blared with renewed urgency as the system registered a containment breach. "Kill them!" Snow ordered, his usual composure fracturing as Johanna engaged one peacekeeper in vicious close-quarters combat. Harry rolled to avoid the second peacekeeper's electrical baton, coming up inside the man's guard to deliver a magically enhanced strike to his solar plexus. The peacekeeper crumpled, his weapon clattering to the floor where Harry quickly retrieved it. Snow backed toward the cell door, frantically working the emergency override that would open it from inside. Harry turned toward him, electrical baton raised, but hesitated at the sound of Johanna's pained grunt. She had neutralized her opponent but at significant cost. A deep laceration across her already abused torso wept fresh blood. Her legs buckled as the last of her strength gave out. Harry made an instant decision, abandoning his advance towards Snow to catch Johanna as she fell. "Always saving me," she gasped, her dark eyes meeting his with a mixture of pain and something deeper. "Why?" "Because you're worth saving," he replied simply, gathering her close as he assessed their options. Snow had successfully activated the emergency override, the cell door sliding open to reveal a corridor now filled with peacekeepers in tactical formation. Beyond them, Harry could see the other cells where Annie, and Oberia, and the remaining prisoners watched with varying degrees of hope and despair. "Surrender now," Snow commanded, his composure recovered as he straightened his suit. "Or I will order the immediate execution of your external team, starting with the Everdeen girls." Harry looked down at Johanna, bleeding in his arms, then at the overwhelming force arrayed against them. Direct confrontation would result in everyone's deaths. Yet surrender meant giving Snow access to magical power he would undoubtedly weaponize against the districts. An impossible choice, until he remembered Rue's words before they departed. The mission isn't just rescuing the victors. It's about what comes after. What comes after? The future of Panem. A future that required both Snow and Coin removed from power, replaced with something better, something the victors and districts could build together if given the chance. Harry made his decision. Laying Johanna gently on the cell floor, he stood to face Snow. "I surrender," he said clearly. "On one condition." Snow's eyebrow lifted in amused incredulity. "You're hardly in a position to negotiate, Mr. Potter." "My condition is simple," Harry continued as if the president hadn't spoken. "You speak with me privately. Just for 5 minutes. Before you take me wherever you've prepared. And why would I agree to such a request? Because I have information about District 13's vulnerabilities. About Coin's long-term plans." Harry met Snow's gaze steadily. "Information that could ensure your victory isn't temporary." Interest flickered in Snow's cold eyes, the calculated assessment of a politician weighing potential advantage against risk. After a moment, he nodded. 5 minutes. In my private office. He gestured to the peacekeepers. "Secure Mr. Potter and escort us both to the executive level. Maintain containment of all other prisoners." As peacekeepers approached with the specialized restraints, Harry locked eyes with Johanna one last time. "Trust me," he mouthed silently. Her barely perceptible nod was the last thing he saw before the magic-dampening manacles closed around his wrists, sending a wave of numbing cold through his body as they suppressed his connection to his magical core. The sensation was disorienting but not completely debilitating. Whoever had designed these devices understood the principle of magical suppression but lacked the nuanced knowledge of how a wizard's core actually functioned. They could dampen his magic, but not eliminate it entirely. A critical miscalculation on Snow's part. Flanked by 6 peacekeepers, Harry was marched from the detention level to a private elevator that ascended rapidly to what appeared to be Snow's personal domain within the Tribute Center, an opulently appointed suite of offices and living quarters that reeked of roses and the metallic undertone that always accompanied the president. The peacekeepers positioned themselves outside a heavy wooden door as Snow ushered Harry into a book-lined study that would have looked at home in any wealthy capital citizen's mansion. "Your 5 minutes begin now, Mr. Potter," Snow said, settling behind an ornate desk that positioned him advantageously. Back to the wall, clear sight lines to both Harry and the door, a subtle panel near his right hand that undoubtedly concealed security controls. Harry remained standing, the manacles heavy on his wrists, but his mind clear and focused. "You've made a fundamental error in your understanding of magic," he began without preamble. Snow's expression registered mild surprise at this opening. "Have I?" "Yes. You've approached it as a form of energy to be contained, redirected, perhaps even harvested. A natural resource to be exploited." Harry took a step closer to the desk. "But true magic isn't just energy. It's life itself. Consciousness. Will manifested through connection to something deeper than physical reality." "Fascinating philosophy," Snow replied dryly. "But hardly the strategic intelligence you promised." "I'm getting to that." Harry took another step. "Your error matters because it's the same one Coin is making. She sees power as something to control rather than something that flows naturally when people are free to determine their own lives." Snow's eyes narrowed slightly. "And this relates to District 13's vulnerabilities how, exactly? Coin doesn't just want to defeat the capital," Harry continued, now close enough to the desk to see the titles of documents arranged on its surface. "She wants to replace it with her own version of control. A system as rigid and authoritarian as yours, just with different beneficiaries." "Tell me something I don't already know, Mr. Potter," Snow said, impatience edging his voice. "Your time is running short." Harry smiled slightly. "All right. Here's something you don't know. I'm not actually Harry Potter." Snow blinked, momentarily thrown by the non-sequitur. "Excuse me? Harry Potter was a fictional character in my world, A boy wizard who defeated a Dark Lord, died, and was reborn to fight again. Harry's smile widened at Snow's confusion. I borrowed the identity because it fit my circumstances, but my real name doesn't matter. What matters is what I represent. And what is that? Snow asked, his hand drifting toward the security panel. The possibility of magic returning to this world. Harry gestured with his manacled hands. Not just through me, but through others. There are more like me out there, President Snow. Waiting. Watching. People with abilities your scientists can't explain and your cells can't contain. It was a bluff, of course, but Snow's momentary hesitation showed it had hit its mark. The President's greatest fear had always been losing control. The idea that forces beyond his understanding might exist throughout Panem clearly unsettled him. You're lying, Snow said, but without complete conviction. Am I? Harry shrugged. You've seen what I can do. You've built cells specifically to contain magical energy. Why would you assume I'm the only one? As Snow considered this, Harry subtly worked at the manacles, focusing his remaining magical connection not on breaking them directly but on understanding their construction. The symbols etched into the metal were crude approximations of ancient runes, designed by someone working from fragmented, third-hand descriptions rather than actual runic knowledge. Their fundamental flaw became apparent. They were designed to suppress external manifestations of magic, but not the internal connection to magical core itself. Like trying to stop a river by blocking its mouth while ignoring its source. Let's say I believed you, Snow said carefully. What exactly are you proposing? A different kind of future for Panem, Harry replied. Neither your model nor coins. Something built by the people themselves, district by district. Snow laughed, a dry sound with no humor. Democracy? That tired old system that failed humanity before the cataclysm? The system that allowed the world to burn itself to ash through indecision and popular stupidity? Not democracy as it was, Harry clarified, but as it could be. Informed by our past mistakes. Balanced with protections against both tyranny and chaos. A charming fantasy, Snow dismissed. But the human animal requires control, Mr. Potter. Direction. Firm boundaries. No, Harry countered. What humans require is connection. Community. Purpose beyond mere survival. He leaned forward slightly. The districts are rising not just because they hate the capital, but because they've glimpsed the possibility of something better. Something you've never offered them. Snow's expression hardened. Your 5 minutes are up, Mr. Potter. This philosophical debate, while diverting, has yielded nothing of strategic value. He pressed a button on his desk. Guards, return the prisoner to detention level for processing. Harry had expected this outcome. As the door opened behind him, he made his final move, not an escape attempt, but something far more subtle. One last thing, President Snow, he said calmly. About those manacles. Snow paused, hands still on the security panel. They're based on magical principles from my world, but with a critical flaw. Harry held up his wrists, the heavy restraints still in place. They're designed to contain magic directed outward, but not magic directed inward. Before Snow could respond, Harry closed his eyes and focused his remaining magical connection inward, not on breaking the restraints, but on himself. On the deep, fundamental connection between his consciousness and his physical form. Anima transfero, he whispered, activating a spell he'd spent months researching and preparing for just such an emergency. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Harry's body collapsed to the floor, apparently unconscious, but his consciousness, his magical essence, had already transferred elsewhere, racing along predetermined paths to a destination secured long before this mission began. The last thing he heard was Snow shouting for medical assistance as the guards rushed to the seemingly lifeless body on the presidential office floor. In District 13, deep within the restricted medical wing Rue had discovered weeks earlier, an unused laboratory sat dark and silent. Within it, a specially prepared vessel waited, a simple glass sphere BT had constructed to Harry's exact specifications, filled with a silvery substance that resembled the memory strands of a pensieve but was actually a complex alchemical solution Harry had painstakingly created from ingredients gathered throughout Panem. The sphere suddenly illuminated from within as Harry's consciousness transferred into it, not his complete self, but a magical imprint containing his essential knowledge, memories, and abilities. A failsafe he'd prepared after learning of the capital's attempts to develop anti-magic countermeasures. His physical body remained in the capital, a shell temporarily emptied of its magical essence, while his consciousness now existed in a form Snow could neither detect nor contain. From here, he could observe, influence, and, most importantly, reconnect with his allies. The first person to discover the activated sphere was, unsurprisingly, Rue. Her systematic exploration of 13th's restricted areas had continued during the rescue mission, leading her to this laboratory mere hours after Harry's consciousness transfer. She approached the glowing sphere cautiously, her expression shifting from curiosity to recognition as she perceived the magical signature within it. "Harry?" she whispered, reaching out to touch the glass surface. The connection was immediate, not words exactly, but a direct communication of thought and feeling that conveyed his situation, his plan, and the urgent actions required. Rue's eyes widened as she absorbed the information. "I'll get Katniss," she promised aloud, understanding that while he could communicate through magical connection, he needed physical assistance to complete what he had begun. She slipped from the laboratory as silently as she had entered, navigating 13th's ventilation system to avoid security checkpoints on her way to the command center where Coin would undoubtedly be monitoring the failed extraction mission. The scene she found was chaotic by 13th standards, officers rushing between stations, communications specialists attempting to re-establish contact with the capital team, tactical displays showing mobilization of emergency response units. Coin stood at the center, her silver hair immaculate despite the crisis, her expression revealing nothing as she issued rapid-fire commands. Beside her, BT worked frantically at a specialized console, attempting to penetrate capital jamming signals. And against the far wall, under guard but not restrained, stood Katniss, her face a mask of cold fury as reports filtered in about the mission's catastrophic failure. Rue used the confusion to her advantage, slipping through a maintenance access point to emerge near Katniss's position undetected by the guards. "Katniss!" she hissed softly, gesturing urgently from the shadows. Katniss's head turned fractionally, her hunter's instincts instantly alert to the sound. When she spotted Rue, something flashed across her features, hope, perhaps, or determination. Without drawing attention, she edged closer to Rue's position, maintaining a casual posture that suggested she was merely shifting her weight. "What is it?" she whispered when close enough. "Harry," Rue breathed. "He's here. In 13. But not as himself." Katniss's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I can't explain here. You need to come with me. Now." Rue glanced meaningfully at the ventilation shaft through which she'd entered. "Can you create a distraction?" Understanding immediately, Katniss nodded almost imperceptibly. She waited for a moment when Coin's attention was directed elsewhere, then suddenly clutched her side, gasping loudly. "My wound!" she choked out, loud enough to draw all eyes. "It's reopened." The guards moved immediately to support her as she began to collapse, creating the perfect cover for Rue to slip back into the ventilation shaft unseen. As the medical team rushed to Katniss's aid, she continued her performance, allowing herself to be moved toward the medical bay while complaining of dizziness and pain. Once in the corridor, away from Command's direct observation, she straightened abruptly. "I'm fine," she told the startled medics. "False alarm." Before they could respond, she darted down a side passage where Rue waited beside an open maintenance hatch. Together they disappeared into 13th's infrastructural maze, Rue leading the way through passages so narrow that adult security personnel couldn't follow. "Explain," Katniss demanded as they crawled through a particularly tight section. "Harry created a failsafe before the mission," Rue explained, her voice barely above a whisper despite their isolation. "A way to transfer his consciousness if his body was captured. He's in a special container in the restricted laboratory wing. Katniss processed this with remarkable composure. His body? Still in the capital. Empty, but alive. And his plan? Rue hesitated. Complicated. And dangerous. For all of us. Tell me, Katniss insisted. As Rue outlined what she'd learned through her brief connection with Harry's consciousness, Katniss's expression grew increasingly resolved. By the time they reached the laboratory containing the glowing sphere, she was fully committed to the audacious, potentially suicidal plan Harry had formulated. This is it? She asked, approaching the sphere with cautious reverence. Rue nodded. Touch it. He can communicate directly that way. Katniss placed her palm against the cool glass, gasping slightly as Harry's consciousness connected with hers. The experience was disorienting but intimately familiar, like having Harry's thoughts intertwined with her own, his memories and knowledge temporarily accessible alongside her own. When she withdrew her hand several minutes later, her gray eyes were alight with purpose. We need BT, she said decisively. And Haymitch. Possibly Finnick's mentor, Mags, too. Rue nodded. I can get messages to them through the ventilation system. But Coin will notice their absence if we all disappear at once. Then we work in stages. Katniss decided. BT first. He'll understand the technical aspects better than anyone. Then Haymitch, who can handle the political maneuvering. We keep this contained until we're ready to move. As they began implementing this strategy, events in the capital were unfolding rapidly. Snow's medical team had determined that Harry's body, while unresponsive, remained alive, in what they described as an unprecedented form of self-induced coma. Snow, recognizing the potential value of this development, ordered Harry's body transferred to a specialized medical facility rather than returned to the detention center. If Potter had somehow separated his consciousness from his physical form, the president reasoned, then that consciousness must exist somewhere, and finding it became his top priority. Meanwhile, the captured extraction team, Gale, Finnick, Boggs, and the others, were held in separate cells, subjected to interrogation about District 13's capabilities and plans. Johanna and the other victors remained in the specialized containment facility, their value as hostages now significantly increased. Over the next 72 hours, a delicate game of strategy unfolded across Panem. In District 13, BT worked tirelessly on the technical components of Harry's plan after being secretly brought to the laboratory. His initial skepticism about consciousness transfer gave way to fascinated acceptance as he communicated directly with Harry's essence through the sphere. Remarkable, he murmured after their first exchange. A form of quantum entanglement between consciousness and artificial medium, maintaining coherent thought patterns without conventional neural architecture. Can you build what he needs? Katniss asked, impatient with scientific observations when action was required. BT nodded slowly. Yes, but it will require components we don't have in 13. Specialized transmission equipment. Broadcast amplifiers beyond our current capability. Where do we get them? District 3, he replied. My home district. They have the technology, and they're already in rebel hands. This necessitated the first real risk, getting BT out of 13 without Coin's knowledge or approval. The solution came from an unexpected source, Haymitch, who had been brought into their conspiracy and immediately grasped both the technical and political dimensions. We don't smuggle BT out, he declared after assessing their options. We get Coin to send him to 3 willingly. His plan was elegant in its simplicity. Using his position as Victor liaison, Haymitch approached Coin with intelligence suggesting that District 3 had developed advanced jamming technology that could penetrate capital defense systems, technology crucial for any second rescue attempt. Only BT, with his technical expertise and District 3 connections, could properly evaluate and secure this technology. Coin, pragmatic and ever focused on military advantage, authorized the mission without hesitation. Within hours, BT was on a hovercraft to District 3, the glowing sphere carefully concealed in a specially designed container that shielded its energy signature from 13's detection systems. In District 3, the next phase began. While ostensibly evaluating jamming technology, BT actually assembled the complex broadcast system Harry had designed, a unique hybrid of technology and magical theory that would allow his consciousness to connect simultaneously with multiple minds across Panem. The rebels of District 3, who had maintained their revolution despite heavy capital retaliation, provided both materials and protection. Many had known BT for decades and trusted him implicitly, following his instructions without fully understanding the ultimate purpose. Meanwhile, in 13, Katniss and Rue worked to expand their network of allies without alerting Coin to their activities. Haymitch brought in Plutarch Heavensby, whose capital background and flair for dramatic presentation would prove essential. Annie's mentor from District 4 contributed her knowledge of capital psychological warfare tactics. Even Prim was recruited for her medical expertise, as Harry's plan would require precise understanding of how consciousness interacted with physical bodies. 7 days after the failed extraction, as Snow's scientists continued their fruitless attempts to revive Harry's empty body, the pieces were finally in place. The broadcast system in District 3 was operational. The Allied network across multiple districts stood ready. And in the capital itself, the detained extraction team had been subtly prepared through coded messages smuggled in by sympathetic Avoxes. The moment arrived during what Snow had orchestrated as a victory broadcast, a mandatory viewing program across Panem in which he would announce the capture of the infamous Harry Potter and the failed rescue attempt, demonstrating capital dominance over the rebellion once and for all. As Snow appeared on screens throughout Panem, resplendent in a white suit adorned with his signature rose, BT activated the hybrid broadcast system in District 3. The initial effect was subtle, a slight flicker in the transmission, a momentary distortion in Snow's image. Then Harry's consciousness, amplified and distributed through the specialized equipment, began to make its presence known. First, in the minds of those closest to him, Katniss, Rue, BT, and the other direct allies who had touched the sphere. They felt his presence immediately, a warm certainty blooming in their thoughts. Then, expanding outward to those with whom he shared significant connections, Finnick, Gale, Johanna, and the other captive victors. In their cells, they suddenly straightened, eyes widening as they felt the unmistakable touch of Harry's consciousness against their own. Finally, reaching beyond, to every mind viewing Snow's broadcast, not full consciousness-to-consciousness connection, but a subtle influence, a gentle suggestion to look beyond the president's words, to see the truth behind the carefully constructed facade. On screens across Panem, Snow's image continued to speak, unaware of the mental revolution occurring among his viewers. The capture of Harry Potter represents a decisive moment in our conflict with the lawless elements that threaten our peace and security, he declared smoothly. His body remains secure in capital custody, and his dangerous abilities have been neutralized. As he spoke, a subtle shift occurred in the broadcast quality, not a technical glitch, but something more profound. Viewers across Panem began to perceive not just Snow's words, but the thoughts behind them. The calculated lies. The desperate fear beneath his confidence. The knowledge that his control was slipping away despite his public assurances. In the Capitol broadcast studio, technicians frantically worked to identify the source of the anomaly as Snow's image on their monitors began to shimmer slightly, as if something, or someone, else were trying to emerge from within it. In the detention center beneath the tribute center, Johanna Mason began to laugh, a sound of pure, genuine delight that startled the guards monitoring her cell. "He's coming," she announced to no one in particular. "You poor bastards have no idea what's about to happen." In District 13's command center, Coin watched with growing alarm as her own screens displayed the increasingly distorted broadcast. "What is happening?" she demanded. "Is this a capital trick?" Beside her, Plutarch Heavensby struggled to contain a knowing smile. "Not capital," he murmured. "Something else entirely." And in the medical facility where Harry's empty body lay monitored and restrained, alarms suddenly blared as vital signs spiked without warning. The attending physician jumped back in shock as the supposedly comatose patient's eyes flew open, glowing with an internal light that seemed to illuminate the room from within. Across Panem, On every screen, from the most luxurious capital apartment to the humblest shack in the districts, Snow's image fractured completely, replaced by Harry Potter, not his physical form, but a luminous manifestation of his consciousness, visible to all. "People of Panem," he began, his voice resonating with a power that transcended the electronic medium carrying it. "What you're about to witness isn't technology or trickery. It's magic, real magic, returning to a world that had forgotten it." In the broadcast studio, Snow's face contorted with fury as he realized his carefully orchestrated moment had been hijacked. "Cut the transmission," he ordered. Immediately. But the technicians worked in vain. The broadcast continued regardless of their efforts, Harry's consciousness having established a connection that bypassed conventional transmission methods entirely. "For too long," Harry continued, his voice reaching every corner of Panem, "you've been told that freedom is dangerous. That you must choose between Snow's iron fist or Coin's rigid control. That these are your only options." In 13, Coin's expression hardened to granite as she heard her name linked with Snow's. "Find the source of this transmission and terminate it," she commanded. "This is unauthorized propaganda." But like her capital counterpart, she found her technical teams helpless against this unprecedented broadcast. "Today, I offer you a glimpse of another possibility," Harry's voice continued. "Not through my words, but through direct experience. For just a moment, I will share with you what freedom truly feels like, not chaos or selfishness, but the profound connection that comes when humans determine their own future together." As he spoke, his consciousness expanded beyond mere communication, touching the minds of viewers across Panem with a gentle but unmistakable presence. People in every district suddenly experienced a moment of perfect clarity, seeing their world not as isolated fragments under capital control, but as a connected whole with the potential for something greater. It lasted only seconds, but its impact was profound and immediate. In District 8, rebel fighters paused in their battle against peacekeepers, both sides momentarily overwhelmed by the shared vision of possibility. In the capital itself, citizens who had never questioned their comfortable lives felt the hunger of district children as if it were their own. And in the detention center, something extraordinary happened. The specialized cells designed to contain magical energy suddenly overloaded, not from external attack, but from within, as the victors themselves manifested a spark of magical potential awakened by Harry's consciousness. Johanna's cell was the first to fail, the transparent walls shattering outward as she channeled raw magical energy she couldn't possibly understand but instinctively controlled. Annie Crustas followed, then Enoberia's, then the others in rapid succession. "What's happening?" a peacekeeper screamed as the detention level descended into chaos, alarms blaring as prisoners emerged from their shattered cells. Johanna, standing amid the destruction with power crackling visibly around her thin frame, smiled fiercely. "Magic," she answered simply, before a wave of her hand sent him flying backward into a wall. Throughout the capital, similar scenes unfolded as the extraction team's cells malfunctioned simultaneously. Gale and Finnick found themselves suddenly free, guards around them incapacitated by an energy they couldn't comprehend. In the medical facility, Harry's body rose from its bed, restraints falling away as his consciousness rejoined his physical form. The attending physician backed away in terror as Harry's feet touched the ground, his eyes still glowing with internal light. "Thank you for your care," Harry told the trembling man politely. "I'll be leaving now." With a gesture, the facility's doors opened before him, revealing a corridor where peacekeepers lay unconscious, not dead, but temporarily overwhelmed by the magical energy suffusing the area. As Harry walked calmly through the Capitol complex, he maintained his connection to the broadcast system, his voice continuing to reach all of Panem. "What you're feeling now isn't my magic controlling you," he explained. "It's your own potential awakening. The Capitol has told you for generations that power belongs to them alone. That ordinary citizens of the districts could never govern themselves. That you need their guidance." He paused, allowing his words to resonate. "They lied. The truth is that magic, the power to change reality through collective will and intention, has always existed within each of you. Not as dramatic as what I can do, perhaps, but no less real. No less powerful when joined together. In the presidential mansion, Snow watched in mounting horror as reports flooded in, detention centers breached, peacekeepers overwhelmed, communications systems operating independently of Capitol control. Most alarming were the citizen responses. Capitol residents emerging from their homes not in panic but in quiet contemplation, district populations gathering in central squares to listen without fear of peacekeeper reprisal. "Deploy the hovercraft fleet," he ordered desperately. "Full weapons authorization. We must regain control immediately." But even as the orders went out, pilots across the Capitol experienced the same awakening as their fellow citizens. A moment of clarity that caused many to question commands they had previously followed without hesitation. In District 13, Coin faced a different but equally significant crisis as her carefully constructed authority began to unravel. Citizens throughout the underground complex had stopped following their schedules, instead gathering around screens displaying Harry's broadcast. Even military personnel stood transfixed, weapons lowered, as the message of self-determination resonated with their own long-suppressed desires for genuine freedom. "This is insurrection," Coin declared, turning to her loyal commanders. "Secure the command center and weapons systems. We must maintain order." But Plutarch Heavenby stepped forward, blocking her path. "No, Madam President. This isn't insurrection. It's evolution." As Harry's broadcast continued, the liberated victors and extraction team converged on the Tribute Center's hovercraft bay, where they found Capitol pilots waiting, not to prevent their escape, but to facilitate it. "We heard him," one pilot explained simply as Johanna eyed him suspiciously. "We felt what he showed us. We want something different too." Similar scenes played out across the Capitol as citizens began to question the system they had unthinkingly supported. Not violent revolution, but something potentially more powerful, a collective awakening to possibilities beyond the existing power structure. In the districts, the effect was even more pronounced. Miners in 12 laid down their tools and walked to the surface together. Farmers in 11 stood in their fields, looking toward the distant capital with new understanding. Factory workers in 8 and textile makers in 3 paused their machines simultaneously. For perhaps the first time in Paynham's history, a genuine moment of national unity emerged, not enforced from above, but arising organically from below. Harry, having reached the presidential mansion through streets remarkably free of resistance, found Snow waiting in his rose garden. The president sat alone on a stone bench, a white rose in his fingers, his face betraying nothing of the chaos surrounding his crumbling regime. "Impressive," Snow acknowledged as Harry approached. "Truly. I underestimated the extent of your abilities." "Not my abilities," Harry corrected. "Theirs. The people you've controlled for so long. I just helped them remember what was always there." Snow twisted the rose stem between his fingers, a drop of blood appearing where a thorn pierced his skin. "And what happens now, Mr. Potter? Do you execute me as a symbol of the old order? Install yourself as the new magical ruler of Paynham? Or perhaps hand power to your District 13 allies?" "None of those," Harry replied calmly. "What happens now is that you stand trial, a fair trial, for your crimes against the citizens of Paynham. And then the people decide what comes next. Not me, not Coin, not any single leader." Snow laughed softly, genuinely amused despite everything. Democracy, after all. How disappointingly conventional from someone with such unconventional powers. "Not conventional democracy," Harry clarified. "Something new. A system with protections against both tyranny and mob rule. A genuine balance of power between districts, with no single center dominating the others." Before Snow could respond, the mansion doors opened to admit an unexpected figure, Alma Coin, flanked by District 13 soldiers whose expressions suggested they escorted rather than protected her. "President Coin," Harry acknowledged, unsurprised by her appearance. The hovercraft technology to reach the capital quickly had always been at 13's disposal. This situation has spiraled beyond acceptable parameters, Coin stated flatly, her silver hair unmoved despite the evident haste of her journey. You've exceeded your authority, Lieutenant Potter. I never claimed authority, Harry countered. Only responsibility. Responsibility? She repeated skeptically. You've destabilized the entire nation. Created conditions for chaos and civil breakdown. Actually, came another voice as Plutarch entered the garden behind her. Preliminary reports indicate precisely the opposite. Spontaneous citizen councils are forming in every district. Capital and district citizens are communicating directly for the first time in generations. It's rather remarkable. Coin's expression hardened. Temporary euphoria. Without structured leadership, it will collapse within days. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged. But that's for them to determine, not us. As they spoke, more figures arrived in the garden, Katniss and Rue, having reached the capital via the same 13 hovercraft as Coin, Johanna, Finnick, and the other liberated victors, Gale and the rescued extraction team, even Haymitch and BT, who had coordinated the broadcast from District 3. The gang's all here, Snow observed dryly. How theatrical. Johanna stepped forward, her emaciated frame somehow commanding despite her obvious physical weakness. We should kill them both right now, she suggested, gesturing to Snow and Coin. Clean slate. No, Katniss countered firmly. Harry's right. Trials. Justice. Or we're no better than they are. Fine, Johanna conceded reluctantly. But I get to testify first. What followed in the coming days and weeks would be remembered as a great transition, a remarkably orderly transfer of power from centralized control to a new form of distributed governance. Guided by the victors but genuinely led by citizen councils that emerged organically in each district, Panem began the difficult process of rebuilding its political system from the ground up. Snow and Coin both stood trial, along with other architects of their respective regimes. The proceedings were broadcast throughout Panem, transparently documenting both the crimes and the defenses, allowing citizens everywhere to witness justice being administered without vengeance. Harry's role during this period was deliberately limited. Having catalyzed the transformation, he stepped back from direct political involvement, focusing instead on understanding the unexpected development that had emerged during the broadcast, the apparent awakening of latent magical potential in others across Panem. It's not the same as what I can do, he explained to Katniss, Rue, and Johanna as they sat together in a quiet garden that had once belonged to a capital official but now served as a meeting place for district representatives. More like an echo of magic. A resonance with the natural energies of this world that humans had forgotten how to access. But real, Johanna insisted, demonstrating by causing a small stone to levitate unsteadily above her palm, a feat that would have been impossible before Harry's consciousness had touched hers. Real, he confirmed. And likely to grow stronger as people learn to work with it rather than against it. Katniss, who had developed her own subtle magical sensitivity, nodded thoughtfully. Will everyone have it eventually? I don't know, Harry admitted. This world's connection to magic is different from my first life. There, you were either born a witch or wizard, or you weren't. Here, it seems more fluid. Connected to consciousness and collective intention in ways I'm still trying to understand. Rue, who had demonstrated the most natural affinity for this emerging magic, smiled slightly. It feels right, though. Like something returning that was lost. That's exactly what it is, Harry agreed. Magic responding to human need. To the collective desire for genuine change. As the weeks became months, the new Panem began to take shape, a federation of districts, each with its own governing council, connected through a central assembly where representatives worked together on matters affecting the whole nation. The capital, stripped of its privileged status, became simply District 14, its resources redistributed to help rebuild areas devastated by the war. The victors, having fulfilled their symbolic role in the revolution, were free to determine their own futures for perhaps the first time in their lives. Many chose to remain involved in governance, their experiences providing valuable perspective as the new system developed. Others retreated to private life, seeking healing from traumas both old and recent. For Harry, Katniss, Rue, and somewhat surprisingly, Johanna, the path forward emerged gradually but definitely. A shared life in a quiet corner of what had once been District 12, now rebuilding after the capital's bombing. They established a home together near the lake Harry and Katniss had visited during their hunting days, far enough from settlements to practice magic freely but close enough to remain connected to the community. Their relationship defied conventional categories, part family, part romantic partners, part fellow survivors bound by experiences no one else could fully understand. What mattered was not the definition but the reality. 4 people who had found in each other exactly what they needed to heal and grow. On a warm autumn evening, as they sat on their porch watching the sunset paint the lake in shades of gold and crimson, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. From his first life as the boy who lived to the second chance in a broken world he had helped to remake. From isolation to the family he had found in these 3 remarkable women. "What are you thinking about, wizard boy?" Katniss asked, nudging him gently with her shoulder. "About endings," he replied thoughtfully. "And beginnings. About how sometimes they're the same thing." Johanna snorted from her position sprawled on the porch steps. "Getting philosophical in your old age? You're technically what, 40-something if we count both lives?" "Something like that," Harry agreed with a smile. Rue, who sat cross-legged nearby practicing magical manipulation of a small flame dancing above her palm, looked up with her characteristic perceptiveness. "You're wondering if you fulfilled whatever purpose brought you here. If this was why you were reborn in Panem." Harry nodded, unsurprised by her insight. "It seems like too much coincidence otherwise. Of all the worlds, all the times I could have been sent to. Maybe there wasn't a grand purpose," Katniss suggested practically. "Maybe it was just chance. But you made it matter anyway. Or maybe," Johanna added with unexpected gentleness, "the purpose wasn't saving Panem at all. Maybe it was just finding us. Finding home." Harry considered this, watching as the last rays of sunlight illuminated their faces, Katniss with her quiet strength, Rue with her wisdom beyond years, Johanna with her fierce loyalty beneath sarcastic armor. 3 women who had survived their own hells to build something beautiful together. "Home," he repeated softly, the word filling him with a peace he had rarely known in either life. "Yes, I think that's exactly it." As darkness fell and stars appeared above the lake, a mocking jay called from the forest edge, a 4-note melody that others quickly echoed, the sound spreading from bird to bird in widening circles. Harry closed his eyes, listening to the music of this world that had become his, truly his, at last. The boy who had lived, died, and lived again had finally found where he belonged. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.